Chapter 4097. Seeing the Huang dog charging at him, the Feather Clan elder was so scared that he screamed and ran away. As he ran, he took out a spiritual talisman. It was too ferocious, too scary. The Feather Clan elder clearly saw how this dog bit off his comrade's head. Now that he was facing the Huang dog alone, the Feather Clan elder didn't have any fighting spirit left. He didn't even have the intention to fight. It really took a lot of courage to face this dog head-on. At this time, he didn't care about making contributions or making a name for himself. It was obvious that he couldn't rely on the fourth young master alone. After such a long time, the fourth young master still hadn't taken down Jiang Qin. Reality also proved that it was impossible for the fourth young master to kill Jiang Qin alone. Not only was Jiang Qin a formidable opponent, there was also a dog that was extremely ferocious. It had killed an elder, and if they didn't call for reinforcements soon, not only would the fourth young master die, he would also be killed by Big Yellow. Whoosh! However, although the Feather Clan elder was fast, the Huang dog was even faster. Almost as soon as the Feather Clan elder took out the spiritual talisman, the Huang dog had already caught up with him and opened its mouth. Before the spiritual talisman could be crushed, it was taken away by the Huang dog. Ah! A shrill scream was heard again. The scream was naturally from the Feather Clan elder, because the Huang dog not only took away the spiritual talisman, but also bit off his wrist. The Huang dog's teeth were so sharp that it could easily bite through solid rocks and demonic spirits, let alone an ordinary person's wrist. Die for Master Dog. The Huang dog was extremely arrogant. Its sharp dog claws were aimed at the Feather Clan elder's head. At this moment, how could the elder still have any will to fight? His mentality had already collapsed. In addition, his wrist had been bitten off, and he was no different from an arrow at the end of its flight. The Huang dog's attack was too ferocious and fast. The Harpy elder couldn't even block it. He could only watch as the Huang dog's sharp claws descended on his head. No! The elder of the Feather tribe let out one last agonized cry before his head was pierced through by the Huang dog. He died on the spot. Wakaka! Lord Dog is invincible. After killing 2 fourth heavenly layer feather race elders in a row, Big Yellow was extremely proud of himself. He laughed out loud in mid-air, feeling extremely carefree. Damn it, what kind of dog is this? The fourth young master was so furious that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Who would have taken this dog seriously in the beginning? He only had eyes for Jiang Qin. He never thought that he would neglect such a terrifying existence. Now, it seemed that this dog's strength was not any weaker than Jiang Qin's. The fourth young master could not help but feel depressed. Jiang Qin was already monstrous enough. Even a dog by his side was so ferocious. This was a little too ridiculous. Grandpa is more powerful than you can imagine. The Huang dog was extremely narcissistic. He held his head high and his arrogant eyes were about to float to the sky. Jiang Qin could not help but touch his slightly swollen forehead. Stop being so narcissistic. Let's get down to business. Jiang Qin yelled at the Huang dog. I'm coming. What's the rush? The Huang dog said in annoyance. With a flash, he flew behind the fourth young master and formed a pincer attack with Jiang Qin, trapping the fourth young master in the middle. Working together to deal with me. Humph. I'm not an ordinary fourth heavenly layer earth source expert. Even if the two of you work together, you won't be my opponent. The fourth young master was still confident and arrogant. This was normal. It would be abnormal if someone like him did not have the slightest bit of arrogance. Fourth young master, you still have a chance if you call for help now. If you don't, I'm afraid you won't even have the chance to call for help. Jiang Qin said in an indifferent tone. Are you kidding me? Do I need to call for help? You two want to fight me. Fine, I'll have a good fight today and show you how powerful I am. The fourth young master was furious. Sure enough, he couldn't take any provocation. In fact, for a split second just now, the fourth young master had the thought of calling for help, but Jiang Chen's words made him give up on the idea. His dignity and face did not allow the fourth young master to call for help. He had to rely on his own strength to kill Jiang Chen and the Huang dog with his own hands. Even if he could not kill them, it was far from enough for him to call for help. Not bad, not bad. The fourth young master of the Feather Clan is indeed a hero. Unfortunately, he's just a brainless person. Jiang Chen said, not forgetting to mock him. Jiang Chen, shut up. I'll definitely kill you today. The fourth young master's aura fluctuated. With a wave of his arm, a dazzling spear appeared in his hand. The spear seemed to be the standard weapon of the Feather Clan. At least, most of the Feather Clan that Jiang Chen had encountered so far used spears. It had to be said that the Feather Clan did have a certain level of mastery in spear techniques. In their hands, the spear's power far surpassed that of other weapons. Of course, it did not matter to Jiang Chen what weapon the fourth young master used. You think this kind of trash is worthy? Have a taste of my purple gold divine spear. A spear also appeared above De Huang Dog's head. His spear was infused with the real Great Tao. The weapon in the fourth young master's hand could not be compared to it at all. Good spear. If I can get my hands on this spear, my combat strength will definitely increase a lot. It's a pity that such a perfect spear is in the hands of a dog. The fourth young master was a knowledgeable man. When he saw Big Yellow's spear, his eyes lit up, and a greedy look emerged in his eyes. De Huang, attack! Jiang Chen shouted. His heavenly dragon sword rippled and he immediately used the 23 swords. On the other side, the Huang dog also attacked decisively. The glorious godly spear swept across the sky, emitting an unparalleled might and lethality. In an instant, the entire void was filled with sword chi and spear shadows. They covered the sky and covered the earth, shrouding the fourth young master. So strong. The fourth young master's facial expression finally changed. The man and the dog's cooperation was too tacit. When they attacked, it was as if they were attacking at the same time. They were using their strongest energy to the fullest. Spear manipulation art. The fourth young master did not dare to be careless. He displayed his powerful spear manipulation art, which was extremely powerful. For a moment, he was evenly matched with Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's joint attack. The fourth young master could not help but worry about such a situation. Previously, when he was fighting against Jiang Chen, he was always suppressing him. Now that De Huang Dog had joined the battle, his advantage was gone. Both sides were on par with each other. If this continued, it would be impossible for him to kill Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Chapter 4098. The white-hot battle continued. De Huang Dog's glorious divine spear was unstoppable. With Jiang Chen's seamless cooperation, their battle prowess was at its peak. Jiang Chen's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm, infinitely close to the earthly origin realm. De Huang, try to divert the fourth prince's pressure towards me. You'll be in charge of keeping him busy. I feel like I'm about to reach the earthly origin realm. Jiang Chen communicated to De Huang Dog. He had already touched the doorway to the earthly origin realm. To him, reaching the earthly origin realm was just a matter of time. There were no bottlenecks to speak of. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had already comprehended everything they needed to comprehend in cultivation. Furthermore, the pill that Jiang Chen had taken earlier still had some medicinal strength left in his body. Not only had the potential within his body been stimulated during the intense battle with the fourth young master, but the remaining medicinal strength had also been perfectly absorbed. Jiang Chen originally did not plan on using the pressure from the fourth prince to reach the earthly origin realm. He thought that it would be great if he could reach a state infinitely close to the earthly origin realm. He never thought that the battle would have such a great effect. The source dragon in his body was extremely restless, giving Jiang Chen hope of directly reaching the earthly origin realm. According to Jiang Chen's plan, he and De Huang Dog would be able to exhaust the fourth prince to death even if they worked together. Of course, it would be even better if he could reach the earthly origin realm himself. Killing the fourth prince would be a piece of cake. All right. De Huang Dog replied and stowed the violet gold divine spear away. He simply diverted all the pressure from the fourth prince onto Jiang Chen. The two brothers were just too well coordinated. De Huang Dog knew what Jiang Chen needed the most right now. Moreover, once Jiang Chen reached the earthly origin realm, the fourth prince would be able to kill him as he pleased. Spear manipulation art, kill. Jiang Chen, I'll kill you first. The fourth young master locked onto Jiang Chen and launched a fierce attack with the imperial spear technique. In his opinion, that dog must have consumed too much energy and could no longer sustain such a fierce battle. This was definitely a great opportunity for him. For a moment, the fourth young master's confidence soared as if he could see the dawn of victory. What a pity! What a pity! All of this was just an illusion. De Huang Dog didn't make a move because he didn't want to, and it wasn't because his strength didn't allow him to. 26 swords. Jiang Chen roared and the heavenly dragon sword rippled. He transformed into a real dragon and merged with the heavenly dragon sword. When the 26th sword was unleashed, Jiang Chen's swordsmanship had reached its peak. The limitless sword was invincible. The union of dragon and sword was invincible. Rumble, the fiercest collision occurred between the sword 26 and the spear commanding skill. The fourth young master exerted the spear commanding skill to the extreme. Even though it was the sword 26, it was blocked by him. It even knocked Jiang Chen and the sky dragon sword apart. Barf! Jiang Chen spurted out a mouthful of blood, but his face was filled with unprecedented excitement. The source dragon in his body was restless, jumping in his limbs and bones. Crack crack, cracking sounds began to be heard from Jiang Chen's body. It was the sound of a breakthrough. A large number of source stones were refined and absorbed by Jiang Chen as if they were worthless. At this moment, Jiang Chen's cultivation had successfully broken through to the first heavenly layer of the earth source realm. Impossible. The fourth young master's expression finally changed completely. He stared at Jiang Chen with bloodshot eyes, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. He originally thought that he had already won. De Huang Dog no longer had the strength to fight, and his spear commanding skill had also reached the peak. He was about to injure Jiang Chen heavily and victory was right in front of him. But now, Jiang Chen had actually broken through and reached the earth source realm. This was just too ridiculous. It was so ridiculous that it changed the fourth young master's understanding of cultivation. From the fourth young master's point of view, this was simply impossible. Breaking through could only happen when one was in peak condition. When a person was injured, it would be difficult for them to recover from their injuries, so how could they possibly break through? Even if they had such thoughts, their bodies wouldn't allow them to do so. However, this seemingly impossible thing had actually happened right in front of the fourth young master. Jiang Chen was like a demon, accomplishing what he thought was impossible. He had broken through even after being heavily injured by the fourth young master's spear commanding skill. Rumble, while the fourth young master was still in a daze, a violent energy was released from Jiang Chen's body. The fourth young master's expression changed once again. He had originally planned on using the spear commanding skill again while Jiang Chen was breaking through, hoping that he would be able to take Jiang Chen's life. However, he never thought that Jiang Chen would be able to break through so quickly and so ferociously, not giving the fourth young master any chance or time at all. Fourth young master, it's your turn now. Jiang Chen, who had broken through to the first heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, was extremely ferocious with his dragon transformation body. The heavenly dragon sword turned into a streak of light and charged towards the fourth young master. Damn it! The fourth young master did not dare to be careless at this moment. He did not even have the intention to fight anymore. He had absolute reason to believe that he was definitely not Jiang Chen's opponent after breaking through. If he did not escape now, his fate would be the same as his fifth brother, dying miserably in the hands of Jiang Chen. He did not expect Jiang Chen to be merciful towards him. As he escaped, the fourth young master did not forget to take out the communication talisman and crushed it on the spot. This was a communication talisman used by the Feather Clan. Once it was crushed, the people who had chased after him would sense it immediately. The third young master and the others would rush over immediately. The fourth young master was a smart person. He needed to be prepared. If he could not escape from Jiang Chen, the reinforcements from the communication talisman might very well save his life. It was not that the fourth young master did not have the confidence to escape from Jiang Chen. It was just that Jiang Chen was too terrifying. Furthermore, his fifth brother had died to Jiang Chen in the same way on Chilean Mountain. The fourth young master's cultivation was a level higher than the fifth young master's, and the current Jiang Chen happened to be a level higher than when he had killed the fifth young master. If Jiang Chen could kill the fifth young master, he naturally had the strength to kill the fourth young master. Moreover, the current Jiang Chen was already a true Earth Source expert. The increase in battle strength from the Unity Origin realm to the Earth Source realm was extremely great. In other words, it would be easier for Jiang Chen to kill him at the first heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm than at the ninth heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Whoosh! The heavenly dragon sword soared through the air recklessly like a sword dragon. It was extremely powerful and murderous. The fourth young master used his wings to escape while using his spear kinesis technique to defend himself. Chapter 4099. Its fourth brother. He must be in danger. Let's go. In the same wilderness, the third young master, who was searching for news of Jiang Chen, immediately rushed towards the fourth young master after receiving the message from the spiritual talisman. Third young master, you are worrying too much. The fourth young master is very strong and ordinary people are no match for him. An elder said. You don't understand. Fourth brother is very arrogant. If he is not in danger, he will not use the spiritual talisman. The third young master said. He knew his brother very well. If there was an enemy that he could defeat, he would do it himself and run to the clan to claim credit. Since the fourth young master had used the spiritual talisman, it could only mean one thing. He was in danger. The experts of the Yu clan rushed towards the fourth young master from all directions. Their powerful auras and waves of qi swept across the area. On the other side, the fourth young master was being suppressed by Jiang Chen. One of his arms was gone and the wound was bleeding profusely. The spear in his hand was gone too. At this moment, the fourth young master was like an arrow at the end of its flight. He could not fight back at all. He was a genius of the Yu clan. For the first time in his life, his fate was in someone else's hands. He could not do anything. It seemed that if his brother did not appear soon, the fourth young master could only wait for death. Little Chenzi, kill him quickly. The experts of the Yu clan are coming. De Huang Dog reminded. What are you afraid of? I am not afraid even if Xiao Lingxiao comes personally. No one can save the fourth young master from my hands. Jiang Chen snorted. He did not need to hide or hide. He came to the Yu clan this time to show them his strength. With the sky ascending stairs, no matter how many experts the Yu clan sent, Jiang Chen would not be afraid. He would kill them and leave. No one could stop him. Ah! A shrill scream sounded again. Jiang Chen did not panic and cut off the fourth young master's other arm with the sharp heavenly dragon sword. Bastard, Jiang Qin, if you dare to kill me, you won't be able to walk out of the Sky Feather Mountain." The fourth young master howled. Having lost 2 arms, he was filled with despair. This was a huge blow to him. Even if he didn't die today, he would be a cripple. His future was bleak. "I can come and go as I please. Even if Xiao Lingxiao comes, he won't be able to stop me." Jiang Chen was extremely arrogant. His huge dragon claw grabbed the fourth young master's head like an eagle grabbing a chick. No matter how hard the fourth young master struggled, it was useless. Jiang Chen's dragon claw was like a cage, firmly holding the fourth young master in place. "Stop, let go of the fourth young master." Just at this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out from the distant sky. Several tyrannical auras rippled out, engulfing the entire sky above the wilderness. A few of the Harpy elders charged over at high speed, emanating an incredibly oppressive aura. "Let go of my brother." Another shout rang out. The third young master had also arrived. Almost at the same time, people came from several directions. In an instant, the experts of the Harpy surrounded the entire sky above the wilderness. There was no need for a formation in such a situation. It was an inescapable net. Once trapped by such a formation, even a mosquito wouldn't be able to escape. It had to be said that the Harpy's reaction was really fast. From the moment the fourth young master exploded the talisman to the moment all the experts appeared, there was almost no delay. "Third brother, save me, third brother." Seeing the third young master and the others arrive, the fourth young master acted as if he had seen a life-saving straw and hurriedly cried out, "Fourth brother." The third young master's expression changed drastically. Seeing that the fourth young master's arms had been cut off and blood was spurting out wildly, the third young master's anger soared to the sky. What kind of place was this? This was outside the Sky Feather Mountain, the heart of the Harpy. Now, someone had actually come to the Sky Feather Mountain to commit murder and kill his own brother. This was a great humiliation to the Harpy. "It's Jiang Qin. It's actually Jiang Qin." Some people recognized Jiang Qin, especially the elders of the 8th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. They had personally been to the Scarlet Ridge Mountain, and some of them had even seen Jiang Chen's true appearance twice, so they recognized Jiang Qin immediately. It was because they recognized Jiang Qin that they were even more shocked. They all looked at Jiang Qin as if they had seen a ghost. "Impossible, how can it be Jiang Qin? Didn't that bastard enter the land of exile? Damn it, there must be something wrong with the Netherworld platform. That guy didn't go to the land of exile. The Patriarch's plan has failed. This person is really lucky. In order to send him to the land of exile, we even sacrificed the 5th young master's life, but who would have thought that he would appear here in one piece? He even came to the Harpy to show off and kill so many of our clansmen. Now, even the 4th young master is about to die at his hands. Jiang Qin, but he didn't enter the land of exile, so he didn't cherish his life. He actually came to the Sky Feather Mountain alone to cause trouble. Since that's the case, we can't let him go today. He must die here." The elders of the Harpy were all furious. They had been caught off guard when they saw Jiang Qin again, but they reacted very quickly. They knew that this was the best time to kill Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was alone now, without the support of any human experts. If they could not kill Jiang Qin today, it would be even more difficult to kill him in the future. "Now that the 4th young master is in my hands, are you going to ignore the 4th young master's life and attack me?" Jiang Qin said calmly. The dragon claw on the 4th young master's head casually exerted force, and a series of cracking sounds could be heard. Several streams of blood spurted out of the 4th young master's head. "No, save me, third brother." The 4th young master was so scared that he almost peed his pants. His whole body was trembling, and he felt the real threat of death. In his opinion, Jiang Chen was a murderous demon. Now that he was completely under Jiang Chen's control, killing him would only take a thought. The fourth young master was really scared. He didn't dare to bet on Jiang Chen's courage. If it was someone else, the fourth young master might think that the other party wouldn't dare to kill him when he was surrounded. But now, his fate was in the hands of Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, let my fourth brother go!" The third young master shouted. "Let him go. Now that I've been surrounded by you, it seems that I can't escape. If I'm going to die, I naturally have to drag someone down with me. Don't tell me that you'll let me go if I let the fourth young master go. I don't believe that." Chapter 4100. What do you want? The third young master stared at Jiang Chen with eyes that were about to shoot out flames. He clenched his fists tightly and swore to himself that he would tear Jiang Chen into a million pieces today. Only then would he be able to vent his anger. "Give me 10 million grade 3 origin stones, and I'll let fourth prince go," Jiang Chen said in a serious tone. Pfft. The Huang dog couldn't help but laugh, secretly giving Jiang Chen a thumbs up. What a sinister guy. He didn't forget to extort the harpies even at a time like this. What? 10 million grade 3 origin stones. Why don't you just rob someone? An elder at the 8th layer of the earthly source realm stumbled and almost fell from the sky. 10 million grade 3 origin stones. How dare he ask for such an exorbitant price? One had to know that grade 3 origin stones were indispensable for earthly source realm cultivators. 10 million grade 3 origin stones was a huge sum. As an expert of the 8th heavenly layer of the earth source realm and an elder of the feather race, it was already quite good for him to have a million grade 3 origin stones in his possession. This bastard asked for 10 million right off the bat. Damn it, I've never had that many origin stones in my entire life. I'm robbing you. So what? If you don't give it to me, I'll kill fourth prince. Jiang Chen didn't seem to be afraid of anything. 10 million, not a single one less. It seemed like there was no room for negotiation. The harpies all gritted their teeth, wanting nothing more than to eat Jiang Chen alive. They were irreconcilable enemies in the first place, and the enemy was weak while they were strong. They could have killed Jiang Chen directly, but they had no choice but to negotiate with Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, don't go too far. We don't have that many origin stones on us," third prince said. "If you don't have enough on you, you can always go back and get more. The harpies are extremely wealthy, so there's no way they wouldn't be able to take out 10 million grade 3 origin stones. I'll just wait here, but I need to remind you that you should hurry up and get the origin stones. If I'm late, fourth prince's blood will run dry," Jiang Chen said. It seemed like he wouldn't rest until he got his hands on the 10 million third-grade origin stones. "Jiang Chen, do you think you'll still be able to enjoy the fame after getting the origin stone?" Third young master said. "You don't have to worry about that. Just bring it over." Jiang Chen snorted, unconcerned at all. Damn it. This is so frustrating. This guy is messing with us. If not for the fact that the fourth young master is in his hands, would have killed him directly. Why would I be standing here listening to his conditions? What do we do now? Inform the clan leader to bring the origin stones and save fourth young master first. The harpy experts were about to go mad with rage. They had never felt so stifled before. Don't alarm my father. If he's alarmed over such a small matter, what use do we have? Third young master waved his hand. Just like fourth young master, he was filled with pride. Now that something big had happened on Heavenly Feather Mountain, Jiang Chen had come alone to kill people, and now he was using fourth young master's life to threaten them. Third young master had brought so many experts to surround them. If he couldn't even handle such a small matter, and had to alarm the clan leader, he could forget about being third young master. Then what should we do? Third young master, we'll listen to you. An Earth Source Realm 8th Heaven expert said. Take out all the origin stones you have and see how many you have. Third young master said. Everyone was starting to feel awkward. The harpy cultivation was the same as the human race. Origin stones were indispensable to cultivation. They didn't have much wealth, so they were naturally unwilling to take them out. Don't worry. Jiang Qin can't take these origin stones away. They'll belong to you sooner or later. Even if you don't have them in the end, the origin stones will be returned to you from the clan. Don't waste time. Take them out quickly. Third young master said. All right, I have 1,000,000 here. That's all I have. I have 1,000,000 as well. I have 500,000. Even though the group of Earth Source Realm Feather Race experts were unwilling, they had no choice but to take out all their belongings at this time. Third young master was the richest. He had more than 4,000,000. Even so, everyone's combined wealth was only 9,000,000. Jiang Qin, we only have 9,000,000. Don't push your luck. Third young master said. No way. 10,000,000 it is. Not a single one less. Jiang Qin didn't give up. He didn't budge an inch. F***CK, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to kill him. Someone was infuriated. This was too much. He wanted 10,000,000, but now he was offering 9,000,000, and he still wasn't satisfied. All right, I have a drop of mysterious yellow saliva here. It's worth more than 1,000,000 third-grade origin stones. I'll give it to you. Third young master gritted his teeth. He took out a jade bottle with a wave of his hand. The jade bottle was transparent, and a drop of faint yellow saliva could be seen through it. Even through the screen, one could feel the pure energy emanating from the saliva. This is good stuff. Mysterious yellow saliva, a natural treasure. It's not bad at all. You wouldn't exchange it for 2,000,000 third-grade origin stones. Kid, you've struck it big. You didn't come here for nothing. After eating this mysterious yellow saliva, your cultivation base will directly break through to the second heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. This third young master is really rich. He even has a treasure like mysterious yellow saliva. The Huang dog's eyes lit up. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a smile. He had originally wanted to use fourth young master to trick the harpy race, but he hadn't expected to reap such unexpected rewards. Mysterious yellow saliva. The group of harpy experts couldn't help but swallow their saliva when they saw the jade bottle. Third young master had even taken out mysterious yellow saliva. It was clear how close he was with fourth young master. All right, give it to me. Jiang Qin waved his hand. Third young master didn't hesitate. With a wave of his arm, he tossed the universe ring with 9,000,000 third-grade origin stones and the jade bottle with a drop of mysterious yellow saliva to Jiang Qin. Third young master didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache because he knew that even if Jiang Qin obtained these items, he wouldn't be able to take them away safely. It wasn't just third young master. All of the harpy experts had the same thought. They wanted to see how Jiang Qin was going to fight them. Under these circumstances, even if Jiang Qin had 3 heads and 6 arms, where could he run to? Release him. Third young master yelled at Jiang Qin. All right, I'm in a good mood today. I'll give it to you. Jiang Qin grabbed fourth young master's head and tossed it to third young master. He had originally planned to kill fourth young master, but he was in a good mood now. He might as well spare fourth young master's life. Fourth young master wouldn't pose any threat to him anyway. Fourth young master, who had lost 2 arms, was already a cripple. There was no point in killing him, so he might as well be a bit more generous. Chapter 4101. Fourth brother, how is it? The third young master supported the fourth young master and hurriedly fed the fourth young master a pill. "Brother, kill him. Kill Jiang Chen and avenge me." The fourth young master was gnashing his teeth in anger. His eyes had turned red, and his eyeballs were about to pop out from their sockets. He shouted at Jiang Chen in a heart-wrenching manner. "Kill Jiang Chen." Without the fourth young master's reminder, a spear appeared in the third young master's hand and he stabbed at Jiang Chen. At the same time, the other experts of the Feather Clan also attacked. All of their attacks were directed at Jiang Chen. Violent energy swept across the sky above the wasteland. The place where Jiang Chen was turned into a whirlpool of energy. Even a seventh heavenly layer Earth Source expert would be smashed to pieces, let alone a first heavenly layer Earth Source expert. Stairway to Heaven. Jiang Chen had already taken out the stairway to heaven and escaped with the Huang dog as soon as he could. They disappeared without a trace, causing all the attacks from the Feather Clan to miss. Jiang Chen dared to be so unscrupulous because of the stairway to heaven. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would not have come to the Sky Feather Mountain foolishly to commit murder. It was no different from courting death. If it wasn't for the stairway to heaven, Jiang Chen wouldn't have been able to dodge the attack no matter how strong he was. He would have died right here, right now. Rumble, the violent attacks wreaked havoc, messing up the airflow above the wasteland. Dust billowed and rippled everywhere. After a while, the thick smoke dispersed. The third young master and all the experts of the Feather Clan looked around, but they found nothing. There was no sign of Jiang Chen. Where is he? The third young master was exasperated. Don't tell me he's been smashed to pieces. Someone said. Impossible. Jiang Chen has the strength to defeat the fourth young master. Even if we attacked him together, it would be impossible for us to completely destroy him. Now, there is not even a trace of his aura. It seems that the bastard escaped again. Impossible. How did he escape? All of us are here, and we've sealed off the entire wilderness. How can he escape? Sigh, it seems that we've all underestimated this guy. This person must have some sort of trump card to escape. I suddenly recalled that back at Mount Qiling, he was still able to escape even when the clan chief personally took action. Someone said. At that moment, everyone recalled that Zhao Lingxiao had personally attacked Jiang Chen before. Not only had she failed to kill Jiang Chen, she had not even touched a single hair on Jiang Chen's body. Keep chasing. I don't believe he can get far. The third prince howled, the veins on his neck bulging. He was the most sullen of them all. 9 million grade 3 origin stones, as well as the mysterious yellow saliva that he viewed as a precious treasure, were gone just like that. If he couldn't get it back, the third prince would definitely be depressed when he returned. The group of men spread out in all directions and started chasing after Jiang Chen once again. However, all of them knew that it would be difficult to find Jiang Chen again. All of them were holding back their anger. If today's incident were to be spread out, they would lose all their face. The Yu clan had sent so many experts to deal with Jiang Chen, but not only did they fail to kill him, they were also tricked by him. At this moment, Jiang Chen had already escaped far away using the stairway to heaven. He was thousands of miles away, out of the control of Sky Feather Mountain. Ha ha ha, Jiang Chen and the Huang dog looked at each other and couldn't help but burst into laughter. This is so King satisfying. These Yu clan people must be going crazy, especially that third prince. He lost so many origin stones and even the mysterious yellow saliva. The Huang dog was extremely complacent. This man and dog seemed to have returned to the time when they were in the Saint Origin world and the immortal world. The mysterious yellow saliva is a good thing. If I refine it, my cultivation base can directly advance to the second heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. However, if I refine it alone, it will be too wasteful. I can use the mysterious yellow saliva to refine 2 mysterious yellow pills. A mysterious yellow pill can achieve the same effect as a drop of mysterious yellow saliva. And a drop of mysterious yellow saliva can be used together with the herbs I have on me to refine 2 mysterious yellow pills. Jiang Qin said that he would not let go of any chance to improve his cultivation base. In the vast eternal world, nothing was more important than strength. Not only him, the Huang dog was the same. Although they had a natural advantage that surpassed ordinary people, their cultivation base had always been their weakness. They must constantly improve their cultivation base to gradually establish themselves in the eternal world. Beautiful. The Huang dog praised fiercely at Jiang Qin, praising Jiang Chen's loyalty for not forgetting his brother at such a time. Now that we're out of the range of Skyfeather Mountain, let's find a place to refine the mysterious yellow pills first. Jiang Qin said. A man and a dog found a secluded valley and landed there. As for the third young master and the other experts of the feather race, Jiang Qin didn't need to worry about them. They had been tricked by him, so they were probably bursting with anger. Thinking of the third young master's furious expression, Jiang Qin and the Huang dog couldn't help but laugh heartily again. Outside Skyfeather Mountain, the third young master and the others searched for a long time. They had almost searched the area within a few thousand miles of Skyfeather Mountain, but they couldn't find any trace of Jiang Qin. They couldn't even find a trace of Jiang Chen's aura. In the end, they had no choice but to return with regret. *CK, the third young master cursed and punched himself twice in the chest. The people around him didn't say anything. They didn't know why the third young master would suddenly hit himself. It was probably because of the 9 million third-grade origin stones and the mysterious yellow saliva. But then again, it made sense. That was the mysterious yellow saliva, and it was gone just like that. Their hearts were bleeding. The others were also extremely depressed. The third young master had naturally lost the mysterious yellow saliva, but they had also lost all their origin stones. The third young master had said that they would be given back their origin stones. But seeing the third young master's current state, who would dare to ask for origin stones? They could forget about getting their origin stones back. They could only suffer in silence when faced with such a situation. But even though they were depressed, the feather race had also seen the true threat of Jiang Qin. This human was too abnormal. He had been able to escape under such circumstances. It was as if he could come and go as he pleased. This kind of person was too frightening. Next, they would probably have to get rid of Jiang Qin at all costs. Jiang Qin had already become the feather race's nightmare. If they didn't get rid of him soon, the entire feather race would probably perish at his hands. Chapter 4102. Jiang Qin must have some kind of heaven-defying trump card. Maybe it's a treasure that can travel through space. Otherwise, he wouldn't have disappeared just like that. A Feather Clan elder said. If that's the case, it won't be easy for our Feather Clan to kill him. Even the Patriarch couldn't kill him last time. Yes, but a treasure that can travel through space is too rare. Moreover, if one doesn't understand the power of space, it would be difficult to use such a treasure. You can't have forgotten that Jiang Qin is probably the reincarnation of a powerful figure. If he really is, it's not impossible for him to use a treasure that can travel through space. Threat. This is the greatest threat to our Feather Clan. A fatal threat. In my opinion, we should hurry back and report this matter to the Patriarch. We need to come up with a very detailed plan to kill Jiang Qin. Everyone felt a strong sense of threat and unease. The Feather Clan, the leader of the Qidong region, had never thought that one day they would be threatened by a single person. This fatal threat didn't come from the entire human race, but from a young man of the human race. Let's go back and report to Father. Jiang Qin didn't enter the land of exile, the third young master said. The third young master said. His heart was filled with anger and unwillingness, but there was nothing he could do. Jiang Chen had disappeared without a trace, as if he had never been here. At least, with the third young master's ability, he could not find Jiang Chen at all. In the sky feather hole. What? Zhao Lingshao smashed a table with his palm. His face was distorted. The other heavenly source experts were also shocked. They had been talking and laughing about the future of the Feather Clan, but when they heard about Jiang Chen, the smiles on their faces instantly froze. Father, it is indeed Jiang Chen. This B** didn't enter the land of exile at all. Just now, he brought a dog to the rising sky Feather Mountain to cause trouble and killed many of our clansmen. Even fourth brother was severely injured by him and became a cripple. The third young master gritted his teeth and said. His words made him blush. He felt embarrassed, but the truth was the truth. He didn't have the ability to eliminate Jiang Chen. That's impossible. I was the one who opened the Netherworld platform back then. It definitely opened a passage to the land of exile. Jiang Chen has clearly entered the land of exile. The first elder of the feather race said. He was the other expert at the second heavenly layer of the feather race besides Zhao Lingshao. We suspect that Jiang Chen possesses a treasure that allows him to travel through space. That's why he was able to escape our encirclement. You must know that even when the clan chief personally attacked him, he was still able to escape. An elder said. So you're saying that Jiang Chen can rely on that treasure to directly escape the land of exile? If that's really the case, then it's terrifying. With such a treasure, killing Jiang Chen will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It's very likely that he's the reincarnation of a true almighty. His rate of growth is just too fast. He's like a rocket, constantly advancing. If we allow him to continue growing, our feather race won't even need to go to war with the human race. We won't even be able to deal with Jiang Chen. We need to think of a real plan to trap Jiang Chen and prevent him from using the treasure. That way, not only will we be able to take Jiang Chen's life, but we'll also be able to obtain a supreme treasure. Easier said than done. The upper echelons of the feather race were all aware of the severity of the situation. Jiang Chen had already become their greatest threat. He had to be eliminated. Every day that he was allowed to grow, the feather race would be even more of a threat. From now on, all heavenly source experts will work together to modify the Netherworld platform. It seems that if we want to eliminate Jiang Chen, only the Netherworld platform can restrain the treasure in Jiang Chen's hands, Zhao Lingshao said. Zhao Lingshao said. At this time, as the clan leader, he had to make a real decision. The other heavenly source experts all had solemn expressions on their faces. The cost of modifying the Netherworld platform was not small, but the feather race had no other choice. They had already been forced into a dead end, and they had to fight back. If they started a war with the human race now, it would not benefit the feather race at all. Recently, the human race's morale had been high. If they started a war now, they would not be able to gain any advantage. The only thing they could do now was to eliminate Jiang Chen. They had to eliminate Jiang Chen. Only by eliminating this fatal threat could the feather race continue to exist. Only then could they continue to stand on equal footing with the human race in the Crimson East region. On the other side, in a quiet valley, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had already consumed the black-yellow pill that had just been refined. As expected, both of them had advanced at the same time. Jiang Chen's cultivation had successfully reached the second heavenly layer of the Earth Source stage, while De Huang Dog's cultivation had directly reached the peak of the third heavenly layer of the Earth Source stage. He was only a step away from the fourth heavenly layer of the Earth Source stage. Little Chenzi, what are we going to do now? Should we go to the rising sky Feather Mountain again? De Huang Dog was extremely excited. Clearly, the previous battle had not satisfied him yet. No, the rising sky Feather Mountain must be heavily guarded right now. We won't be able to gain anything even if we go there. Let's go to the land of exile, Jiang Qin said. Let's go to the land of exile. The land of exile. Wonderful. I like it. The Huang dog's eyes lit up. The land of exile was a truly fearless place. If he had the chance to go there, wouldn't it be even more enjoyable? With the stairway to heaven, the land of exile is my backyard. I can go and go as I please. A smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. The city lord of the city of 10,000 evils, Zhao Ba, was most likely looking for him everywhere. However, Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. The stairway to heaven is indeed a good thing. Have you studied it? It should have more than one section, said the Huang dog. The stairway to heaven that he had obtained in the broken feather stream was simply wondrous. From the looks of it now, it had become Jiang Chen's greatest help in the eternal world. It definitely has more than one section. There's definitely more than one. If my guess is correct, this should be a peerless treasure from the eternal world. It's just a pity that it was interrupted for some reason. The stairway to heaven in my hand is only a small part of it. That's because every time I use it, the distance it can teleport me is extremely limited. From this, it can be seen that its true might has been greatly reduced. If I could collect all of the stairway to heaven, it would be amazing. Chapter 4103. Martial Pavilion. The news that Jiang Chen didn't enter the land of exiles and that he had killed people in Skyfeather Mountain spread like wildfire. The news spread like wildfire across the entire human race at the fastest speed possible, stirring up a tornado in the human race. Ha, I knew it. Teacher wouldn't be exiled so easily. Teacher is the reincarnation of a powerful being. He has many tricks up his sleeves. That's amazing. Not only did Teacher not enter the land of exile, he even went to the heart of the feather race alone to kill people. He has greatly destroyed the spirit of the feather race. I really admire him. Disregarding other things, just this courage alone is something that not many people in the martial pavilion can do. Teacher is Teacher. With Teacher around, the feather race will be finished sooner or later. The feather race set up the netherworld platform and wanted to exile Teacher. They did not expect Teacher's abilities to be far beyond their imagination. Their strength does not allow them to exile Teacher. I wonder where Teacher is now. If I see him, I must worship him. Forget it. Teacher naturally has his own things to do. Right now, he is a god in our hearts. We just need to focus on our cultivation and use Teacher as a role model. If there is a day when we go to war with the feather race, I still want to fight alongside Teacher. I really miss the passion of fighting alongside Teacher in the Starlord's ruins. I'm so envious that you guys actually have the opportunity to fight alongside Teacher. Jiang Chen's current position in the human race was completely entrenched. He was now the symbol of a god, an omnipotent god. All the people in the martial pavilion, be it disciples or elders, regarded Jiang Chen as their idol. Especially those young people, they practically treated Jiang Chen as their lifelong goal. Countless female disciples were infatuated with Jiang Chen, treating him as the lover of their dreams, an idol that they worshipped endlessly. Xiaolong was settled down. Upon Jiang Chen's request, the martial pavilion leader, Wu Changtian, personally accepted Xiaolong as a disciple and was prepared to teach him carefully. Wu Changtian naturally did not know about Xiaolong's special constitution, but he knew one thing: the person chosen by Jiang Chen could not be wrong. With proper training, he would definitely become a talent of the human race. The Crimson East region seemed peaceful on the surface, but in reality, undercurrents were surging. The human race was constantly cultivating to improve their strength, and Jiang Chen had brought a cultivation frenzy. The Yu clan side began to feel threatened. During this period of time, the Yu clan's losses were immeasurable. Not to mention the genius disciples who died tragically in the Scarlet Ridge Mountain, just the 9 young masters that Zhao Lingxiao was so proud of had died in the martial pavilion, and one had been crippled. Currently, all of the heavenly source experts of the Yu race were in seclusion to modify the netherworld platform. For the Yu race, nothing was more important than killing Jiang Qin. Killing Jiang Qin had become their top priority. At this time, the rising star of the Crimson East region was using the stairway to heaven to bring the Huang Dog to the land of exile. Jiang Qin wanted to enter the land of exile, but the stairway to heaven only remembered 2 coordinates. One was the cliff where he had first entered, and the other was the city of 10,000 evils where he had disappeared. In other words, if Jiang Qin wanted to return to the land of exile, he had to enter from these 2 places. Needless to say, Jiang Qin would definitely choose the cliff to enter the land of exile. The city of 10,000 evils had probably been completely sealed by Zhao Ba, so entering the city of 10,000 evils at this time was not a wise choice. It was best to enter from the cliff. It had been less than a day since Jiang Qin had left the land of exile and returned. At this moment, a dozen guards were standing guard on the cliff outside the city of 10,000 evils. Zhang Yanshi and the others had been killed by the public prosecutor, but the order of the city of 10,000 evils had to be maintained. Since one batch had died, another batch had to be replaced. Has the person who killed the 3rd young master been found? Someone asked. Found my A*S. We've been busy for an entire day, but we haven't even found a shadow. The city lord is furious now. He's just short of tearing down the city of 10,000 evils. Sigh, I have to say that person is really awesome. He even dared to kill the 3rd young master, and he did it in the city of 10,000 evils. His courage is simply amazing. What I admire more is not his courage, but his ability. I heard that he is only at the Unity Origin realm, but not only does he have the ability to kill the 3rd young master, but he was also able to escape from the city of 10,000 evils without a trace. This ability is amazing. Let's go. Don't appear again. I don't want to meet that guy. Zhang Yanshi and the others were killed by him here. Obviously, although Jiang Qin had only been in the land of exile for a short while, he had already become famous in the city of 10,000 evils. Jiang Qin was probably the only person who could become famous quickly wherever he went. As everyone was talking, the void trembled. 2 figures fell from the void and landed on the cliff. We've got business. Everyone was immediately interested. They immediately surrounded Jiang Qin and the Huang Dog. Welcome to the land of exile, both of you. One of the guards said in a sloppy manner. What? You want some source stones so that I can crawl under your captain's crotch, right? Jiang Qin said in an indifferent tone. As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed. They all stared at Jiang Qin with wide eyes. How do you know? Someone asked. Because I just arrived not long ago, and they treated me the same way. By the way, your captain is called Zhang Yanshi, right? Jiang Qin said with a smile. You're that person. It's you. You killed our 3rd young master. How is that possible? How can someone who came in a 2nd time? The expressions of all the guards changed in an instant. They recalled the description of the person who had seen Jiang Qin in the city of evil. It was a young man in white. This is just the land of exile. I can come and go as I please. Now, do you still want to rob me? Jiang Qin crossed his arms and looked at these people mockingly. No, we wouldn't dare. Big brother, just leave. We didn't see anything. The Earth Source Realm captain was obviously a smart person. He hurriedly nodded and bowed. The others did the same. What a joke. This was a jinx. How would they dare to rob him? Wouldn't that be a joke with their lives? Not only could they not rob him, but they also had to pretend that they had not seen Jiang Qin. This was to prevent Jiang Chen from silencing them. After all, the city of evil was currently looking for Jiang Chen everywhere. Let me ask you. What's the situation in the city of evil now? Jiang Chen asked. He was not interested in killing these people. He had killed Zhang Yanshi and the others because they had provoked him. These people were smart, so there was no need for him to kill them. The city of evil has been locked down. All the experts from the city lord's mansion have come out, including the first young master and the second young master. They are looking for you everywhere, the captain said truthfully, not daring to hide anything. However, there was no need to say it out loud. The people in front of him were already trembling in fear. The captain had even told him the secret of the mysterious dragon palace. Jiang Chen was in a good mood, so he naturally spared their lives. Seeing that Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had gone far away, the group of guards heaved a sigh of relief. Some of them had been in a nervous state because of their high concentration. Now that they had relaxed, they actually sat on the ground. They knew very well that everyone had basically taken a trip to the gates of hell. After all, this guy had even dared to kill the third young master. They were nothing to him. This was the land of exiles, a place where killing was commonplace. If Jiang Chen had attacked them just now, it would have been perfectly normal. They were already extremely lucky to be able to stay alive. It feels like we have a new lease of life after a disaster. It seems that our luck is not bad. The captain wiped his sweat. He was the closest to Jiang Chen just now, so he could feel the invisible pressure from this young man. This pressure was so oppressive that even his soul was in a cold state. Captain, this person has appeared again. Should we inform the eldest young master and the rest? A guard asked as he came to the captain's side. Don't look for trouble. Don't look for trouble. Everyone, listen up. We didn't see anything today. This person is too powerful, and we can't afford to offend him. Last time, even the city lord couldn't kill him. Furthermore, he was able to walk out of the land of exile. If he wants to kill us, even if we hide, it'll be useless. We all came to the land of exile to stay alive, and that's why we joined the city of 10,000 evils. We just need to live a safe and stable life. Why bring unnecessary trouble upon ourselves? Why do we need to look for unnecessary trouble? The captain said solemnly. This was a truly smart person. In a place like the land of exile, only smart people could live long. Captain is right. Reporting to the eldest young master won't do us any good. The eldest young master won't reward us for providing information. Moreover, the eldest young master has a cruel personality. We don't know where that person went. If we can't provide specific information, the eldest young master might kill us in a fit of anger. That's right. It's better to avoid trouble. Anyway, I think that person is going to the extreme north. When that time comes, he will definitely encounter the experts from the city lord's office. His life or death has nothing to do with us. Let's stay here and guard the cliff. Don't provoke people we can't afford to provoke. In a place like the land of exile, only smart people can live long. These guards were not fools. They had been in the city lord's office for a long time and understood the temperament of the eldest young master and his family very well. They knew that even if they ran over to provide information, they might not be appreciated. Moreover, that person just now hadn't killed them. He had truly spared their lives. After Jiang Chen left, he went directly to the extreme north. He didn't know where the extreme north was, but he was definitely going north. In fact, it was very easy to find the extreme north. Because the mysterious dragon palace was about to appear, there would definitely be a large number of cultivators going there. If he flew north and encountered many people going to the extreme north, it would definitely be the extreme north. As for the city of 10,000 evils, Jiang Chen wasn't interested at all. In the past, he had killed the third young master of the city of 10,000 evils because the third young master had been blind and provoked him. Otherwise, Jiang Qin wouldn't have had the time to kill an insignificant young master. Jiang Qin only had two things to do in the Red East region. One was to increase his strength, and the other was to deal with the Feather Clan. Choosing to enter the land of exile again was also a kind of experience to find an opportunity to increase his cultivation. Reality didn't disappoint him. As soon as he entered, he heard about the mysterious Dragon Palace. This was definitely an opportunity. Jiang Chen was very interested in this mysterious Dragon Palace. His bloodline was that of a dragon. If the Dragon Palace was related to the Eternal World's Cosmic Dragon Clan, it would be great. Jiang Chen believed that once he came into contact with the Dragon Palace, the Golden Origin Dragon in his body would definitely react. Now that Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had both advanced to the Earth Source realm, they could control the airflow of heaven and earth. When they flew, they no longer needed to summon their dragon wings. Traveling in the land of exile was much more low-key. Chapter 4105. The land of exile was a space of its own. The northernmost land was barren, and the temperature was cold. The mountains were covered in frost. However, for a cultivator with a strong physique, this bit of cold was nothing. The mysterious Dragon Palace was stirring again. This was a big deal for the land of exile. Those who had stayed in the land of exile for more than 2 months knew that once the mysterious Dragon Palace was stirred, treasures would fly out from within. The Dragon Palace, which had appeared in the land of exile at an unknown time, had long become a treasure trove in the land of exile. Countless cultivators yearned for it. The 10 evildoers alone had obtained many treasures from the Dragon Palace over the years. Dawn stones, elixirs, combat weapons, talismans, everything was there. Roar, a world-shaking roar of a dragon rang out. The roar possessed a great penetrative power, seemingly piercing through the entire land of exiles. Every cultivator within the land of exiles could hear it clearly. It shook their souls and it felt as though the might of heaven had descended upon them. This dragon roar seemed to have a certain demonic quality. No matter how far away one was, the sound waves that could be heard were exactly the same. It was as if the sound came from the bottom of one's heart, causing one to involuntarily feel the urge to worship it. "Look, the shadow of a dragon has appeared," someone shouted. In the void, there were cultivators hurrying towards the northernmost land. They immediately stopped and looked into the distance. At the end of the endless void, there was an illusory dragon's shadow dancing in the sky. What a spectacular sight! Do you think there are real dragons in the Dragon Palace? I don't know. The Cosmic Dragon Clan is the highest existence in the eternal world. They have a noble bloodline. We don't usually have the chance to see them. Some people say that this is the treasure of the Dragon Clan that ended up here. I wonder if it's true. For us, it doesn't matter if it belongs to the Dragon Clan or not. It's fine as long as we can get some benefits from it. Many people sighed. The Cosmic Dragon Clan was the spirit of heaven and earth, at the highest level of the world. For ordinary people, the Cosmic Dragon Clan was a legendary existence. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog also looked at the void. It was the peak of the sky, and its position gave off a feeling of superiority. The Golden Origin Dragon became restless. It jumped out of Jiang Chen's dantian and hovered above Jiang Chen's head, cheering at the dragon silhouette in the sky. That dragon's shadow seemed to have sensed something. Its pupils suddenly congealed, and it looked over, letting out another dragon roar. The little Yuan dragon was not afraid at all. It stretched its neck and roared, but Jiang Chen suppressed its voice. Otherwise, it would definitely attract everyone's attention. "Little Chenzi, your little source dragon looks very magical. He's not afraid of the cosmic dragon's pressure at all," De Huang Dog said. There was a hint of shock in his tone. The dragons that they had encountered before were completely different from the dragons here. The difference between an ordinary divine dragon and a cosmic dragon was fundamental. The cosmic dragon was the highest existence. Dragons from low-level planes were bound to tremble and worship when they encountered a cosmic dragon. However, the little Yuan dragon was not afraid at all. This was enough to explain one thing: Jiang Chen's dragon vein had completely changed when he entered the cosmic tide dragon transformation skill. To put it bluntly, the true dragon bloodline in Jiang Chen's body was the bloodline of the cosmic dragon. In terms of nobility, it was not inferior to the cosmic dragon clan. The little Yuan dragon is indeed restless. I wonder if I have a chance to explore this mysterious dragon palace. Jiang Chen sighed. The cosmic dragon was the existence that truly tempted him. Because of his bloodline, Jiang Chen would come into contact with the cosmic dragon sooner or later. The relationship between him and the dragon clan was impossible to break. The cosmic dragon clan was too high-end for Jiang Chen to come into contact with for the time being. His relationship with the cosmic dragon would probably start from this mysterious dragon palace. This trip to the land of exile was really worth it for Jiang Chen. If he had known about the existence of the mysterious dragon palace in the land of exile, he would have come a long time ago. It seemed that he still had to thank Xiao Lingxiao for framing him. If Xiao Lingxiao hadn't framed him and sent him to the land of exile, Jiang Chen wouldn't have had the opportunity to encounter such a good thing. To Jiang Chen, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and one that truly stemmed from his fate. After a while, the dragon's shadow in the sky disappeared, and the little Yuan dragon returned to his body under Jiang Chen's summon. Cosmic dragon, I wonder when we can go to the center of the real eternal world. That is the real gorgeous stage. De Huang Dog sighed. What's the hurry? We have to take things one bite at a time, and we have to take things one step at a time. Our journey in the eternal world has just begun. With our current strength, even if we go to the real eternal world stage, we will only be stepping stones. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, and a lofty feeling uncontrollably rippled in his chest. It was the endless desire for cultivation and the hot-bloodedness for the road ahead. It appeared once again. Jiang Chen liked this feeling, which was far more hot-blooded and passionate than the lonely feeling of being high up in a lower plane. There were many times when one cared more about the process than the outcome. For example, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog didn't know what would happen to them in the eternal world, nor did they know where to find Zhang Feng. However, this process was wonderful and truly fascinating. The person in front, stop. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Jiang Chen didn't need to turn around to know that the voice was directed at him. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog couldn't help but turn around and look behind them. A mere 5 or 6 experts had caught up to them. The one in front was extraordinarily handsome and gave off the aura of a winged person. His cultivation was also extremely powerful, and he was already an Earth Source 5th Heavenly Layer expert at such a young age. Beside him were 2 Earth Source 6th Heavenly Layer experts, and the others were all Earth Source 5th Heavenly Layer experts. Such a battle force was powerful enough even in the land of exiles. No matter where they went, it was enough to make people retreat. What's the matter? Jiang Chen frowned. He didn't want to cause trouble, but if something came to provoke him, he definitely wouldn't be afraid. The people in front of him clearly didn't come with good intentions. The leading young man shook his arm, and with a whoosh, 2 portraits appeared. The person in the portrait was Jiang Chen. One was Jiang Chen's appearance after transforming, while the other was Jiang Chen's current appearance. People from the city of myriad evils. De Huang Dog chuckled. He already knew what Jiang Chen had done in the city of myriad evils. The fact that this person had a portrait of Jiang Chen was already very obvious. Looks like enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Jiang Chen sighed and shook his head helplessly. Jiang Chen didn't doubt that the other party would have a portrait of him at all. Back in the city of myriad evils, there were just too many people who had seen his true appearance. With the city lord's mansion's strength, it wouldn't be difficult at all for them to find someone to draw his portrait. "It's you. You killed my third brother," the leading young man said, not concealing his killing intent at all. Asterisk rumble, star. Chapter 4106. Look, there's a commotion over there. Isn't that the second young master of the city of 10,000 evil? I heard that someone killed the third young master of the city of 10,000 evil yesterday. Right now, the experts of the city of 10,000 evil are searching for the murderer. Don't tell me it's this young man. No way, isn't this person a little too daring? He even dared to kill the third young master of the city of 10,000 evil, and in the city of 10,000 evil at that. Isn't he just seeking death? Come on, let's go and take a look. No matter where it was, there would always be people watching if there was a commotion, and those who were watching would never complain about things getting out of hand. For a moment, a large number of bored cultivators surrounded them. There were still 2 or 3 days before the treasures from the mysterious dragon palace flew out, so they were not in a hurry. Moreover, for most people, even if there were treasures flying out of the dragon palace, they would only be there to watch the commotion. The truly good treasures would never fall into their hands. That's right, I killed him, Jiang Chen said indifferently. He did not care about the city of 10,000 evil at all. It would be fine if these people did not provoke him, but if they did, Jiang Chen did not mind killing them. Jiang Chen did not feel guilty at all for killing people in the land of exile. Moreover, if it was before, Jiang Chen would definitely choose to run away if he encountered a 6th heavenly layer earth source expert, but it was different now. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 2nd heavenly layer, and a Huang dog's cultivation was also at the peak of the 3rd heavenly layer. With their strength, killing these people before them would be a piece of cake. Fuck, who is this person? He's so strong that he dares to kill the third young master of the city of 10,000 evil. No matter who he is, he's probably done for today. Look at his cultivation, he's only at the 2nd heavenly layer. Now that he's been blocked by the second young master of the city of 10,000 evil, there's no way he'll be able to survive. Yeah, this person ran away after killing someone. Instead of hiding properly, he came out to join in the commotion. Great, he's become the focus of the commotion. He's dead for sure. The second young master is very cruel, and he has so many experts with him. Even if he grows wings, he won't be able to escape death. Jiang Chen immediately became the center of attention. News of what had happened in the city of 10,000 evils had already spread, and no one had expected to see him here. This was a major event in the land of exile. After all, the 10 evildoers were existences that no one dared to provoke. Now that Jiang Chen was trapped by the second young master and the others, there was no doubt that he would die. People could almost imagine what was going to happen next. It's best if you admit it. I'm really curious who gave you the courage to kill my younger brother in the city of 10,000 evil. The second young master looked at Jiang Chen fiercely as he asked with great interest. It seemed that he had no intention of killing Jiang Chen so quickly. In his opinion, Jiang Chen was already a bird in a cage, a turtle in a jar. There was no way he could escape from the palm of his hand. It's just a piece of trash. If I want to kill him, I'll kill him. It's all up to my liking, and it's the same for you guys. I can give you a chance now. If you leave now, you can live. Otherwise, this will be your burial ground. Jiang Chen boasted shamelessly. Of course, in the eyes of others, this kind of boasting was just boasting shamelessly. In the hearts of Jiang Chen and the Huang dog, this was giving them a chance to live. However, it seemed that they wouldn't cherish it. All along, Jiang Chen had given many chances to others, but there didn't seem to be anyone who truly cherished them. F***ck, where did this boorish fellow come from? He actually dares to boast so shamelessly. He's awesome. Putting everything else aside, I admire his courage. These words are so domineering. He's probably an idiot. He can't see the situation clearly. It seems like he has no choice but to throw caution to the wind. That's right. He knows that he's going to die, so he might as well be a bit more stubborn. The surrounding spectators couldn't take it anymore. Quite a few of them couldn't help but mock him. Even the second young master and the others were stunned. They looked at Jiang Chen as if he was an idiot. He had originally thought that Jiang Chen would kneel down and beg for mercy in such a situation. He never thought that he would flaunt his prowess instead. F***ck, I've never seen such an arrogant person. What right does a second heavenly layer earth source have? A burly man beside the second young master couldn't take it anymore. Brat, tell me your name. I don't kill nameless people. The second young master's aura fluctuated as he spoke. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen indifferently stated his name. Before his body shook, he immediately used dragon transformation. Today would definitely be a fierce battle. Against a sixth heavenly layer earth source expert, Jiang Chen still had to use dragon transformation. Seeing Jiang Chen's mighty half-human half-dragon appearance, the surrounding people could not help but be stunned. What ability is this? His aura seems to have grown stronger. It's at least 10 times stronger. He's in the third heavenly layer of the earth source realm. No wonder he's so arrogant. So he has such a trump card. But this trump card doesn't seem to be enough. Even if he's in the third heavenly layer, he still won't be his opponent. The difference is too great. It should be a taboo technique. However, this person is too arrogant. He doesn't know that there is always someone better out there. Furthermore, using this kind of taboo technique is very harmful to himself. Normally, this kind of taboo technique will bring about a certain amount of backlash to his body. Dragon transformation was indeed powerful, but it seemed that it would be extremely difficult to change the outcome. After all, the difference in strength between the two was too great. On the other hand, the second young master and the others were not surprised at all. They clearly knew about Jiang Chen's technique. One of the portraits that the second young master had taken out was a portrait of Jiang Chen in his dragon transformation state. Seeing this transformation technique, the second young master was even more certain of Jiang Chen's identity. He was undoubtedly the one who killed his brother. Let's do it. Jiang Chen said. The heavenly dragon sword appeared in his hand. It flickered with a cold light and the silhouette of a dragon rippled. Let me kill him. I'd like to see just how capable this overconfident guy is. A bulky man in the fifth heavenly layer of the earth source realm took the initiative to step forward. He held a mace in his hand and his body glowed with a black light, radiating with an evil aura. You're not my opponent. Jiang Chen shook his finger at the bulky man. His disdain was not reserved at all. Bang! The bulky man was enraged. A third heavenly layer of the earth source realm dared to say that he was not his opponent. This was a huge insult to him. How could he take it? Moreover, the bulky man was eager to show off in front of the second young master, so he naturally had to take the lead. The muscular man let out a roar. The mace in his hand looked extraordinary. He raised it up high and arrived in front of Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. The mace was extremely fierce, and it seemed like he was going to smash Jiang Chen to death with a single strike. The second young master's lips curled into a sneer. The other experts of the myriad evil city also sneered, waiting to watch a good show. Swish! Suddenly, there was a flash of light. Everyone's eyes lit up. The bulky man maintained his posture of raising the mace high, but he could no longer bring it down. His entire body seemed to have frozen. The scene became extremely strange. In the next moment, blood sprayed wildly from his mouth. The bulky man was split in half. He did not even have the chance to cry out before falling from the sky along with the rankings. What? Everyone, including the second young master and the spectators, could not help but cry out. They all looked at Jiang Qin as if they had seen a ghost. One strike. It was a simple strike. Many people did not even see how Jiang Qin had struck out despite being so close. Fast. It was just too fast. A fifth heavenly layer Earth Source expert had been killed just like that. He did not even have the chance to cry out. Chapter 4107. Voila, the smiles on the faces of the experts from the city of 10,000 evils immediately vanished. They could not help but take Jiang Qin seriously. This person looks like he'll be hard to deal with. A sixth heavenly layer Earth Source expert said. He no longer dared to underestimate Yi Qin like before. The spectators could not help but retreat. The people who had mocked Jiang Qin earlier all shut their mouths. Let alone everything else, just the fact that Jiang Qin had casually killed a fifth heavenly layer Earth Source expert with a single strike was not something an ordinary person could do. Everyone knew that there would be a true bloodbath coming up. The people from the city of 10,000 evils would definitely not let Jiang Qin go. However, with Jiang Qin's abilities, it would not be easy for them to kill Jiang Qin. Let's attack together. Don't give him the chance to escape. The second young master, Lang Lang, said. Killing intent had already begun to radiate from him. The other experts from the city of 10,000 evils had already made their preparations. They had originally planned on killing Jiang Qin by themselves so that they could perform a meritorious deed in front of the second young master. However, none of them had such thoughts after seeing what had happened to Jiang Qin. Even the sixth heavenly layer Earth Source experts no longer had such thoughts. It was not that they did not have confidence in their own strength, but it was precisely because they understood their own strength too well that they did not have the courage to do so. With their strength, it was not easy for them to kill a fifth heavenly layer Earth Source expert so cleanly. However, Jiang Qin had done it. This was enough to show that the young man's true battle prowess was not any weaker than theirs. De Huang, don't hold back when you attack later. Jiang Qin gave De Huang Dog a look. De Huang Dog's body shook, and his body instantly grew 10 times larger. His aura surged. Hold back. This word had never existed in De Huang Dog's mind. If he held back against his enemies, he would not be De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog had long since run out of patience. In a place like the land of exiles, he was even more unrestrained when it came to killing. The people before him were all heinous criminals. I'll leave the two sixth heavenly layer Earth Source experts and the second young master to you. Leave the others to me. De Huang Dog shook his head. His words were extremely arrogant. It could be said that he was extremely arrogant. After all, there were still 7 people present. Even if they took away the two sixth heavenly layer Earth Source experts and the second young master, there were still 4 fifth heavenly layer Earth Source experts. Although De Huang Dog's aura was ferocious, he only seemed to be at the 3rd heavenly layer. Even if he was at the peak of the 3rd heavenly layer, his opponents were still 2 heavenly layer Earth Source experts higher than him, and it was 4 against 1. No matter how he looked at it, he had no chance of winning. However, Jiang Qin did not doubt him. He knew De Huang Dog's strength the best. Back at the Sky Feather Mountain, he had easily killed 2 elders who were 2 heavenly layers above him. Moreover, to monsters like Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog, the advantage of numbers was almost non-existent at times. They always had a way to defeat their opponents one by one. Let alone the 4 fifth heavenly layer Earth Source experts, even if there were 4 more, they would still be defeated by De Huang Dog in the end. They would die a horrible death under the Huang dog's iron head and sharp teeth. A woo! The Huang dog let out an earth-shattering howl as a scarlet gold light blossomed from his head. He took the initiative to attack, charging straight at his opponents. Fuck, even a dog dares to be so arrogant. I'll skin him alive. A fifth heavenly layer Earth Source expert was the first to lose it. He swung his pitch-black machete at the Huang dog. Clang! Under everyone's shocked gazes, the unstoppable machete landed on the Huang dog's head with a clang. Everyone could not help but shiver. Some of them rubbed their eyes. Not only did the machete not hurt the dog's head no matter how they looked at it, it even caused the machete to hum. Sparks flew in all directions. The ferocious attack from a fifth heavenly layer Earth Source expert did not even leave a mark on the Huang dog's head. F***ck, the person who had attacked almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. This was the first time he had encountered something so ridiculous. He knew very well just how powerful his attack was. It could even shatter the hardest rock, but it had failed to cut open a dog's head. What the hell was this? F***ck, what the hell is this? Is this a head? Isn't it too hard? It's basically indestructible. I never thought that this young man would be so strong that even his dog is so powerful. If I'm not wrong, this dog's cultivation should only be at the third heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. Freaks, they're all freaks. Looks like it wasn't easy for the City of Evils to get rid of this man and dog duo with just these people. The spectators sighed once again. The fact that Jiang Qin had killed a fifth heavenly layer Earth Source expert with a single strike was already shocking enough. As a result, everyone's attention was focused on Jiang Qin, completely ignoring the dog. They had never thought that the dog would be so monstrous as well. Although it only seemed to be at the third heavenly layer, the aura it gave off was no weaker than a fifth heavenly layer Earth Source expert. This battle was going to be interesting. You three, let's attack together and eliminate that dog. The second young master was also stunned. He turned to the other three fifth heavenly layer Earth Source experts and said, "Yes, second young master." The three of them replied and charged forward. The four of them worked together, surrounding the Huang dog tightly. After personally witnessing how terrifying the Huang dog was, no one dared to underestimate him, just like how they had with Jiang Qin. Although it was a little embarrassing for four fifth heavenly layer Earth Source experts to deal with a third heavenly layer Earth Source dog, they could not care about their pride at a time like this. Their goal was to kill their opponent. Not to mention that this was the land of exiles. What did they care about their pride here? The most worthless things here were their pride and dignity. Kaka, you four idiots can come at me together. I'll send you all to heaven one by one. The Huang dog cackled. He was extremely arrogant. His muscular body was like a metal tower as he charged forward. Even though he was facing four people at once, he still seemed to have the upper hand. Chapter 4108. Second young master, I'll test him first. An old man who seemed to be in his 60s took a step forward. In his hand was also a battle sword that shone with a cold light. The old man's eyes were filled with malice. Even though he knew that Jiang Qin was difficult to deal with, as an expert at the sixth heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, he still wanted to test him out by himself. He wanted to see just how powerful this young man was. Be careful. The second young master reminded. Kid, I'll take your life. The old man roared. The battle sword in his hand drew a beautiful arc. With endless killing intent, it arrived before Jiang Qin in the blink of an eye. It could be seen that the old man was also a sword cultivator. He had a certain level of understanding towards sword arts. His attacks were clearly exquisite. Unfortunately, the sword art that the old man was so proud of was not worth mentioning in Jiang Qin's eyes. The sword art was full of flaws. Although it seemed fast on the surface, it seemed to be moving in slow motion in Jiang Chen's eyes. 24th Sword. Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword surged as he used the 24th sword. Although the old man's sword art was nothing special, he was still an expert at the 6th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. With Jiang Chen's current strength, he would need to use his full strength to kill an expert at the 6th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. Whoosh! As soon as the 24th sword was used, the sky changed color. There was only a single sword in the entire sky. It was so dazzling that the sword became the only thing. Under the might of the sword, the old man's sword art immediately lost its luster. What sword art is this? The old man was stunned as his eyes widened. As a sword cultivator, he had focused his entire life on sword arts. Every sword cultivator was a sword fanatic. They were obsessed with the profound and unfathomable sword techniques. The old man in front of him was no exception. Although he was an unforgivable evil person, when it came to cultivation, how could there be good and evil? For a moment, the old man was completely stunned. In his eyes, there was only one image. It was the sword that hung in the sky, the sword that contained endless mysteries. The old man was shocked and moved. He knew that this sword was enough for him to comprehend for the rest of his life. He also knew that if he could comprehend this sword, he would definitely reach the Supreme Grandmaster level. Unfortunately, because he was attracted by the sword, the old man made another fatal mistake. He forgot that he was in the middle of a battle. For two experts who were on par with each other, being absent-minded in battle was fatal, not to mention this kind of infatuation that bordered on idiocy. By the time the old man reacted, his opponent's sword had already chopped off one of his arms. It was the arm that held the sword. The arm and the sword floated in the air. The old man came out of his infatuation, but it was too late. He didn't even have the chance to feel the sharp pain from his broken arm because the aura of death had completely enveloped him. Jiang Chen's sword was already slashing towards his neck. No, the old man let out the last unwilling shout of his life, and then there was no more. His head flew high into the air. The face of the head was still filled with infatuation, fear, unwillingness, and regret. However, it was all too late. There were many things in this world that could be reversed, but there was only one that could not be reversed, and that was life. Once lost, there would be no second chance. Damn it. Seeing this, the second young master could not help but stomp his foot and curse. The second young master clearly saw how the old man died. Jiang Chen shook his head as well. Clearly, even he did not think that it would be so easy for him to kill an expert at the 6th layer of the Earth Source realm. The old man did not put up any effective resistance at all. It was as if he was just standing there, waiting for Jiang Chen to kill him. Was an expert at the 6th layer of the Earth Source realm so weak? Obviously not. The old man obviously had his own abilities, especially as a sword cultivator. His mastery of the sword was usually extremely terrifying. It was precisely because of his cultivation that he was drawn in by Jiang Chen's profound sword technique to the point where he instantly forgot himself. If that were not the case, Jiang Chen would have to use Sword 26 at the very least and use Sword Fusion to kill him. Of course, Jiang Chen's limitless sword was just too powerful. It had basically reached the peak of sword techniques, a height that ordinary people could not surpass. Let alone the old man, even a Star Lord would be drawn in by Jiang Chen's limitless sword as long as they were sword cultivators. It's your turn. Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword surged once again as he swept it towards the second young master and the other expert at the 6th layer of the Earth Source realm. Universal Reversal Spear. The second young master was already prepared. When he saw Jiang Chen attack, the spear in his hand immediately rippled. Although the second young master's cultivation was only at the 5th layer of the Earth Source realm, he was extremely talented. His battle prowess was comparable to regular 6th-layer Earth Source realm experts. He could not be judged by the standards of a normal 5th-layer Earth Source realm expert. Of course, to Jiang Qin, there was no difference between 5th and 6th-layer Earth Source realm experts. There would only be one outcome for those who encountered him, and that was death. Chains of Samsara. The expert from the city of evil moved as well. The dazzling golden chain in his hand was like a poisonous dragon as it drew a vicious arc in the air, attacking Jiang Chen's back. Sword Fusion, Sword 26. Jiang Chen was not afraid at all in a 1 versus 2 situation. He directly used his peak sword technique and swept through everything. Asterisk rumble, asterisk for a moment, a world-shaking rumble rang out in the spatial battlefield. A terrifying aura of battle drifted everywhere. Everyone who was close to the battlefield felt a sense of suffocation and could not help but back off. 7 colored waves of energy had already covered the entire battlefield. The people outside could no longer see the situation inside, nor could they see the people inside. After a while, the scene inside was revealed. Jiang Chen was still like a king as the sword in his hand let out a dragon's roar. On the other side, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of the second young master's mouth. The expert from the city of evil had half of his chain broken as his chest heaved up and down. He had clearly suffered a certain degree of shock. Heavens, how is this Jiang Chen so powerful? Looks like he has the upper hand. Terrifying, this is just too terrifying. There's such a huge difference in cultivation between them, and he's even fighting 1 against 2. Is he still human? This battle is just too exciting. It's hard to imagine. If it wasn't 1 versus 2, the 2 from the city of evil would probably be at the same level already. Chapter 4109. Of course, the second young master and the people around him were the most shocked. They were unable to accept such an outcome. They had never expected Jiang Qin to be so terrifyingly strong. He was so strong that it was a little ridiculous. What the hell is going on? How did someone like him come to the land of exiles? The experts from the city of myriad evils could not hold it in any longer. Their hearts were on the verge of collapsing. A genius like Jiang Qin would be a genius among geniuses outside of the land of exiles, a top-notch existence. Such a genius would be treated like an ancestor no matter where he went. How could they allow him to enter the land of exiles? Arg! At this moment, a miserable shriek rang out in the distance. The second young master and the other expert looked over and saw one of their subordinates being bitten off by De Huang Dog, dying on the spot. De Huang Dog was too arrogant. He only chased after 1 person to kill him. With his speed, it was extremely difficult for the other 3 to harm him while he was chasing after 1 person. This was what it meant to take them down 1 by 1. After killing 1 person, not only would he be able to reduce the pressure on himself, he would also be able to frighten his opponents and cast a shadow over their hearts. Their battle prowess would decrease and their teamwork would become disorderly. The surrounding people began to sigh. The situation had been completely reversed. Jiang Chen had gained the upper hand. A 5th heavenly layer earthly source expert was clearly not De Huang Dog's opponent. If they continued to fight, the people from the city of myriad evils would most likely be wiped out. Second young master, we can't defeat this person. In my opinion, we should retreat first and kill him later. The 6th heavenly layer earthly source expert said in a low voice. The second young master's pupils shrank as he gritted his teeth. His face was filled with hatred. Although he was extremely unwilling, it was obvious that the second young master's heart had been shaken. The second young master was no fool. On the contrary, he was an extremely shrewd person. How could he not tell that it was impossible for them to kill Jiang Qin today? Let alone kill Jiang Qin, if they continued to fight, they would already be lucky if they were not killed by Jiang Qin. Do you want to leave now? Isn't it too late? Jiang Qin sneered. How could the two of them hide their thoughts from him? Humph. Jiang Qin, there will be plenty of time in the land of exile. I'll settle the score with you and the city of evil later. I'll spare your life for now. If I want to leave, I'm afraid you won't be able to stop me. The second young master snorted coldly. He admitted that he might not be a match for Jiang Qin, but as a winged person, he was best at speed and escaping. If he wanted to leave, he believed that Jiang Qin would not even be able to see his shadow. Then leave the truth and see if I'll give you a chance. Jiang Qin's body flashed and the sword in his hand shot out once again, heading straight for the second young master. It was so fast that no one would have the chance to blink. Second young master, I'll block him. You go first. The expert at the sixth heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm was actually quite loyal. He swung the chain in his hand at Jiang Qin. The second young master flapped his wings and flew into the sky. Die. Jiang Qin swung the 26th sword again. How could the guy, who was already injured and had his weapon broken, block the 26th sword again? With a miserable scream, the sixth heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm expert's chest was pierced by Jiang Qin, and he was killed on the spot. After killing one person, the second young master of the city of evil had already fled far away. At this distance and with the natural speed of the winged person, it was almost impossible to catch up. However, this impossibility didn't apply to Jiang Qin. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Qin's mouth. It was a disdainful smile. The meaning of this smile was, I'll let you run a little longer. If I want to catch up to you, I'll still be able to do it effortlessly. Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Taking a step forward, Jiang Qin shrunk the ground to an inch and soared through the void. The Azure Dragon's 5 steps was a true dragon battle skill that combined speed and attack power. It had been a long time since Jiang Qin used it. Now that he had entered the everlasting world, all his skills had been upgraded. The Azure Dragon's 5 steps was far more powerful than before. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. When Jiang Qin took the 3rd step, he had already caught up with the second young master. He arrived above the second young master, and an endless whirlpool was formed under his feet. The mighty Azure Dragon's 5 steps was so powerful that it almost shattered the void. Impossible. The second young master turned his head to take a look. Instantly, his eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. This was too ridiculous. His opponent's speed was so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. Jiang Qin did not care about the second young master's shock. He took the 4th step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps and stomped on the second young master's back. The second young master was already panicking. How could he resist the attack of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps? This time, he was stomped on until he was dizzy, and the wings on his back were broken. Wah! The second young master spat out blood continuously. He was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Under Jiang Qin's feet, he no longer had any strength to resist. Jiang Qin's eyes were emotionless. He took the 5th step, and the endless vortex landed on the second young master's head. Jiang Qin, you dare to kill me? The second young master threatened. This was his last struggle before he died. I'll kill you like a dog. Jiang Qin was not someone who would be threatened. The 5th step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps landed ruthlessly on the second young master's head. This time, the second young master was trampled into pieces. Not even his remains were left. At the same time, on the other side, the Huang dog had already killed the second person. The remaining 2 were scared out of their wits. Moreover, when they saw that even the second young master was killed, they did not have any intention to continue fighting. They immediately ran for their lives without saying a word. For God's sake, you still want to leave? Stay behind for Lord Dog. The Huang dog's body was like an iron tower. With a pair of wings on his back, his speed was shocking. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with one of them. His invincible iron head hit that person's skull without any deviation. There was only one outcome for colliding with the Huang dog's head. Chapter 41:10. The air was filled with the stench of blood. The battle had attracted too many people. However, at that moment, it was completely silent. No one said a word. Everyone felt their mouths go dry. They seemed to have witnessed a miracle. That's right, it was a miracle, but it did not seem possible on the surface. A man and a dog, one at the second heavenly layer and the other at the third heavenly layer, had killed off so many experts at the fifth and sixth heavenly layer. This battle had surpassed everyone's imagination, even their understanding of cultivation and battle. If they had not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it at all. By the time everyone had reacted, the domineering man and dog had already disappeared. They had come and gone without a trace, leaving not even a trace of their presence behind. Impressive. They're really ruthless. The city of 10,000 evils has suffered a great loss this time. This battle has really broadened my horizons. To think that there are such abnormal people in the world. However, Jiang Chen has completely offended the city of 10,000 evils. Zhao Ba is one of the 10 great evils. In the land of exiled, none of the 10 great evils are easy to provoke. Anyone who offends one of the 10 great evils will not have a good ending. Yeah, it's a pity that after entering the land of exiled, he can't leave even if he wants to. Here, it's too easy to find someone with the influence of the 10 great evils. Just watch. Zhao Ba definitely won't let the matter rest. Jiang Chen will not be able to escape his fate. This Jiang Chen is truly an incredible man. If a man like him can continue to grow, sooner or later, he will have a place of his own in the land of exiles. He might even become an existence like the top 10 villains. Everyone sighed emotionally. The battle today had been extremely spectacular. It had a great impact on many people's hearts, and it had made Jiang Chen's name resound throughout the land of exiled. While they were shocked, they could not help but feel a trace of pity. Jiang Chen had obtained a complete victory today, killing off the second young master of the city of 10,000 evils and so many experts. However, he had also completely offended one of the 10 great evils, Zhao Ba. With the personalities and savagery of the 10 great evils, there was no way they would give Jiang Chen any chance to continue living in the land of exiled. Who killed my son? A furious roar suddenly rang out from the distance. Waves of chi rolled and a middle-aged man with a majestic body walked through the air. The man's eyes were blood-red as flames of fury swept through the sky. The powerful presence of a peak earthly source expert exploded in the sky, causing countless people to tremble in fear as they felt an unprecedented pressure. It's Zhao Ba, one of the 10 great evils. Zhao Ba is here, but he's too late. That's right. Jiang Chen has already escaped. I'm afraid he's already very far away. Even if Zhao Ba comes, it will be very difficult for him to catch Jiang Chen. Countless people trembled in fear. The reputation of the 10 evildoers in the land of exile was too resounding. In the entire land of exile, aside from the 10 evildoers, there were probably very few people who were not afraid of Zhao Ba. Zhao Ba, who had just appeared, smelled the stench of blood lingering in the air and looked at the mangled corpses that had fallen to the ground. Boundless rage surged within him once again. Shwa! Zhao Ba's body flickered as he arrived beside one of them. He grabbed the man by the neck like he was grabbing a little chick and pulled him over. City Lord, it has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. The person was so scared that his soul almost left his body. His body trembled and he wet his pants on the spot. What a joke. If it was anyone else, being grabbed by one of the 10 evildoers would also cause their souls to scatter, not to mention that Zhao Ba was currently in a state of endless rage. It was all too normal for him to kill someone without saying a word. Most importantly, this was the land of exile. Dying would be a pointless death. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. There was no place for reason. "Let me ask you, who killed my son?" Zhao Ba barked. It's Jiang Qin. It's Jiang Qin. The man was so scared that his legs kept trembling, and his voice was already stuttering out of shape. Who's Jiang Qin? Which Jiang Qin? Zhao Ba's rage was still rising. There was no way he wouldn't be angry. He had just lost a son the day before. Today, another one had died. To think that someone would dare to kill his son in the land of exile. This was a great provocation to him, one of the 10 evildoers. It's the person who killed third young master in the city of 10,000 evils yesterday. The cultivator replied hurriedly, not daring to be the slightest bit slow. Then, he recounted everything that had happened that day. ***, it's that guy again. Where is he? Zhao Ba clenched his teeth. He had lost 2 sons in a row. The outstanding geniuses that he had spent a lot of money to nurture had died just like that. How could he accept this? I don't know. He's already running away. Which direction did he run to? That way. Zhao Ba tossed the person's neck aside and disappeared in a flash. He flew in the direction that Jiang Qin had disappeared to. The name Jiang Qin was deeply engraved in his mind. The cultivator who had been tossed aside by Zhao Ba was in a daze. He had a blank expression on his face. After a while, he came back to his senses. He felt that he had taken a stroll through the gates of hell and gotten his life back. The gazes of the people around him were filled with admiration. In that kind of situation, when one of the 10 evildoers was on the verge of losing control, he had actually managed to survive. This was simply unprecedented. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog had long since escaped. Zhao Ba had chased after them for a long time, but he hadn't even caught a glimpse of them. Unable to quell his anger, Zhao Ba used the name of the city of 10,000 evildoers and his own 10 evildoers to put Jiang Qin on the wanted list throughout the land of exile. Anyone who could provide information on Jiang Qin's whereabouts would be rewarded handsomely. Zhao Ba was truly enraged. In all his years in the land of exile, no one had ever dared to step on his head. If he didn't kill Jiang Qin, he wouldn't be able to quell his anger. Who was he? He was the city lord of the city of 10,000 evildoers and one of the 10 evildoers of the land of exile. Now that his 2 sons had been killed, he had completely lost face. If he couldn't kill Jiang Qin, how could he vent his anger? For a moment, the entire land of exile was in an uproar. Everyone was looking for Jiang Qin. Portraits of Jiang Qin were floating everywhere in the land of exile. There were just too many crazy people. As long as they found Jiang Qin and provided any information about Jiang Qin, they would be able to obtain benefits from Zhao Ba. This was the first time something like this had happened in the land of exile. It had never happened before. Aside from that, a large number of experts from the city of 10,000 evildoers had been mobilized. There was no lack of 7th or 8th heavenly layer earth source experts among them. To them, Jiang Qin was prey and a cash cow. As long as they could capture Jiang Qin and deliver Jiang Qin to Zhao Ba, they would receive unimaginable rewards. Chapter 41:11. While everyone was looking for Jiang Qin appeared in a place that no one would expect, the city of Vile. Outside the city of Vile, a man and a dog stared at the huge city in front of them with a sly smile. Hee, the whole world is looking for us now. I'm afraid that even Zhao Ba wouldn't expect us to appear in the city of Vile. De Huang Dog chuckled. Jiang Chen placed one hand behind his back and said indifferently, "I'm afraid the experts of the city of Vile have already left. A few groups have already left. Apart from hunting you, there's also the matter of the mysterious dragon palace in the northernmost area. The northernmost area is the most lively place right now. This city of Vile is at its most empty. I'll go in and take a look." After saying that, the Huang dog's body disappeared in a flash. His originally majestic body became like a mouse, turning into a golden light and entering the city of Vile. Zhao Ba probably didn't expect that while he was looking for Jiang Chen everywhere in the northernmost area, his own backyard would be on fire. Before long, the big yellow dog returned with an excited look on its face. "Hee, the city of 10,000 evils really is at its weakest right now, especially the city lord's mansion. There are only 2 6th heavenly layer earth source experts guarding it. The remaining people aren't even worth mentioning. All the other experts have left the city," the Huang dog said. This situation was within Jiang Chen and the Huang dog's expectations. Now that such a big thing had happened, the experts of the city of Vile would definitely try their best to find Jiang Chen. Who would let go of such a great opportunity? Apart from Jiang Chen, there was also the matter of the mysterious dragon palace, which attracted some people. The two events overlapped and directly caused the city of Vile to be empty. This kind of emptiness was normal. Who would have thought that Jiang Chen would be so daring to come to the city of Vile at this time? If it was someone else, they would definitely stay away from the city of Vile. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen always liked to do the opposite. "Since Xiao Ba and the people of the city of 10,000 evils are bent on taking my life, I'll show them what I'm made of. I'll let them know that if they offend me, let alone the city of 10,000 evils, I'll turn the entire land of exile upside down." The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into a cold smile. How could he show mercy to the city of 10,000 Vile? Disregarding everything else, he would set fire to the city first. This is exciting. Let's go to the city of 10,000 evils and set it on fire first. After that, we will go to the northernmost land. The mysterious dragon palace is about to open soon. Let's not waste time. The Huang dog was extremely excited. He was someone who craved for the world to be in chaos. He had come to the land of exile to stir up trouble, and that was indeed the case. Ever since he had arrived at the land of exile, the Huang dog had not been idle. "Let's go." With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen soared into the sky with the Huang dog, flying toward the city of myriad evils. In the blink of an eye, they had flown past the city gate. "Who is it?" When the guards at the gate saw someone flying over, they immediately shouted. "What? Is there anyone in the city of myriad evils who doesn't recognize me?" Jiang Chen halted his steps and lowered his head to look at the guards. "Jiang Chen, it's Jiang Chen." Someone recognized Jiang Chen at first glance, and his expression changed drastically. Just as Jiang Chen had said, Jiang Chen's portrait could be seen everywhere in the land of exile, not to mention the city of myriad evils, which was the land of origin. For a moment, everyone was shocked. Some people were dumbfounded. Jiang Chen was being hunted everywhere, but Jiang Chen had come to the city of myriad evils. This was illogical. That's right. It's your grandpa Jiang Chen and Lord Dog. Today, they razed the city of myriad evils to the ground. The Huang dog was extremely arrogant. He opened his mouth and spat out a huge golden energy ball. That energy ball fell from the sky like a meteorite, directly smashing the city gate of the city of myriad evils. Rumble, arg, arg, the powerful explosion was accompanied by the miserable screams of the guards. These guards were all at the Unity Origin realm. Some of them weren't even at the Unity Origin realm. How could they resist such a terrifying attack from the Huang dog? The huge city gate of the city of myriad evils was directly smashed into pieces. More than a dozen guards were pierced by the energy ball and died on the spot. In the land of exile, destroying a city and killing a few people was too easy. Killing them wouldn't make one feel guilty at all. Little Chunzi, from today onwards, the city of myriad evils will be turned into ruins. It will be completely removed from the land of exile. From today onwards, the name City of Myriad Evils will no longer exist in the land of exile. De Huang Dog's aura soared. He opened his mouth and spat out dazzling energy balls one after another, bombarding the City of Myriad Evils. For a moment, starting from the city gate, the streets and buildings of the City of Myriad Evils began to collapse on a large scale. Energy wreaked havoc and surged everywhere. The originally peaceful city instantly became like the end of the world. Some people fled in all directions on the streets in extreme fear. Irrelevant people, leave the City of Myriad Evils immediately. Otherwise, die. De Huang Dog's voice echoed in the sky above the City of Myriad Evils. Some of the cultivators living in the City of Myriad Evils were scared out of their wits and began to flee in all directions. Jiang Chen didn't kill anyone he saw. He knew that there were indeed some innocent people in the cities of the land of exile. This was the grudge between Jiang Chen and Zhao Ba, and between him and the City of Myriad Evils. It had nothing to do with irrelevant people. Soon, the irrelevant people fled. At this moment, they couldn't care about anything else. Their lives were more important. The man and dog floating in the sky above the City of Myriad Evils were obviously here to destroy the City of Myriad Evils. If they didn't run now, they would only be waiting for death. Jiang Chen kept waving his hand. Every time he waved his hand, raging flames would fill the air. The terrifying flames descended on the City of Myriad Evils. Half of the city was engulfed in an endless sea of fire. It's over. The City of Myriad Evils is finished. It's that Jiang Chen. He's so ruthless. He killed 2 of the city lord's sons. Now, people are hunting him everywhere, but he still came to the City of Myriad Evils. He's really bold. The City of Myriad Evils is completely finished. There are only a few experts left in the City Lord's mansion. Chapter 41:12. Asterisk rumble, asterisk another fiery dragon responded to the experts of the City Lord's estate. Jiang Chen didn't pay any attention to him. The purpose of his visit today was to make sure that Zhao Ba had no home to return to. The flames he unleashed must burn everything, or else, no amount of water would be able to extinguish it. It's Jiang Chen and that dog. How bold. He's too bold. He actually dares to cause trouble in the City of 10,000 Evil at this time. What's he thinking? What's he thinking? Don't you understand? He's putting the blame on us. Now that all the experts of the City Lord's estate have gone to hunt him down, the city is empty. How can we resist Jiang Chen coming to deal with the City of 10,000 Evil at this time? Damn it, what should we do? I heard that Jiang Chen even killed the second young master and the others. We're probably not his match. Don't panic, everyone. We can't run away. If we run away, we'll have to bear the wrath of the City Lord. Don't forget that there's a hidden formation in the City Lord's estate. Activate the formation and we might be able to kill Jiang Chen and that dog together. If we can kill them, we'll have made a great contribution. The remaining people of the City Lord's estate fell into panic. There was no way for them to not panic. As the saying goes, a person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. If it was before, they would definitely not be afraid of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, whose cultivation was so much lower than theirs. However, it was different now. Everyone knew that Jiang Chen had killed the second young master and the others. There was no need to mention how strong the second young master was. There were even 2 6th heavenly layer earth source experts by his side. Jiang Chen had annihilated such a group, causing them to lose all their fighting spirit. That's right, Jiang Qin. Facing Jiang Qin, who was like a god of death, their best choice was to run away and leave the city of 10,000 evil. Staying alive was more important. However, no one dared to run away. Zhao Ba had asked them to stay here to guard the city. If they ran away in the face of danger, it would definitely incur another wave of Zhao Ba's wrath. That was not something they could bear. Activate the Grand Formation. Also, send a message. Even if the city of Vile is in danger. Someone said. Someone immediately crushed the talisman, wanting to spread the news of the city of 10,000 evil. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog didn't panic at all. They didn't put these people in their eyes at all. As for their message, they could just casually send it. Right now, most of the experts of the city of 10,000 evil were in the extreme north. Even if Xiao Ba came back personally, it would still take some time. After all, he wasn't a Star Lord who had comprehended the spatial force. By the time Xiao Ba returned, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were already done. The entire city of 10,000 evil was no more. Rumble, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog didn't care about these people. They only cared about bombarding the city madly. The city lord's mansion was about to be completely turned into ruins. Jiang Chen, how dare you? Prepare to pay with your life. One of them shouted. A layer of light suddenly appeared in the air. A grand formation that was capable of both offense and defense was activated by them. They were prepared to have a great battle with Jiang Chen. Playing with formations. Jiang Chen sneered. Damn it! How dare you take out such a shoddy formation? It's simply full of loopholes. Since you dare to show off in front of Master Dog will show you what a real formation is. Little Chenzi, you break the formation. I will seal them. None of them will be able to escape. De Huang Dog laughed. He was completely amused by this formation. After all, in the eyes of formation masters like De Huang Dog and Jiang Qin, this formation in front of them was too lousy. It didn't have any logic. All right. Jiang Qin waved his hand and shot out layers of seals. These seals instantly formed a light shield and fiercely pressed against the grand formation in front of them. Rumble, another earth-shattering explosion. The grand formation that these people were so proud of was shattered by Jiang Chen's seals. It didn't even have the slightest resistance. Arg! A series of panicked cries rang out. The experts of the city lord's estate were forced back. Some of them suffered from the backlash of the formation, causing a sliver of blood to flow from the corner of their mouths. Even the 2/6 heavenly layer earth source experts immediately withered. As a result, not only were the people of the city lord's estate unable to increase their battle prowess through the formation, their battle prowess had also decreased due to the backlash of the formation. This was the drawback of a joint formation. A high-grade formation would naturally be able to produce an unexpected effect. However, once the formation was broken, the person within the formation would suffer a certain backlash. The less one understood the formation, the greater the backlash. It was obvious that the people in front of them did not have much understanding of arrays. Now that the array had been broken, all of them immediately panicked. God damn it, how did the formation get broken so quickly? He understands formations. It was a mistake for us to use formations right from the start. What do we do now? We've all suffered from the backlash of the formation. We're definitely not Jiang Chen's opponent. Let's go. Staying alive is more important. We've already done our best. I believe the city lord will understand. That's right. It's not that we're running away without fighting. We really can't beat him. After a brief discussion, they all chose to run away. No one would joke around with their lives. Only idiots would stay and fight when they knew they were no match for Jiang Qin. Ha ha ha, it's too late for you to run now. I'll let you witness Master Dog's formations and increase your knowledge. The Huang Dog laughed aloud. In an extremely short amount of time, he had cast down a formation above the city lord's estate, trapping everyone inside and sealing off the entire estate. It would definitely take some effort for them to escape. However, Jiang Qin and the Huang Dog probably wouldn't even give them the opportunity to do so. God damn it, we can't escape. God damn it, this dog is also a formation master. We're trapped. We're done for. Let's fight it out with them. I refuse to believe we can't beat the two of them if we work together. The people of the city lord's estate were in despair. Some shouted that they would fight it out with their lives, but most of their faces were filled with fear and uneasiness. They didn't have the courage to fight it out with their lives. Roar, the Huang Dog didn't care about that. He raised his head and let out a roar. The golden light above his head charged straight at the camp of the city lord's estate. On the other side, Jiang Qin didn't waste any time. He directly displayed his dragon transformation. A terrifying true dragon palm was unleashed and shrouded one of them. For a moment, screams filled the air. The city lord's estate instantly turned into a Shura hell. The cultivators of the city lord's estate who had lost their will to fight had no strength to resist under the slaughter of Jiang Qin and the Huang Dog. Naturally, they weren't so weak. If these people had chosen to join forces and fight against Jiang Qin, it would have taken Jiang Qin a lot of effort to kill them. It wouldn't have been as easy as it was now. Chapter 41:13. After a short while, the 20 to 30 people from the city lord's mansion were all killed by Jiang Qin and the Huang Dog. The entire city lord's mansion, no, the entire city of evil, was engulfed in a sea of flames. This was the destruction of a city. From today onwards, the city of evil would be reduced to ruins and ashes. From now on, there would no longer be a city of evil in the land of exiles. As one of the 10 evildoers, Zhao Ba was going to become a homeless man. For a 10 evildoer, this was undoubtedly a great mockery. When some of the experts from the city lord's mansion received the distress signal and returned, they were all stunned. Zhao Ba was the first to return. When the group of people looked at the city that was still burning with flames, their faces turned green. Put out the fire. Hurry up and put out the fire. The young master of the city of evil shouted loudly. There's no need for that. Zhao Ba said in a low voice. The others had no intention of putting out the fire. The city had already been burnt to such a state, and there was nothing left. What was the point of putting out the fire now? It's Jiang Qin. It must be Jiang Qin. That damned B** starred. How dare he attack the city of evil? The young master was flustered and exasperated. He gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with boundless rage. It seemed like he could not wait to eat Jiang Qin alive. City Lord, the city of evil is gone. What should we do? Someone asked. Zhao Ba's face was ashen, and he was extremely troubled. His chest was burning with rage. At this moment, Zhao Ba was unable to calm down. As one of the 10 evildoers, ever since he came to the land of exiles, this was the first time he had suffered such a great loss. I, Zhao Ba, swear that I will tear Jiang Qin into 1,000 pieces. Zhao Ba's voice grew louder and louder. The last word was almost like a roar, shaking the entire sky above the city of evil, causing the void to ripple and the echo of his voice. Anger, uncontrollable anger. He, Zhao Ba, felt like he was being played like a monkey. Jiang Qin was that monkey. Ever since Jiang Qin first killed his third son in the city of 10,000 evils, he had been led by the nose by Jiang Qin. He had issued an arrest warrant and offered a huge reward. In the end, not only did he fail to kill Jiang Qin, but he was also used by Jiang Qin to attack the root of the problem and destroy his nest, making him homeless and alone. This loss was truly too great. Today, the city of 10,000 evils had been burned. He, Xiao Ba, would definitely become the laughingstock of the entire land of exile. The next time they met, he would definitely be mocked and ridiculed by the other 9 evils. Xiao Ba had lived for so many years, but he had never wanted to kill someone so badly. Now, this kind of eagerness appeared in Jiang Qin. Father, this person is too arrogant. He is completely toying with us. The eldest young master clenched his fists tightly. Right now, he felt the same as his father. He could not wait to kill Jiang Qin. Only then would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. City Lord, the mysterious dragon palace is about to open. In my opinion, Jiang Qin will definitely appear in the extreme north. Let's go there and stand guard. In any case, the city of 10,000 evils no longer exists, so we have nothing to worry about. As long as Jiang Qin dares to appear in the extreme north, we will definitely make sure he does not return, someone said. Let's go. Let's go to the extreme north. Xiao Ba's body flickered as he turned around and headed for the extreme north. The city of 10,000 evils was no longer there, so he no longer had any worries. As one of the 10 evils, he had to find a new territory as soon as possible. However, before that, the trip to the extreme north was a must. Chapter 41:14. Little Chenzi, this dragon palace looks extraordinary. It's filled with an ancient aura. It must have existed for a long time. The Huang dog stared at the restless dragon palace in front of him as he spoke. Maybe it's the ultimate treasure of the cosmic dragon clan. I just don't know how such a treasure ended up in a place like the land of exile. Jiang Qin said that he had the bloodline of a real dragon. He had once comprehended the great path of heaven and was an achiever of the world. In particular, after the complete transformation of the dragonization skill, Jiang Qin's bloodline was no weaker than that of the cosmic dragon clan. Moreover, Jiang Qin's bloodline contained Tao. The existence of the source dragon was enough to prove everything. Bloodlines were alive. To put it bluntly, Jiang Qin's bloodline was not inferior to that of the cosmic dragon clan. In fact, it was even superior. It was precisely because of the bloodline that Jiang Qin viewed the dragon palace differently from others. He might not be able to see through the dragon palace directly, but he could tell that the origin of the dragon palace was definitely related to the cosmic dragon clan. Jiang Qin would definitely be most interested in anything related to the cosmic dragon clan. Legends about the mysterious dragon palace had spread throughout the land of exile. Jiang Qin wanted to see what kind of treasure would appear from the dragon palace. I wonder if there's a chance to enter the dragon palace. If there's a chance, I'll be able to find out more about it. The Huang dog's eyes lit up. Obviously, he was very interested in entering the mysterious dragon palace. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to enter. If it was possible, the 10 evildoers would have entered long ago. Would they have waited until now? Jiang Qin said with a smile. Just because they couldn't doesn't mean that you can't. Your bloodline is not inferior to that of the cosmic dragon clan. If the dragon palace recognizes your bloodline, it will definitely recognize you. The Huang dog said. What you said makes sense. However, let's observe the situation first. Let's see what kind of treasure will appear from the dragon palace. The scene will be very chaotic. Even if we try to enter, we'll have to take advantage of the chaos. If we appear now, Xiao Ba and the others will probably eat us up. Jiang Qin said. The faces of Xiao Ba and the other experts of the city of 10,000 evils turned ghastly pale. Just like what Jiang Qin had said, if he and the Huang dog showed up at this time, they would be torn to shreds on the spot. Although Jiang Qin did not fear them, there was no need for him to look for trouble at this moment. It would be better to sit back and reap the benefits. The other 9 evildoers had not appeared yet. When the 10 evildoers arrived and treasures flew out of the dragon palace, the situation would become chaotic even if Jiang Chen did not appear. So, as soon as Jiang Chen finished his sentence, he saw many powerful figures coming from different directions. Soon, they appeared on the shore of the ocean and stood closest to the dragon palace. The powerful aura and the position that the newcomer stood in clearly indicated the identity of the newcomer. Without a doubt, he was one of the other 9 great evils. Look, the 9 great evils are here. This time, the 10 evils have gathered again. Sigh, even if some good treasures fly out, it has nothing to do with us. Yeah, with the 10 evils here, it'll be good enough if we can get a little soup. The only treasure I've obtained from the Dragon Palace was the last time the Dragon Palace exploded. A large number of origin stones were spewed out, and they were everywhere. That's why we were able to snatch some. That's right. I hope there'll be a origin stone explosion this time. We'll be able to obtain some origin stones. If there's any combat soldier power, it'll basically have no fate with us. It won't be enough for the 10 evils to snatch. Everyone was discussing. For the majority of them, the opening of the mysterious Dragon Palace was just to join in the fun. It was basically impossible for them to obtain any great benefits. With the 10 evils standing in front of them, what could they possibly do? Unless it was something that the 10 evils did not fancy, it would not be able to flow down. However, there were still a large number of earthly source experts waiting in line for something that the 10 evils did not fancy. Xiao Ba, I heard that your city of 10,000 evils was burned to the ground. You're homeless now. Do you want me to take you in? A black-robed, middle-aged man with inscriptions on his face looked at Xiao Ba and mocked him. Humph. Yi Hui, stop being so sarcastic. I'll kill that brat sooner or later. As for taking me in, do you have the guts to do so? Xiao Ba snorted coldly. You don't say. I really don't have the guts to take you in. If I take you in, I won't even be able to sleep well. Who knows when you'll take over my home? Yi Hui laughed. What he said was true. There was probably no one among the 9 great evils who would dare to take Xiao Ba in. In the land of exiles, don't expect others to be grateful to you, especially existences like the 10 evils. They were basically all wicked beyond redemption. It would already be good enough if they did not stab you in the back. How could you expect them to take you in and truly serve you? Dream on. TSK, but Xiao Ba, you're really a good-for-nothing. You've been played like a monkey by a little brat, and you've even run circles around him. You've really disgraced the name of the 10 evils. If I were you, I'd just dive into the sea and drown myself. An extremely sinister voice rang out. The speaker was an old man. His face was extremely sinister and frightening. On one side of his face was a poisonous snake, while the other side was a blood centipede. This was Old Man Mia Poison, the leader of the 10 evils. To the other 9 evils, if there was anyone in the land of exiles that they truly feared, it would probably be Old Man Mia Poison. This person specialized in using poison, making it impossible to guard against him. Once they were ambushed or poisoned, the consequences would be unthinkable. Old Man Mia Poison, don't make sarcastic remarks here. If that bastard appears in the extreme north again, I'll definitely crush his bones and scatter his ashes. I'll let him know the consequences of offending me, Xiao Ba. Xiao Ba Leng said. However, the tone of her voice was clearly not as tough as it had been when she was arguing with Yi Hui. This Old Man Mia Poison was the existence that he wanted to provoke the most in the land of exiles. Offending Old Man Mia Poison was no laughing matter. Asterisk rumble, asterisk as they spoke, the mysterious Dragon Palace once again caused a huge commotion. It was extremely agitated, and the huge dragon palace seemed to have come to life. The powerful commotion set off layers of huge waves, and the atmosphere was extremely frightening. The mysterious dragon palace is moving again. Everyone, get ready. Treasures are about to fly out from inside, someone shouted. In an instant, everyone's gazes turned over. The mysterious dragon palace immediately attracted everyone's attention and became the focus of everyone's attention. Chapter 41:15. Everyone, the commotion in the dragon palace this time seems to be bigger than any other time. I wonder what kind of treasure will appear this time. That's right. This is definitely the biggest commotion in the mysterious dragon palace that I've ever experienced. I don't think it will disappoint us. Everyone, the treasure this time belongs to me. Next time, it will belong to you. I definitely won't fight for it. What do you think? Do you want to give me some face? One of the evildoers said. His shameless words immediately attracted the hostility of the other evildoers. Ugly, are you daydreaming? When the treasure appears, whoever is capable can get it. No one will go easy on you. I'm afraid you won't give me that much face even if I give you some face. Other than being ugly, you have nothing else. Looking at the commotion, even a fool can tell that the treasure is definitely extraordinary. I think we should do the same as before. Whoever is more capable will get it. It just so happens that we, the 10 evildoers, haven't competed in a while. That's right. My cultivation has improved a lot recently. My combat power is unparalleled. In my opinion, it's time for us to give the 10 evildoers a ranking. The 10 evildoers were all proud and arrogant. They refused to submit to anyone. Seeing that the treasure was about to appear, it would be harder to get them to give it up than to kill them. None of the 10 evildoers were easy to deal with. There were experts from the human race, the fiend race, the feather race, and the elf race. Everyone had their own unique skills. Some people had been holding a grudge against the 10 evildoers and wanted to give the 10 evildoers a real ranking. One could imagine that once the treasure appeared, the 10 evildoers would inevitably engage in a fierce battle to snatch the treasure. Rumble, the mysterious dragon palace shook again. The 10 evildoers were ready. According to previous situations, the treasure would fly out of the dragon palace at this time. However, this time, nothing flew out of the dragon palace. The part of the dragon palace that had been submerged in the water suddenly started to rise. The part that was submerged in the water completely floated up until it was more than 3 meters above the water before it stopped. People started to sigh. This was the first time that the people of the land of exile had seen the true appearance of the mysterious dragon palace. In the past, although the mysterious dragon palace had been restless, this had never happened. Look, the entire dragon palace is revealed. This is the first time. Yeah, look at that gate. It's so mighty. This is the first time I've seen the gate of the dragon palace. I wonder what kind of treasure will appear this time. Could it be that the gate of the dragon palace will open this time? It can't be. Many experts have tried to enter the dragon palace but failed. There seems to be a layer of restriction outside the dragon palace that prevents outsiders from entering. Something different happened to the dragon palace. In the past, at this time, many treasures had started to fly out of the dragon palace. But this time, the treasures didn't come out, but the entire dragon palace did. An ancient gate appeared in front of them. On the gate, 2 dragons were carved on the left and right sides. They were extremely lifelike, and their eyes were filled with a divine light. It seemed like they could come to life at any time. These were the cosmic dragons. Even though they were just 2 carvings, no one dared to look at those eyes. It was as if their souls would be sucked in if they looked at them. It could only be described as terrifying. What's going on? One of the 10 evildoers, Yi Hui, said. The others were dumbfounded. Old man Miadu shook his head. Obviously, he didn't understand what was going on. They had experienced many incidents of the Dragon Palace, but this time, it was different from the past. Why do I have an uneasy feeling? Old man Miadu frowned. His hazy eyes stared at the gate of the Dragon Palace. His nose twitched as he smelled a dangerous aura. As soon as old man Miadu finished his words, everyone heard a loud rumble. The gate of the Dragon Palace, which was originally closed, suddenly opened. Countless golden rays of light rippled out from the inside. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Roar, then, a terrifying roar resounded endlessly, causing the entire sea to ripple. The surrounding mountains collapsed and rocks tumbled. Walala, in the next moment, a ferocious aura rushed out from the Dragon Palace. Like a tide of beasts, they rushed out along the golden light. They were densely packed and extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of ferocious beasts rushed out from the Dragon Palace. The most frightening thing was that even the weakest of the demonic beasts that rushed out were at the Unity Origin realm. Jiangchen glanced at them from afar and found that there wasn't a single sixth-layer Unity Origin realm demonic beast among the many demonic beasts. In other words, the sixth heavenly layer Unity Origin realm was the weakest among the beasts. A large number of peak Unity Origin realm beasts and Earth Origin realm beasts rushed out with bloodshot eyes. As soon as they saw people, they would pounce on them. These beasts were extremely ferocious. They seemed to have lost their minds. Even the powerful Earth Origin realm beasts did not transform. And these hundreds of demonic beasts were only the first batch that rushed out from inside. Soon after, more demonic beasts flew out from inside. What the fuck, what's going on? Why are there so many beasts? What kind of existence is inside the Dragon Palace? The treasures are gone. They're all beasts. What should we do? What else can we do? Let's kill them. We can't just sit here and wait for death. These beasts don't care about their lives. They won't show any mercy to us. Almost in an instant, the people of the extreme north fell into endless panic. Countless people who had been thinking of getting their hands on the treasures no longer had any thoughts. Many of them didn't even have the time to think and directly rushed out of their combat weapons, ready to fight. There was no time to hesitate, because the beasts that rushed out of the Dragon Palace had already reached them. Asterisk roar, asterisk wild roars shook the sky. The cold land of extreme north immediately became hot. An unprecedented battle in the land of exile broke out in an instant. Almost half of the living beings in the land of exile participated in it. Many people had yet to figure out what was going on. The Dragon Palace had existed in the land of exile for a long time, and it was not the first or second time that it had appeared. Every time, there would be treasures appearing. Why was there such a huge change this time? Chapter 41:16. This is crazy. Where did so many demonic beasts come from? What kind of existence is this Dragon Palace? Why are there so many demonic beasts locked inside? Don't be shocked. Although the demonic beasts inside are ferocious, they don't seem to be of high levels. We should be able to handle them. Anyway, there's no way out. These demonic beasts are bloodthirsty and will definitely chase after us. Since that's the case, let's have a bloody battle with them. Even if the treasures are gone, these demonic spirits are good stuff. That's right. I haven't had a fierce battle for a long time. Even my hands are itching. Come on, beasts. I'll show you how powerful I am. The people from the land of exile became restless. They charged forward and started a bloody battle with these demonic beasts. There was no way to retreat. The land of exile was only so big. Once the demonic beasts rushed out, they would run to different places in the land of exile. They would encounter them sooner or later. It was better to unite and kill these demonic beasts while there were many of them. None of the people from the land of exile were easy to deal with, especially those who came to the northernmost land. Their hands were stained with blood. They were not afraid of a life-and-death battle. Some people were more open-minded. Instead of treating this as a disaster for the land of exile, they would rather treat it as an opportunity. Since there were no treasures flying out of the mysterious dragon palace, they could only treat these demonic beasts as treasures. The demonic spirits of these demonic beasts were good stuff. It would be very beneficial to obtain them. Especially since there were many people from the demon clan who were originally demonic beasts, a powerful demonic spirit would be more beneficial to them. Take the Huang dog for example. This guy ate demonic spirits as if they were eating jelly beans. From afar, Jiang Chen and Big Yellow were dumbfounded as well. Obviously, they didn't expect such a sudden scene to happen. Both of them were prepared to be the fishermen who would benefit from the fight and snatch the treasures. What's going on? The Huang dog was dumbfounded. It seems that this dragon palace is not simple. Although these demonic beasts don't have high cultivation, it seems that they have been imprisoned for a long time. Their consciousness has been eroded by time and has completely disappeared. Now, they only know how to kill. Jiang Chen said. Who cares? I love this kind of beast tide the most. This lord dog is going to start harvesting now. The Huang dog's body trembled, and his eyes burned with passion. Beside him, Jiang Chen was the same, his face filled with excitement. In their eyes, these demon beasts were all prey. Perhaps it would be extremely difficult for others to rely on their demon spirits to advance, but these two monsters did not have the slightest concern in this aspect. As long as they have a sufficient number of demon spirits, these two fellows can advance without limit. The Huang dog's cultivation was already at the peak of the third heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. After a battle, it wouldn't be a problem for him to raise his cultivation to the fourth heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. Jiang Chen had no problem raising his cultivation to the third heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. As their cultivation continued to rise, Jiang Chen and the Huang dog would gradually gain a foothold in the Crimson East region. The strongest cultivators in the Crimson East region were Wu Changtian and Zhao Lingxiao, who were at the second heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm. With Jiang Chen's ability, as long as he reached the eighth heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, he would be able to dominate the Crimson East region. At that time, it would be the destruction of the Yu clan. Going from the second heavenly layer to the eighth heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm seemed like an extremely long distance, but it was nothing to Jiang Chen, because he had too many ways to advance. In reality, this was the case. When Jiang Chen walked out of the Star-Lord space, his cultivation was still at the Earth Source realm. Not much time had passed, but he had already reached the peak of the second heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. The beast tide today was an opportunity for him to advance to the third heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. It would be extremely easy and effortless. This kind of advancement speed was undoubtedly terrifying. If Jiang Chen continued to advance at this speed, he would reach the eighth heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm in less than half a year. At that time, dominating the Crimson East region would be a piece of cake. Of course, this was not what Jiang Chen was thinking about right now. Jiang Chen was a person who lived in the present. He had to deal with the intense battle in front of him first. Roar, as he spoke with the Huang dog, a large group of demonic beasts had already charged over. One of them was a ferocious-looking lion. When it saw Jiang Chen and the Huang dog, it opened its bloody mouth and bit them on the spot. Jiang Chen clenched his fist and punched the lion's head, causing it to explode on the spot. The Huang dog opened its mouth and swallowed the demonic spirit that had jumped out. Let's be careful. don't be too far away from each other. If anything happens, I'll use the stairway to heaven to bring you along. Jiang Chen patted the Huang dog's head and said, "Understood." The Huang dog nodded. He understood Jiang Chen's concerns very well. There were too many people who wanted their lives in the entire land of exile. Not to mention the people from the city of myriad evils. If others discovered them, they would probably want to kill them and then run to Zhao Ba to claim their reward. Of course, with the demonic beasts running amok, it would be good if most people could care about them. Even if they discovered Jiang Chen, they would most likely not have the intention to target him. However, it was better to be careful. Others might not attack them, but once the people from the city of myriad evils discovered them, they would definitely attack them regardless of the consequences. There was no doubt about this. Moreover, there were many experts from the city of myriad evils, and they were all difficult to deal with. Needless to say, Zhao Ba and the others were all experts among experts. With the current strength of Jiang Chen and the Huang dog, it would be very difficult to deal with them. It was only because of the stairway to heaven that Jiang Chen was fearless. Otherwise, with Zhao Ba and the others present, Jiang Chen would have escaped long ago. Why would he take the risk here? The Huang dog and Jiang Chen began to attack. They did not reject anyone and began to slaughter the demonic beasts. Fortunately, they were quite far from the shore of the ocean. In addition, the current situation was too chaotic. Everyone was busy taking care of themselves, so very few people would notice Jiang Chen and the others. The 10 evildoers had yet to make their move, but every one of them had a solemn expression on their faces. Their gazes were fixed on the opening gate of the Dragon Palace. A large number of demonic beasts were still rushing out. It seemed like there was no end to them, which was a little scary. Fortunately, no extremely powerful demonic beasts had appeared yet. However, the closer they got to the end, the stronger the demonic beasts that came out became. Peak 7th Heavenly Layer Earth Source demonic beasts had already appeared, and their numbers continued to increase. Everyone, it looks like 9th Heavenly Layer Earth Source demonic beasts will definitely appear. We need to be prepared. He fought back and forth with the Huang dog, killing demonic beasts, collecting their demon beasts, refining and absorbing their energy to increase his strength. The cooperation between the man and the dog was too tacit. Moreover, the distance between them was never too far. Within this range, once an extremely powerful danger appeared, Jiang Chen could instantly escape with the Huang dog using the stairway to heaven. Asterisk roar, asterisk a 6th Heavenly Layer Earth Source demonic beast charged over. It was actually a winged soaring centipede. Its entire body was as black as ink, and it looked extremely ferocious. The soaring centipede let out a roar. Its body was extremely poisonous. Ever since the soaring centipede appeared, many cultivators had died at its hands. Now, the soaring centipede had locked onto Jiang Chen. Its bloodshot eyes were emotionless as it swiped at Jiang Chen with its sharp claws. If an ordinary person were to be scratched by it, they would definitely be in deep trouble. Needless to say, they would be injured. The poison on its claws was extremely ferocious. There weren't many people present who could resist it. Little Chenzi, this centipede looks really fat. It's here to deliver food to you. If you refine the soaring centipede's demon spirit, you'll probably be able to directly advance to the 3rd heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. Big Yellow burst into laughter. He was the only one who dared to treat a poisonous flying centipede as a dish. Perhaps he was the only one who could say something like that. Dragon transformation. Jiang Chen roared. A surge of desolation energy was unleashed from his body, immediately transforming into his dragon transformation. The true dragon palm slammed towards the soaring centipede's head. Others might be afraid of the soaring centipede's poison, but Jiang Chen didn't care at all. His body had long since become immune to poison. Not to mention a mere soaring centipede, even the most ferocious poison was nothing more than nourishment to Jiang Qin. Rumble, the true dragon palm ruthlessly smashed into the soaring centipede's body, causing it to wail miserably. Awoo! The soaring centipede let out a roar and spat out a green arrow. This was the soaring centipede's poison. The consequences would be unthinkable if one came into contact with it. However, when this poison, which was feared by countless people, rushed towards Jiang Qin didn't even bother to dodge. He grabbed the poison with his bare hands. Seeing this, a look of disdain and excitement flashed across the soaring centipede's eyes. It was obvious that it was very confident in its poison. This was the first time someone had the guts to grab its poison directly. From the soaring centipede's point of view, this kid who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth was about to rot to death. Unfortunately, the outcome was destined to disappoint the soaring centipede. The poison entered Jiang Qin's body directly, but the expected scene of Jiang Qin's body rotting did not happen. Jiang Qin looked completely fine. To Jiang Qin, this incomparably venomous poison had completely turned into nourishment. F***ck. What did I just see? Someone's jaw dropped in shock when they saw this. They could not help but rub their eyes. I just saw the soaring centipede poison a 6th heavenly layer earth source expert to death, but Jiang Qin directly absorbed its poison without any problems. That's just too ridiculous. Amazing. I thought only the old man of destruction poison could deal with the soaring centipede. After all, he's also a poison expert. Just what kind of monster is this Jiang Qin? Is he really immune to all poisons? Impressive. This Jiang Qin is only at the 2nd heavenly layer of the earth source realm. He's only at the 3rd heavenly layer after using a transformation technique, but he's actually able to suppress a 6th heavenly layer soaring centipede. That's nothing. I saw him kill the 2nd young master and a 6th heavenly layer earth source expert of the city of 10,000 evil with my own eyes. Many people were stunned. This was the first time they had seen Jiang Qin, so their eyes were filled with admiration for Jiang Qin. Chapter 41:18. Asterisk roar, asterisk as everyone conversed, another earth-shaking roar rang out. A fire qilin appeared in a lifelike manner. Jiang Qin used his qilin arm and smashed it down heavily on the soaring centipede's head. The soaring centipede's battle prowess had already been damaged. Coupled with the fact that its poison was ineffective against Jiang Qin, it was already greatly shaken. How could it endure the powerful qilin arm's attack? A huge hole immediately appeared in its head. Jiang Qin took a step forward and used the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, stepping on the soaring centipede's head. The soaring centipede let out a final shriek as its huge head was crushed by Jiang Qin's foot. A pitch-black demon spirit appeared in Jiang Qin's hand. The spirit of the 6th heavenly layer of the earth source realm was filled with poison, but in Jiang Qin's eyes, it was a treasure. His cultivation was originally at the peak of the 2nd heavenly layer of the earth source realm. In the chaotic battle earlier, he had devoured at least a few dozen spirits. His cultivation had already reached a critical point, and he could advance to the 3rd heavenly layer at any time. Just as De Huang Dog had said, as long as he ate the soaring centipede's demon spirit, Jiang Qin's cultivation would immediately break through to the 3rd heavenly layer. It would be extremely easy. Jiang Qin, hand over your life. At this moment, a loud shout was heard. A young man with a face full of evil qi appeared not far from Jiang Qin. He was wearing a black robe and was holding a dazzling spear in his hand. Tell me your name. Jiang Qin looked at the youth. The youth's cultivation was at the 6th heavenly layer of the earth source realm, but he was much stronger than ordinary 6th heavenly layer earth source realm experts. He was almost on par with ordinary 7th heavenly layer earth source realm experts. If it was before, Jiang Chen would definitely not be his opponent. He could only avoid such an expert, but now that he had the soaring centipede's demon spirit in his hand, Jiang Chen did not need to worry about him at all. As long as he devoured the demon spirit, his cultivation would immediately reach the third heavenly layer. With his draconic transformation, it would be a piece of cake for Jiang Chen, who was at the third heavenly layer of the earth source. You killed my 2 brothers and burned my city of 10,000 evil. Do I still need to tell you my name? The young man, Leng Leng, said. His killing intent had already locked onto Jiang Chen. He seemed to hate Jiang Chen to the bone. He wanted to tear Jiang Chen to vent his hatred. Oh. I was wondering who it was. So it's the eldest young master of the city of 10,000 evil. Since you two have such a deep brotherhood, I'll have to trouble you two to reunite. Since you two are so close, I'll have to trouble you to reunite with your brothers, Jiang Chen replied. If he still could not guess the other party's identity, he would seem a little stupid. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen swallowed the demon spirit in his hand. Jiang Chen was very interested in killing the young masters of the feather race. Outside, he had killed many young masters of the feather race. Out of the 9 young masters of the Yu family, 6 of them had died in his hands. It was the same in the land of exiles. Out of the 3 young masters of the myriad evil city, 2 of them had died. Now, Jiang Chen was going to kill the 3rd one as well, to complete their mission. It had to be said that the first young master's luck was really bad. He was also too conceited. After learning that Jiang Chen had appeared, he had charged over alone without bringing any helpers. What was even more unfortunate was that the first young master just happened to run into Jiang Chen devouring the soaring centipede's demon spirit. Jiang Chen was about to advance to the 3rd heavenly layer of the earth source realm, which meant that the first young master had no chance at all. How boastful! I'll definitely kill you personally to avenge my brother. I'll make you accompany the city of evil to the grave. I'd like to see just how powerful you are, the first young master snorted coldly. He would definitely kill Jiang Chen with his own hands to prove himself. His personality was exactly the same as the 4 young masters of the feather race. It was this confidence that had completely ruined them. If the first young master brought a few experts of the 7th or 8th heavenly layer to surround Jiang Chen, or if Xiao Ba appeared in person, Jiang Chen could only use the heaven ascension stairs and escape with the Huang dog. Rumble, without any hesitation or politeness, the first young master brandished his spear and stabbed at Jiang Chen. The dragon wings on Jiang Chen's back flapped, and he dodged with an excellent movement skill, causing the first young master's attack to miss. Do you only know how to dodge? The first young master sneered. His eyes were filled with disdain. He originally thought that Jian Wushuang was an extremely daring person who killed his 2 brothers and burned the city of evil to the ground. He never thought that Jian Wushuang would be a coward who only knew how to dodge and did not even have the courage to fight him head-on. This made the first young master somewhat disappointed. Jiang Chen had a smile on his face. He paid no attention to the young master's disdain and only focused on dodging with his excellent movement skill. Boom! In the next moment, violent energy began to wreak havoc from Jiang Chen's body. The soaring centipede's demon spirit had taken effect. Jiang Chen's cultivation had successfully broken through to the 3rd heavenly layer of the earth source realm. First young master, it's my turn now. Jiang Chen yelled. The heavenly dragon sword appeared in his hand, and the might of the dragon transformation was on full display. He swung his sword and used the 26th sword. Screech! The sword let out an ear-piercing screech. As the sword soared into the sky changed color. A terrifying sword chi directly sealed the surroundings. An extremely dangerous aura rose from the young master's body and quickly spread throughout his body. The aura of death. It was the first time the young master had felt the aura of death. It was extremely unfamiliar, but it was real. Even those who had never experienced death knew that it was the aura of death. After reaching the third heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, Jiang Chen could easily kill a sixth heavenly layer Earth Source realm cultivator. Even a genius like the young master would end up the same way. The 26th sword contained the endless essence of the sword Tao. Once the sword was swung, even ghosts and gods would not be able to survive. As Jiang Chen's cultivation increased, the heavenly dragon sword became more and more powerful. The young master raised his spear to block, but the spear in his hand could not withstand the sharpness of the heavenly dragon sword. It was immediately knocked out of his hand. The heavenly dragon sword's power did not decrease at all. It continued to slash down towards the young master's head. No. Father, save me. The young master let out an unwilling cry. He used the last of his strength to ask his father for help. Unfortunately, Zhao Ba was still watching the opening gate of the Dragon Palace from the shore. Even if Zhao Ba was too late, he would not be able to save his son from Jiang Chen's attack. Jiang Chen's sword was too fast. It was like a gust of wind. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Chen's sword cut off the young master's head. The young master let out a final scream and no longer moved. He died a horrible death. My son. Chapter 41:19. Ah. Jiang Chen, give me back my son's life. Zhao Ba had gone mad. The 10 great evildoers of the land of exiles had completely gone mad. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and a violent energy rippled out from his body, sweeping towards Jiang Chen. At this moment, Zhao Ba was furious to the extreme. Even his heart was bleeding. His 3 sons had all died in the short span of a few days. They had all died at the hands of a single person. This had become the pain of Zhao Ba's life, a pain that pierced through his heart. Now that his enemy was right in front of him, if he did not kill him with his own hands, how could he be considered a man? Evildoers also had feelings. Even if Zhao Ba had a heart of stone, he was on the verge of collapsing after losing 3 sons in a row. He, a peak earthly source expert who was known as one of the 10 great evildoers, suddenly felt like he had nothing left to live for. At that moment, Zhao Ba only had one thought, and that was to kill Jiang Chen. He had to kill Jiang Chen at all costs. He could not let his 3 sons die in vain. Only by killing Jiang Chen would he be able to appease the hatred in his heart. 26 Sword. Jiang Chen's desire to win was ignited. The 26 sword rippled out once again, slashing towards Zhao Ba's incoming wave of qi. Rumble, that wave of qi was earth-shattering, carrying Zhao Ba's boundless anger. The force of impact could only be described as earth-shattering. All of the sword qi that Jiang Chen casted out was instantly destroyed by this wave of qi. Jiang Chen's sword qi was so fragile that it couldn't even withstand a single blow. Ugh! Jiang Chen retreated several dozen meters and vomited a mouthful of blood. His face also began to pale. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. Reality had proven that in the face of absolute strength, any tricks were useless. Even if his sword technique was world-shaking, even if he was the ancestor of the ways, he could only lose. Look, Zhao Ba has gone mad. Jiang Chen is finished. Sigh, this Jiang Chen is simply too arrogant. He doesn't know how to restrain himself at all. He killed 3 of Zhao Ba's sons in a row and even destroyed the city of 10,000 evil. Forget Zhao Ba, anyone would go crazy over this. This is bad. Jiang Chen dared to challenge Zhao Ba just because he thought he had some skills. Today, he will definitely fall at Zhao Ba's hands. I heard that Jiang Chen escaped from Zhao Ba's hands in the city of myriad evil. Today, we meet again here. Jiang Chen and Zhao Ba are clearly not on the same level. I really want to see how Jiang Qin was able to escape from Zhao Ba. Even though there were demon beasts everywhere, the huge commotion still attracted a lot of attention. Almost no one thought that Jiang Qin was dead for sure. Under the absolute difference in strength, Jiang Qin couldn't even put up the most basic resistance against the demon beasts with his cultivation base. However, because Jiang Qin had escaped from Zhao Ba's hands in the city of 10,000 evil, many people wanted to see if Jiang Qin could escape again. But looking at the current situation, it would be extremely difficult for him to escape. It was practically impossible. Zhao Ba would definitely not give Jiang Qin a chance. Everyone knew that Zhao Ba was a winged man. What was the strongest thing about a winged man? Naturally, it was their speed. Once they used it, the speed of a winged man would definitely be unparalleled in the world. Jiang Qin, you brat, you killed 3 of my sons and destroyed my city. Today, I will tear you into 1,000 pieces to vent the hatred in my heart. Zhao Ba's anger soared to the sky and his voice rumbled. He completely unleashed the aura of one of the 10 great evildoers. He grabbed with his hand, and a terrifying energy shot out from his hand, heading straight for Jiang Qin. De Huang, let's go. Jiang Qin knew that he was no match for Zhao Ba. With a sway of his body, he arrived beside De Huang dog and executed the heaven-ascending stairway. In the blink of an eye, 1 man and 1 dog disappeared without a trace, as if they were never there in the first place. What? Zhao Ba's eyes widened. He rubbed his eyes as if he had seen a ghost. He hurriedly released his divine sense, which covered the sky and covered the earth, searching in all directions. Unfortunately, Jiang Qin did not leave any trace of his aura, as if he had never been here. He had disappeared into thin air just like that. Impossible. Everyone in the city of 10,000 evil, listen up. Dig 3 feet into the ground, and dig that little bastard out for me. Zhao Ba went berserk. His voice reverberated through the sky of the extreme north. His anger was currently suppressed in his body, and he did not even have the chance to release it. This was already the 2nd time. Last time was the same in the city of 10,000 evil. He had completely sealed off the surroundings, but Jiang Qin had still escaped easily. It was the same again today. Zhao Ba could not help but suspect that Jiang Qin definitely had some kind of unique treasure on him that he could use to escape. It wasn't just Zhao Ba. Even those who were watching the show were dumbfounded. Many of them looked at each other with dumbfounded expressions. What's going on? How did Jiang Qin escape? I didn't see it. He suddenly disappeared. Could it be that a puny Earth source expert like him can control spatial force? Ridiculous. This is too ridiculous. It's unbelievable. I finally understand why Jiang Qin dared to make an enemy of the city of 10,000 evil so openly. So he had such a terrifying technique. If he had such a life-saving technique, he would be basically invincible. Zhao Ba is probably furious. He lost 3 sons and a city. The enemy was right in front of him, but he managed to escape. No one had thought that Jiang Qin would be able to escape under such a situation. This was supposed to be a death trap. It was a miracle that he was able to escape. Roar, more and more demonic beasts appeared. Finally, a 9th heavenly layer Earth Source demonic beast charged out. It was a ferocious, pitch-black tiger the size of a small mountain. Its eyes were completely red, and it gave off a cold and bloodthirsty aura. As soon as the tiger appeared, it kicked up a huge wave in the ocean. With a single step, it arrived on the shore. This tiger demon is mine. Don't fight with me over it. One of the 10 great evildoers, Evil Hui, was the first to rush out. He was very interested in his own strength. This black tiger was emitting a strange beast's aura. Such a strange beast's demon spirit was incomparably precious. It could be described as priceless. Evil Hui was the first to charge out. He clearly wanted to take the Black Tiger's demon spirit for himself. Unfortunately, Evil Hui charged out quickly and returned just as quickly. In just a single exchange, he was sent flying by the Black Tiger. Ha, Evil Hui, looks like the Black Tiger's demon spirit won't be so easy to take. Someone mocked. Cut the crap. Everyone, let's attack together. This Black Tiger is a powerful beast. It's impossible to fight it alone. If it defeats us one by one, we'll all be finished. Chapter 41:20. Evil Hui's words finally caught the attention of the others. Old Man Miadu was the first to speak. Let's attack together and get rid of this Black Tiger. More powerful demonic beasts might appear soon. We need to work together, or these demonic beasts will be enough to kill us all. The others could not help but nod inwardly when they heard Old Man Miadu's words. They felt that what he said made a lot of sense. This was indeed the case. A single Black Tiger might not be enough to catch their attention, but it could not be forgotten that the Black Tiger was the first 9th heavenly layer Earth Source demonic beast to emerge from the Dragon Palace. From the looks of it, it was almost certain that more 9th heavenly layer Earth Source demonic beasts would appear. Let alone the possibility of demonic beasts even more powerful than the Black Tiger. Even if a few more of these Black Tigers appeared, even if the 10 great villains worked together, they would not be their opponent. The 9 evildoers worked together and surrounded the Black Tiger almost instantly. They had not done anything earlier because they were waiting for the 9th heavenly layer Earth Source demonic beasts to appear. The Black Tiger immediately fell into a disadvantage when 9 of the 10 evildoers attacked. After all, the 10 evildoers all had their own tricks up their sleeves. Ordinary 9th heavenly layer Earth Source experts could not compare to them, or they would not have been able to gain a foothold in the land of exiles. As for Zhao Ba, all his attention was on Jiang Qin, so he had no time to care about the Black Tiger. His only son had died, so if he did not capture Jiang Qin, he would really go crazy. He would probably not even be able to sleep. The northernmost land had completely sunk into an unprecedented war. Everyone was entangled with the demon beasts, and blood-curdling screams filled the sky. Blood mist surged, and everywhere was filled with the pungent smell of blood. This originally incomparably clean northernmost land had directly turned into an azure hell. The seawater was dyed red. This sudden battle was destined to become a famous battle in the land of exiles, one that would be recorded in the annals of the land of exiles. At this moment, Jiang Chen and Big Yellow were hiding at the edge of the extreme north, paying close attention to the movements in the extreme north. They could see the Dragon Palace clearly from where they were. As long as there was any movement in the Dragon Palace, they would be able to detect it immediately. For example, they could see Black Tiger very clearly right now. Kaka, Zhao Ba is probably about to explode from anger. He can't understand how we suddenly disappeared without any warning. The Huang dog barked excitedly, feeling extremely carefree. There must be something wrong with the Dragon Palace. Why have so many demonic beasts suddenly appeared? Just what is the Dragon Palace? Are these demonic beasts imprisoned there? Jiang Chen frowned. He was extremely confused. Who cares? The more chaotic the better. This master dog likes it the most. Oh right, help me keep an eye on things. I'm about to reach the 4th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. Big Yellow said. All right. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up with joy. The Huang dog breaking through to the 4th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm at this time was the best thing that could happen. As for the Huang dog breaking through, Jiang Chen was not surprised at all. This guy had eaten so many demonic spirits in the battle earlier, many of which were 5th heavenly layer demonic beasts. If he still could not break through, he would not be De Huang. A terrifying power was released from De Huang dog's body. The Huang dog leveled up just like that. There was no sign at all, but the commotion was not small. Jiang Chen paid close attention to his surroundings. In the past, there was no need for him to be so careful, but the situation was different now. They were still within the boundaries of the extreme north. The terrifying power the Huang dog had released was very likely to attract Xiao Ba's attention. Once Xiao Ba discovered him, Jiang Chen could use the sky ascension stairs to escape immediately. Apart from Xiao Ba, the monstrous beasts that had come out of the Dragon Palace were the same. Many of them had already started to go on a rampage outside of the extreme north. It would not be long before the entire land of exile was filled with monstrous beasts that slaughtered wantonly. Once the Huang dog's aura attracted those demonic beasts, they would definitely go on a rampage. There was no doubt about that. Roar, as expected, the energy the Huang dog had released had successfully attracted several demonic beasts, causing them to go on a rampage. Fortunately, the cultivation of these demonic beasts was not very high. The most powerful one was only at the 6th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. With Jiang Chen's current cultivation, he could easily deal with them even without using dragon transformation. The heavenly dragon sword in his hand rippled out like rain. Countless strands of sword chi pierced through the sky, causing miserable shrieks to fill the air. With just a single strike, he had killed all the demonic beasts that had come to attack him. It was extremely powerful. The demon spirits flew up automatically and were caught by Jiang Chen, stowing them away. Even if he did not need to refine them now, these treasures were still quite a fortune. Roar, an earth-shattering roar rang out from the Huang dog's mouth. The Huang dog's cultivation had completely advanced to the 4th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. His bloodline had also skyrocketed, reaching the peak of the 4th heavenly layer in an instant before stopping. Wakaka, Big Yellow let out a loud laugh. From head to toe, he was filled with an arrogant and wild aura. Let's go. Jiang Chen grabbed the Huang dog's ear, and the two of them quickly disappeared. In reality, even if they did not climb the stairway to heaven, with Jiang Chen and the Huang dog's speed, there were not many people in the land of exiles who could catch up to them if they wanted to escape. Speaking of speed, Jiang Chen and the Huang dog were extremely confident. The commotion caused by the Huang dog's advancement and his arrogant roar would definitely attract Xiao Ba's attention. At this moment, Xiao Ba was searching for them in the extreme north. As expected, not long after Jiang Chen and the Huang dog disappeared, a group of experts from the city of 10,000 evils chased after them. The person leading them was Xiao Ba. Behind Xiao Ba, there were 4 9th heavenly layer Earth Source experts, not to mention the 8th heavenly layer Earth Source experts. City Lord, Jiang Chen must have appeared here. It was that dog's roar just now. Someone said. He's running away again. Someone was flustered and exasperated. He threw a punch, directly destroying a mountain below. Keep chasing. If I don't kill Jiang Chen, I, Xiao Ba, am not a man. Xiao Ba did not think about anything right now. In his heart, nothing was more important than killing Jiang Chen. His 3 sons were already dead. Life was almost meaningless to him. Chapter 41-21. Jiang Chen and the Huang dog were engaged in guerrilla warfare with the experts from the City of Evil. They did not leave the northernmost region, but circled around the northernmost region. The experts from the City of Evil followed their aura, but they could not catch up. Every time they chased after them, they found that Jiang Chen and the Huang dog had disappeared. Damn it! How can these 2 fellows be so fast? Some people could not stand it anymore. They had killed many people in their lives, but this was the first time they had encountered such a difficult opponent. They were like loaches that they could not catch no matter how hard they tried. Jiang Chen and the Huang dog naturally could not leave. They still had to pay close attention to the movements of the Dragon Palace. According to Jiang Chen's prediction, the Dragon Palace was definitely not simple. Something big must have happened, and it was not as simple as the appearance of so many demonic beasts. In the entire land of exiles, only the Dragon Palace had always affected Jiang Chen's heart. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would have directly left the land of exiles with the Huang dog and returned to the Red East region. The chaos in the land of exiles had nothing to do with Jiang Chen. On the other side, on the shore, the 9 great evildoers worked together and finally managed to kill Black Tiger. However, Black Tiger was simply too ferocious. Even though he was killed, he managed to severely injure one of the evildoers before he died, nearly killing him. At the moment when Black Tiger was killed, the hall of the Dragon Palace, which had been extremely violent and had demonic beasts flying out continuously, suddenly became quiet. The endless golden light also disappeared, and a pitch-black door appeared. The door was open. The door of the Dragon Palace was open. This was the first time this had happened in the land of exiles. Look, the door of the Dragon Palace is open. After Black Tiger was killed, no demonic beasts came out. It seems that Black Tiger is the most powerful existence inside, Evil Hui said. Look, the door of the Dragon Palace is open. We tried to enter the Dragon Palace before, but we were blocked by this gate. Who would have thought that the gate would open by itself today? This is a great opportunity. I want to go in and have a look. I want to go in too. In the past, a large number of treasures flew out from inside. This Dragon Palace is a treasure house. If I can go in and get the treasures inside, it will be wonderful. Let me show you the big head array first. Let's see what is inside. All the experts were alarmed. All along, the Dragon Palace had attracted everyone's attention. After all, many treasures had been released from the Dragon Palace in the past. This made the 10 great evildoers very curious about the Dragon Palace. They had tried to enter the Dragon Palace before, but all of them ended in failure. Now that the gate of the Dragon Palace had opened on its own, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they didn't go in, it would be unforgivable. As for the demonic beasts that were still fighting outside, the 10 evildoers completely ignored them. As long as there were not too many 9th heavenly layer earth source demonic beasts, they would not pose any true threat to the land of exiles. Evil Hui was the first to jump out. In the blink of an eye, he was outside the gate of the Dragon Palace. However, just as Evil Hui was about to step into the Dragon Palace, there was a sudden change. An illusory golden light shield appeared outside the door. An incomparably powerful force rushed out from the light shield. Unable to dodge in time, Evil Hui was hit head-on. He let out a miserable cry and was sent flying back. Wow! Evil Hui vomited a mouthful of blood. His aura weakened on the spot. The others who were ready to give it a try couldn't help but stop their footsteps. Each of them couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. It seemed that it was still not easy to enter the Dragon Palace. Even if the gate of the Dragon Palace was open, they wouldn't be able to step in. Damn it, this Dragon Palace is full of strange things. We can't enter at all. Evil Hui wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and swallowed a pill. His injuries were relieved to a certain extent. Some people just panic, only to find that they have achieved nothing in the end. Someone sneered. Who are you talking about? Evil Hui was immediately annoyed. What? Do you want to fight? I'm talking about you. That person showed no fear. His aura fluctuated, as if he was about to fight. Evil Hui gnashed his teeth in anger, but he had no choice but to suppress his anger. He was not in a good state to fight. If this was any other time, he would have already attacked with his temper, but now that he had suffered the backlash of the Dragon Palace, he was no longer a match for the person. Regarding this, Evil Hui was well aware of his own limitations. Roar! At this moment, a deafening roar suddenly sounded from the Dragon Palace, immediately attracting everyone's attention. A golden light rippled out from the Dragon Palace, and a golden battle spear dashed out. The battle spear was dazzling with golden light. It was a zhonglong, and the aura it emitted was terrifying. The battle spear was carved with extraordinary dragon patterns. When all the dragon patterns gathered together, it formed the shadow of a real dragon. Dragon Bone Battle Spear. In the distance, Jiang Chen's eyes fell on the battle spear. The source dragon in his body could not help but become restless. Jiang Chen had a noble dragon bloodline, so he could see the material of the battle spear at a glance. It was actually made of dragon bones. I'm afraid the level of this battle spear is not low. It's much more powerful than the battle sword you obtained from Empress Lin's tomb. If I'm not mistaken, this battle spear is probably made of the dragon bones of an almighty cosmic dragon. However, there are layers of restrictions placed on the battle spear, completely sealing the power of the battle spear. Even so, the aura this battle spear emits has reached the peak of the 4th grade, right? It's almost as powerful as a Starlord warrior. Awesome! De Huang Dog's eyes shone brightly. With his eyesight, he could naturally see the tyrannical power of the Dragon Bone Battle Spear. What a powerful dragon palace! I wonder what kind of existence it is to have such a powerful warrior inside. This Dragon Bone Battle Spear would cause an unprecedented uproar in the entire Crimson Afterglow astral boundary, let alone the land of exiles. Countless Starlords would come out to snatch it. Jiang Chen sighed. He was getting more and more interested in the mysterious Dragon Palace. There must be a shocking secret in the 9-layered Dragon Palace. However, regardless of what was inside the Dragon Palace, Jiang Chen was determined to get his hands on the Dragon Bone Battle Spear. He must not let it fall into the hands of the 10 villains. The Dragon Bone Battle Spear was priceless. If he obtained it, his battle strength would increase. Only his true dragon bloodline could bring out the true power of the Dragon Bone Battle Spear. On the shore, almost all the 9th Heaven Earth Source Realm experts were attracted by the sudden appearance of the Dragon Bone Battle Spear. Even Zhao Ba flew over immediately. Chapter 41-22. Many brothers said that Jiang Chen's ending wasn't perfect, but that wasn't the case. Many things were hidden and explained, and some were left unexplained because they wanted to leave room for imagination. For example, the heroines weren't written in the end, but Jiang Chen's children had already explained the problem. They were the children of those heroines. Nothing in the world was perfect, so wasn't it better to leave some room for imagination? The story took place in the ancient times of the immortal world. De Huang was still the same De Huang, but De Huang had a more resounding name, a name that could make the immortal world tremble with a stomp of his feet, Long Yang. At that time, the immortal world was still part of a whole. There weren't 9 immortal domains yet. The ethereal immortal domain in Jiang Chen's era didn't exist here. This was the ancient immortal world, a brand new world. There wouldn't be Jiang Chen, Long San, Han Yan, Tyrant, Yan Qinyu, Wuningzhu, Yan Qingqing. There wouldn't be many people here. But there would be those legendary figures, led by Demon Sovereign Long Yang, Great Sovereign Zhang Xian, Immortal Execution King, Empress Xiao Yao, Void Sovereign, Golden Sovereign, and the first saintess of the demonic Immortal Island. These legendary figures in Jiang Chen's era would become the most dazzling stars here, just like Tyrant and Jiang Qin. This was their path of growth, a chapter of another century. Without them, there wouldn't be the immortal world. Past life, present life, and next life, life and death interchange, and souls never rest. The De Huang in your eyes, the De Huang that you admire, the dog that accompanied the Dragonmark brothers all the way, the demon sovereign Long Yang's life in the previous life, How famous was he? Come on. A new chapter had begun. At the peak of Dragonbone Mountain, in the depths of the endless sky. The void was shattered, and variegated spatial cracks were everywhere. The sky within a radius of 10,000 miles was covered by waves of terrifying energy. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, as if the end of the world had arrived. Even a golden immortal would be utterly unable to endure such shattered space, and his body would be torn apart. At that moment, there were over a dozen people standing in the center of the sky. Roar, the roar of a dragon reverberated through the air. More than a dozen great emperors hovered in the air. Behind them, the silhouettes of dragons could be seen dancing in the air. This was someone from the dragon clan. Dragons were an extremely prideful race. In ancient times, their status was incomparably honorable. More than a dozen dragon race great emperors surrounded a woman in white, waiting for her to come out. As for the woman, she had a marvelous figure. Her golden hair fell to her waist, and she had a beautiful face. Although her face was a bit pale because of her injuries, it couldn't hide her peerless beauty. Wah wah, a burst of sobs came from the woman's bosom. The woman looked at the infant in her arms. Her eyes, which had been filled with hatred and unwillingness, gradually softened. "Madam, just surrender. Don't struggle pointlessly," the leader said. Hearing this, the woman's aura fluctuated violently. Coldness filled the air as she glared at the leader. "Long Zhen, you still recognize me as your wife. Let me ask you, how did the clan leader treat you?" The woman said, her tone filled with disappointment. "The clan leader treats me like his own brother." Long Zhen murmured, his expression was filled with unwillingness. "But madam, the situation is different now. The clan leader has unfortunately fallen, and I am deeply saddened. Now that clan leader Long Yuntian has succeeded, why must you be so stubborn? When you return to the clan, I believe the clan leader will treat you well." Haha, hearing this, the woman burst into laughter, as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. Long Yuntian has coveted the position of the dragon clan leader for a long time, and took advantage of my husband's tribulation to assassinate me. Now that my husband has fallen, Long Yuntian has gotten what he wanted. Are you really going to be so ruthless that you won't even spare my infant? Tears rolled down the woman's cheeks as she looked at the people who used to be her husband's subordinates. But now, many of them had become her executioners. How tragic. Cut the crap. I'll give you one more chance. Are you going back or not? Beside Long Zhen, a person named Leng Leng spoke with an oppressive aura. Humph. The woman snorted coldly. With a wave of her hand, a beam of godly light shot out and attacked once more. Seems like you're dead set on courting death. Long Zhen, are you still not going to act? That person said. With a shake of his body, he transformed into a purple dragon. His body was so long that it traversed through the void. Madam, please don't blame me. Long Zhen gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with pity. Evidently, it wasn't his intention to attack the madam. He was indebted to the clan leader. But now that his family was being held hostage by Long Yuntian, he had no way out. Boom! More than 10 azure dragons appeared. Every single one of them was a martial emperor of the dragon race. Their auras were torrential, and the sky had turned into a hell of death. In the face of death, the woman's expression did not change. She ignored these enemies and looked at the infant in her arms. The infant was only a few months old, and there was a slight bump on his forehead. After crying earlier on, he was now extremely quiet. The woman kissed the infant's cheek, and 2 drops of tears fell on the infant's face. Remember, your name is Long Yang. You're the son of Long Yunhuang. You're the young master of the dragon race. I'll seal the information of your birth in your body. After a few years, when you've grown up, you'll definitely kill your way back to the dragon race and repay the debt of blood with blood. The woman's tone was gentle. Then, she placed her finger on the center of Long Yang's brows, and a halo appeared in his body. After doing this, the woman's eyes started to become unprecedentedly sharp. Roar! The woman raised her head and roared. The phantom of a golden warhorse appeared behind her, looking extremely majestic. Forbidden, rebirth. The woman chanted softly. She waved her hand and produced runes. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, which landed on the runes. She-la. Then, the woman sliced open a pitch-black hole in the void. The infant flew out from the woman's arms and entered the hole in the void. Stop him. Don't let that vile spawn escape. Someone shouted. More than 10 frenzied dragons whizzed over. Let's perish together. The woman used the forbidden technique. Boundless death light began to appear, covering everything. Ah, it's the rebirth art. Miserable screams sounded. Not long after, the void became clear again. The 2 divine dragons dragged their battered bodies and left slowly. The others were all turned into dust. Boundless ocean, demonic immortal island. The island was shrouded in clouds and mist. The immortal chi was dense, and the trees were lush. The buildings were magnificent, and the demonic beasts danced in the air. Everything was in order. At noon, in front of a magnificent palace in the center of the island, countless maids were kneeling on the ground. The place was bustling with noise and excitement. A burly man was pacing back and forth anxiously. The man looked to be in his early 40s. His face was resolute and there was an invisible domineering aura between his brows. He wore a gorgeous golden robe and looked incomparably noble. Croak, croak, croak. The sound of a child's croaking completely ignited the entire island. The island was in an uproar. The place was filled with people's voices and was decorated with lanterns and streamers. It was extremely festive. That's great. My sweetheart, you're finally born. The man was overjoyed and did not hide the excitement on his face. Tears shone in his eyes as he crossed his arms, waiting impatiently for the naughty woman to open the door. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. It was as though a heavenly tribulation was about to descend. Everyone was terrified. The man raised his head abruptly. A terrifying aura that could destroy the heavens and earth spread out in all directions. An invisible net wrapped around the palace instantly. In the next second, the man appeared in the sky above the palace. A golden pillar of light collided with the island. A huge mountain was shattered by the golden pillar of light. The pillar of light continued to charge towards the palaces one by one. Before the people in the palaces could react, they were destroyed by the golden pillar of light. The golden pillar of light did not show any signs of stopping. It continued to charge towards the palace where the man was. The man narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. A terrifying purple aura materialized instantly. The void was torn apart by the purple aura. The terrifying aura made it hard for everyone to breathe. The golden pillar of light did not show any signs of weakening just because the man was about to attack. It directly collided with the palace where the man was. The man's expression turned serious as he reached out his hand to grab the golden pillar. The man was like a god of war. His hand directly blocked the impact of the golden pillar. Under the impact of the golden pillar, he did not move at all and was as steady as Mount Tai. After a few breaths, the half-meter-long golden pillar stopped moving. Just as the man was about to smash the golden pillar with his palm, a baby's cry suddenly came from within the golden pillar. The man's heart instantly softened, and he hugged the golden pillar tightly. Then, the golden pillar slowly melted in the man's arms and a baby appeared in the man's arms. The man did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had thought that someone had ambushed him. He did not expect it to be a newborn baby. As a father for the first time, the man's heart was completely melted by the baby's cry. Creak, the door of the palace was opened. Naughty Woman hurried forward to congratulate him. Congratulations, Island Master. Congratulations on the birth of a daughter. Both mother and child are safe. The surrounding people looked at Naughty Woman strangely. Naughty Woman suddenly realized that something was wrong. She stopped smiling and saw the person in the Island Master's arms, a baby. Naughty Woman's mind went blank and she was dumbfounded. Did I carry the child out just now? No, the daughter is still in the room. Island Master, what's going on with this baby? Take good care of him for me. After saying that, the man handed the baby in his arms to Naughty Woman and strode into the room, leaving Naughty Woman dumbfounded. On the bed, the woman's face was sallow and covered in sweat. She looked extremely haggard. Obviously, the labor just now had taken a lot out of her and she was about to collapse. Even so, it could not hide the woman's peerless beauty. The man hurried forward and held the woman's hand. He said excitedly, "Madam, you've worked hard. It's not hard at all. It's worth it no matter how hard it is to look after our precious daughter." Although the woman was very fragile, her face was filled with a blissful smile. Perhaps the happiest moment in her life was this moment. The birth of the child, the mother and daughter were safe and sound, and her husband was by her side. It was a happy family of 3. The maidservant beside her hurriedly carried the child into the man's arms. The man looked at the newborn daughter with a blissful expression. "Husband, let's give our daughter a name." The woman said. "I've always dreamed of having a daughter, and now it's finally come true. Let's call our daughter Mingji. She'll be as beautiful as Madam." The man looked at Mingji in his arms and said with a kind expression, The beautiful woman in my dreams. That's a good name, Mingji." The woman said with satisfaction. At this time, when Naughty Woman appeared next to the woman again with a baby in her arms, the woman's smile froze. She asked with a puzzled expression, "This child is?" Seeing that the situation was not good, the man hurriedly explained everything that had happened just now to dispel the woman's doubts. The woman took the child from Naughty Woman's arms. When she was changing the baby's clothes, a golden brocade pouch fell. The woman picked up the brocade pouch doubtfully and saw a talisman and a handkerchief in it. The handkerchief was embroidered with a pair of lifelike dragon and phoenix, and the word, "Dragon Young," was written on the bottom right corner. The woman and the man looked at each other in shock. Then, the woman put away the brocade pouch and finally made a decision. She said, "Since the heavens have given us a son, maybe it's the will of heaven. Let's raise him together with our daughter." I'll listen to Madam." Chapter 41-23. Blue clouds filled the sky. The young man sat on a boulder with his legs crossed. Looking at the endless blue sea, there was a trace of confusion in his eyes about the future. After living a carefree life for 14 years, Long Yang had almost forgotten that he was a child without a father or mother. Until a few days ago, when he saw the cold and resentful eyes of the experts on the demonic immortal island, he realized that he was still an outsider, the one who was least welcomed. Even if his adoptive parents treated him the same as before, even if his sister Meng Ji still treated him like an older brother. "Is that him?" A clear voice came from behind. Long Yang turned his head and frowned. He saw a man and a woman walking towards the beach. The 2 women were hot from head to toe, and there were even some scales on their necks. They looked extremely charming as they walked. The man looked like a gentleman, with triangular eyes, a green robe, and a blue tattoo on his right arm. Demonic Snake Island, Green Spirit Snake Clan. "Young master, don't you know at a glance? There is only one yellow dog on the entire demonic immortal island. The woman chuckled, her tone full of contempt. The endless sea was vast, and almost all of it was ruled by the demonic immortals. The bloodline was one of the most important things for the demonic immortals. It was the biggest joke in the world that a yellow dog had sneaked into the demonic immortal island. You two from the Snake Clan, I don't seem to have any grievances with you, right? Long Yang stood up, his face quite unfriendly. It was fine to be looked down upon on the island, but since when could these tribes from other islands bully the people of the demonic immortal island at will? The decree of the immortal king orders you to go back to the demonic Snake Island with us. I heard that you have a unique skill of closing your eyes to detect treasures. You are really an immortal among dogs. But even if you are an immortal dog, you are just a dog of the endless sea, a wild dog that even guards think is stupid. The young man in the cyan robe said without showing any mercy. For him, Long Yang was just a wild dog of unknown origin. He had come to the demonic immortal island on the same day as the saintess and had enjoyed the privilege of 14 years. It was time to see the hierarchy of the demonic immortal island. Wild dog. Long Yang's eyes were fixed, and a monstrous rage surged from his chest. He could endure the disdain of the demonic immortal island's experts and the contempt and disdain of his peers. But his main body had become an unbearable pain for him. Demon immortals, demon immortals. All living things in the world could cultivate as demons and become immortals. Why did his main body have to suffer the disdain of the world, and even a demon immortal could mock him? He breathed in and out. Immortal spiritual energy erupted from his dantian. Immortal chi lingered. Long Yang, who had turned around, was as steady as a rock under his punch. The corner of the green-robed youth's mouth twitched. With a wave of his hand, a beam of light shot towards Long Yang. Late human immortal. Although Qing Maoan's realm was the lowest among the younger generation of the demon immortal clan, he was still a direct descendant of the clan. The speed and attack power of the condensed beam were extremely terrifying. Against an opponent of the same level, it might be difficult for him to win, but against a mere early-stage human immortal Long Yang, he was confident. The smile at the corner of his mouth indicated Qing Mowen's confidence. When he saw the beam of light, his expression showed that the outcome was already decided. Without turning his body, Long Yang charged forward. Puchi. Fresh blood flowed down, but it was covered up by a flash of light. It had a yellow mane that was not smooth, a pitch-black nose, and some yellow teeth. Long Yang, who was in mid-air, had already transformed into a yellow dog. His ferocious eyes carried a hint of blood, indicating that his anger had reached its limit. The yellow dog, which had a bit of light, stopped on Qing Mowen's shoulder. Without hesitation, it opened its huge mouth. Then, he bit down hard on his neck. Didn't you say that I'm a wild dog? Then today, I'll turn into my main body and bite you. Hatred never lasts overnight. This was the first life principle that his little sister, Meng Ji, had taught him. That bite, without any light, instantly caused a late-stage human immortal demon immortal cultivator to bleed. Ah! Ah! Stop! Bastard, stop! The intense pain caused Qing Mowen to speak incoherently. However, in the blink of an eye, a burst of light flashed. The elegant Qing Mowen had turned into a green snake, and his jade-green eyes flashed with extreme fear. On the other hand, the yellow dog was still biting down on the green snake. No matter how hard the green snake struggled, it did not loosen its grip. And the place where it was biting was exactly the green snake's weak spot. Although the yellow dog's hind leg was bleeding, it was still not enough. Demon Refining Banner, Demon Refining Banner. Red Pill Block, use the Demon Refining Banner. The struggling green snake spoke in human language. Both of them had returned to their main bodies, so some immortal spells could not be used. This situation was equivalent to having his life in the enemy's mouth. If he did not act, it was not impossible for him to die here. The young lady in red at the side was stunned. She had thought that capturing a yellow dog that even the demonic immortal island did not like would be a piece of cake. However, she did not expect that there would be an accident. Long Yang did not hesitate to use self-mutilation to transform into his main body to capture the young master. If this matter were to spread, the Green Spirit Snake clan would lose all its face. Without hesitation, he quickly waved his hand and formed a seal. In an instant, the immortal chi around him gathered towards his palm. At this moment, her whole body exuded a holy light, and her eyes changed from anxiety to full devotion. A red banner the size of a palm was sacrificed. The strange and unknown pattern looked like the totem of a jade dragon. At the moment when he threw it out, the scarlet light suddenly formed a huge demonic dragon. Howl! The demonic dragon spiraled forward, stirring up a storm and slapping on the yellow dog's body. Howl! The yellow dog's whole body seemed to be hit by a hammer. Its whole body flew backward, but the teeth in its mouth showed no signs of loosening. At the same time, it bit off a piece of the green snake's flesh and some scales. The green snake screamed in pain and blood gushed out. But at this time, the totem did not stop. The illusory state and the seal in the air completely spread to the body of Long Yang on the beach. It shrank, rolled up, shrank, and disappeared into the red banner. The action was so smooth that Long Yang, who was already injured, had no room to resist. Then, the demon refining banner floated in the air. Gradually, it fell into the palm of the young lady in red. At this point, the young lady in red let out a sigh of relief. Beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on her forehead. It was obvious that summoning the demon refining banner had taken a lot out of her. Bah! This beast is too ferocious. Once I find the inheritance and finish using it, I will definitely send him to the 18 levels of purgatory. I will make him beg for death. Ching Mo, who had finally transformed into his human form, said hatefully. His neck was red and his face was pale. Young master, let's go. If the holy maiden finds out, we will all be in serious trouble. Even a normal snake would not be able to tolerate such a humiliating term, let alone a young master of the Green Spirit Snake clan. Pada! The ruthless whip landed on Long Yang's body. A wave of pain woke Long Yang up completely. Chance! He could feel the immortal chi in his dantian gathering involuntarily at that moment. Subconsciously, he started to move it. Abruptly, his entire body began to regain its freedom for a short period of time. Run! Everything was going according to plan. Long Yang was secretly happy and anxious. He flipped to the side and turned around, returning to his original form in an instant. At this moment, the slightly ugly yellow dog burst forth with unprecedented speed. It was like a yellow light flashed. In the next second, it started to whip wildly. Not good. This guy purposely let you whip him to stimulate his potential. If we really let him escape, the consequences will be unimaginable. Subconsciously, the calm Chi Shi shouted. He didn't care about the idiot young master behind him and turned back to his original form to chase. What are you waiting for? Split up and chase. Don't let him get away. Qing Maoan shouted angrily after regaining his senses. First, he didn't look for the reason himself. Instead, he scolded his subordinates. One by one, the Snake Clan warriors started to run. Long Yang's eyes were filled with anxiety. Although he had temporarily escaped, the possibility of him escaping from the encirclement was extremely small. I must escape. I can't be a treasure-hunting dog, even if I die. The determination and anxiety in his eyes gradually turned into madness. In the next moment, his eyes gradually began to turn white, and his vision gradually began to blur. At this moment, he thought of Meng Ji, who was cold to others, but always had a sweet smile in front of him. At this moment, he thought of his kind adoptive mother who doted on him. At this moment, he thought of his strict adoptive father who cared for him from time to time. At this moment, he thought of the colorful koi in the pond. At this moment, he thought of the dark ancient tree in the backyard. At this moment, he thought of the moment. He vaguely saw a beautiful young woman waving at him in front. He couldn't see the young woman's face, but he thought it was peerless beauty. He couldn't see her expression, but he thought it was a kind and slow smile. Mother. Subconsciously, Long Yang spat out these two words. Suddenly, some golden threads appeared on his forehead out of thin air. Bit by bit, it spread out and formed an ancient talisman in its entirety. Long Yang, who was running wildly, felt a force begin to spread through his veins. An unknown golden thread, with unparalleled power, began to fill every corner of his body. At this moment, I seemed to be incomparably powerful. This was the first thought that flashed in Long Yang's mind. It was also the only thought. Is it an illusion? Chapter 41-25. At this moment, Long Yang felt that he was extremely powerful. It was as if the power had always existed in his body and had never changed. From the moment he revealed his true form, he knew that his bloodline was not high. It was even possible that he was just a wild dog born in the celestial world. But at this moment, for the first time, he began to doubt his judgment. How could a wild dog have such power hidden in his body? In the celestial world, bloodline indicated the limit of one's cultivation. Those who could break this rule were all-powerful people. If the level of the bloodline was not high, the body could not contain power. Then, one's limit would be lower than others. Naturally, one had to work harder. He had already accepted this result, but what was going on in front of him now? What was the power contained in his body? Long Yang was not sure how terrifying the bloodline power that was obviously suppressed in his body would be once it was released. However, he was sure that it would not be any weaker than the so-called celestial clan. So I actually have such terrifying power. Now, is the seal loosening? After thinking hard, he still could not give himself an answer. But now, this was not the most important thing. Escaping from the encirclement and even escaping from this snake demon island was what he needed to do. Who didn't know that in this endless sea realm, his so-called young master identity was just a joke? If he knew that he had no talent, it would have been fine. But if the group of people on demonic Immortal Island knew that his sealed bloodline power, they would not allow him to live. Maybe this is the reason why I was sealed. Stopping, Long Yang could clearly feel that the seal was loosening. The golden energy spread to every corner of his tendons and meridians. Of course, this was not all of it. In fact, it was only a little overflowing. But at this moment, he was confident that he could break out of the encirclement, whether it was by relying on his own instincts or the fundamental flow of energy. Run. Do you really think you can escape by yourself? However, after a short pause, several figures immediately rushed over. The leader was naturally the young master, Qing Maoan. He was really angry today. If not for the fact that Long Yang was still of great use to him, he would have killed this person and destroyed his soul. But even so, he had to vent his anger. As soon as he raised his hand, he began to accumulate spiritual energy. The snake soldiers around him did the same. Previously, their young master had suffered quite a bit in his hands. Without the demon refining banner, they did not dare to be careless. If they really let him take advantage of any loopholes, the snake soldiers would probably not be able to escape. Roar! Long Yang growled in a low voice, not bothering to waste any time. With a flip of his body, he turned around and dashed toward the place where the snake soldiers were gathered. The golden light in his body did not appear at this moment, but the strange mark on his forehead did not disappear. In an instant, almost all the snake soldiers felt a little uncomfortable, but no one knew what was going on. Biting. The yellow dog's teeth were imbued with immortal chi, displaying their extreme sharpness. The yellow dog didn't look big, but its aggressive nature was fully displayed at this moment. Some of the snake soldiers did not even have the chance to return to their original bodies. Their necks were bitten off, and drops of fresh blood gushed out without warning. Long Yang was as fast as lightning. Even though his body looked extremely down and out, with a few patches of dog fur missing, he was still the leader of this battle. Or rather, in this battle, Long Yang had taken the lead. His overall condition was completely different from the previous battle. Qing Maoan was stunned. Was this still the yellow dog that had tricked him previously? How did it become so terrifying in the blink of an eye? These snake soldiers were all his trusted subordinates and elites that he had brought from the island. If he had attacked previously, he would have been able to take down this yellow dog in an instant. He would not even have had a chance to resist. Some of them were not weaker than him. But what was going on now? He could feel the immortal chi that permeated the surroundings, the strange rune on his forehead, and the situation where both his strength and speed were greatly increased. What was going on? If she was really that fierce, he wouldn't have been caught so easily. Red snake, red snake. Demon refining banner, demon refining banner. This B** has become stronger. In his eyes, as long as he could catch Long Yang now, even if he had to use the demon refining banner again to completely suppress him, it would be worth it. A red light suddenly appeared behind him. Obviously, Red Snake had heard his young master's words, and immediately took out the demon refining banner. Pfft! She spat out a mouthful of blood. To her, using such a treasure twice in a row in such a short period of time was already very difficult. But the current situation forced her to do so. The reason was simple. If she really let Long Yang escape, perhaps the young master would be fine, but they would definitely be doomed. Scram! He turned and shouted. Long Yang's eyes were already filled with anger. Previously, it was because of this thing that he had been able to escape from demonic Immortal Island. Now, he wanted to use this thing to restrain him again. Dream on. He charged straight up in midair. Waves of immortal chi began to sweep through the surrounding forest. In the next moment, the weeds and the slightly smaller ones were broken by the waves. In a battle between immortals, even if they were human immortals, their levels were terrifying. Boom! The invisible barrier collided with Long Yang's head. Only to feel that the surrounding impact was serious, the bull-sized trees also began to collapse side by side. A burst of spread caused countless snake soldiers to be directly swept away. The invisible barrier began to crack, and then it shattered like glass. Gotcha! Red Snake, who could no longer hold on, spat out another mouthful of blood. His entire face became extremely pale in the next moment. He did not fly out, but an even more horrifying scene caused his eyes to be filled with disbelief. He only saw that the demon refining banner, which had always been successful, under the impact of the wind, the inexplicable runes began to collapse. Subconsciously, at that moment, she felt the turbulence of her soul, so much so that 3 of her souls were almost out of her body, and 3 of her 7 spirits were broken. Is there no way out? Even in her dreams, she had never thought that she would die in the hands of the yellow dog that she had previously looked down on. But reality gave her a fierce slap in the face. Even if it was only 3 spirits, it was enough to take her life. Iron Head Art. She subconsciously ridiculed, but at this moment, Long Yang himself did not stop at all. His scarlet eyes stared straight at young Master Qing Maoan. That posture. Chapter 41-26. At that moment, all the snake soldiers felt as if they had fallen into despair. They didn't know what was going on. Why would a yellow dog that was running away display such terrifying power at a critical moment? What kind of power could directly shatter the demon refining flag? If such a treasure was useless, what kind of result would there be in this kind of war? It indicated that once the situation of being crushed completely took root in everyone's hearts, the panic would immediately erupt. And in this kind of panic, was it the best choice to flee in all directions? Long Yang used his actions to tell everyone that it was not the case. Many snake soldiers abandoned their weapons and began to run, but none of them were really useful. They suddenly saw a fierce dog pouncing on them, and the next moment, their vital parts were bitten, and they began to lose consciousness along with the blood. Some of them didn't even see how they were hit, and they lost their lives in an instant. At this moment, Long Yang himself was getting more and more excited as he killed. When the power began to spread throughout his body, he already had an accurate position of his own body. What kind of intense secret was there behind a bloodline power that could be sealed and had not been able to completely break through the seal until now? How many people were there to guard it? Perhaps these things could not be clearly understood by just thinking about it, but in essence, one had to pay attention to it. At the very least, he couldn't expose his bloodline relationship for a period of time. He was very clear that once some things were completely exposed, the consequences would definitely be disastrous for him, who had not yet fully grown. Since that was the case, he had to keep this secret. What was the best way to keep this secret now? Of course, it was to not leave anyone alive. He had to kill all the snake soldiers in front of him, including the green snake. Even if it was extremely difficult to do this, since he had thought of it, he had to try. Another collision. In that instant, a snake soldier felt as if all the bones in his body had been completely shattered. His entire body was sent flying. It fell on the ancient tree, and the ancient tree broke. The strong shock wave made many of the snake soldiers in the surroundings dazzled. This kind of terrifying power was so terrifying that it made people shudder. Just what kind of breed was this guy? They had never heard of Yellow Dog having a noble bloodline, but the scene that was unfolding right before their eyes left them in disbelief. He subconsciously wanted to run away, but he didn't have the chance. The despair in his eyes was even more intense than before. Not long after, the forest of confusion was littered with countless corpses. Most of them were snake soldiers in their original forms. Occasionally, there were snake soldiers in human form. They died in different ways, but the fear in their eyes was rarely gone. Only Long Yang and Qing Mo were left in the forest. At this moment, Qingma no longer had the arrogance and anger from before. His entire face was filled with an indescribable space. His attitude was truly because the scene from before had completely shocked him. From the beginning to the end, Long Yang had maintained an extremely high standard as he slaughtered his way through. Even he didn't know why it was like this. When he was first released, even though the yellow dog had some strength, he felt that it was still within a controllable range. He dared not say that it would be easy to kill him, but at least he would be able to do it with some effort. But what was going on with this instantaneous eruption? Could it be that there was some unknown secret hidden in his body? In the blink of an eye, the scales of victory were tilted towards the other party. He didn't give himself any chance at all. This caused Qingma, who had always had a smooth sailing mind, to be completely stunned. Subconsciously, he wanted to say something, but he couldn't open his mouth. It's hard to imagine that the previous me would actually be caught by someone like you. Long Yang, who was extremely regretful, was reflecting on himself. No matter what, he was a demon immortal who had seen the world. It was impossible for him to be taken advantage of by such a person. But he didn't expect that things would develop to such an extent. Now, he couldn't even return home. If he wanted to see Meng Ji again, it would be even more difficult. And the main culprit of all this was this green snake in front of him. Not to mention the fact that he wanted to silence him, even if he didn't have such thoughts. Long Yang didn't intend to let him go. You. What is your original form? At this moment, Qingma didn't think that Long Yang's original form was a yellow dog. What a joke, this yellow dog was the lowest level in the entire celestial realm. Even if it became a demon immortal, it would only be cannon fodder on the battlefield. Since when could it display such combat power at such a crucial moment? Combined with his natural talent in treasure hunting, even if Qingma was stupid, he could tell that he was hiding his original form. Not just his original form, his cultivation talent, and even his identity were probably hidden. This time, he had poked a huge hornet's nest. Is this important? Long Yang took a step forward. At this moment, a smile suddenly appeared on his originally serious face. Yes, in this kind of situation, was it really important to investigate this? You can't let me die without knowing why, right? Smiling bitterly, Qing Mo Wen seemed to have foreseen his ending. That expression, that attitude, it was as if he had given up all hope. Actually, I don't know either. Long Yang, who had turned into human form, had a long knife in his hand. To him, it was time to end this. If he really knew about his own situation, it wouldn't hurt to tell him before he died. Unfortunately, he didn't know it himself. Since you did this, you naturally have to be prepared to pay the price. You and I don't know each other, let's end this feud. With that, some celestial qi appeared on the long knife in Long Yang's hand. In the next second, his entire body started to flash. The long knife turned into a rainbow light and headed straight for Qingma. No matter when or where, in the celestial realm, killing and being killed was unavoidable. In this world where strength was everything, if you didn't kill others, others would kill you. Sometimes, it might be difficult for you to integrate into such an atmosphere, but if you wanted to survive or create your own path, you had to adapt and integrate. Father, save me. Suddenly, Qingma, who seemed to be waiting for death, shouted. The wind and clouds surged and a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. In the next second, the fog rose up. It turned into a huge python and condensed in the forest of confusion. Who dares to hurt my child? Chapter 41-27. The giant python condensed from the mist looked the same as the original body, but anyone with a little knowledge of the celestial realm would know that this was just a clone. This was just an external incarnation. Every immortal could form an external incarnation after reaching the celestial immortal level. Of course, they only had less than a tenth of the original body's power, but they were sky immortals, existences that could crush all low-level celestials. Long Yang saw the giant python clearly, and in that instant, he understood. Once an avatar appeared, it would be a huge test for him. Not to mention, he didn't know what his talent and bloodline were. Even if he knew, it was ridiculous for a human immortal to fight an avatar of a sky immortal. Gritting his teeth, Long Yang looked at the scene in front of him. From the previous conversation, he knew that this was Qing Mao's old man. You want to kill his son, so the old man's avatar appears. That's reasonable. However, he didn't expect that Qing Mao's despair, which was on the verge of giving up, was just an act. That moment, he was caught off guard. Under the extreme impact of the immortal power, he subconsciously didn't resist. As a result, the blood in his body started to boil. He forcefully suppressed it, so that he didn't make a fool of himself at this critical moment. So what if you have an avatar? I'm going to go all out today. Because of his unknown bloodline, Long Yang was now very arrogant. He had an endless amount of energy, and if he didn't vent it all at this moment, it would be the darkest thing for him. The rune on his forehead glowed even brighter. Long Yang understood. With his current methods, if he wanted to please such an avatar, he had no choice but to use his strongest power. Even if the result that awaited him was still failure, he would try his best and leave no regrets. In an instant, the humanoid figure turned back into the yellow dog again, and the golden light on its forehead spread out again in an instant. The loosened seal didn't fully unfold under his full power, but the power that he seized formed a powerful vortex. It completely filled his body, making him feel exceptionally powerful. The extreme collision didn't stop at this moment. In the next second, the immortal power intertwined and filled the air with absolute power. In that second, the huge power spread out, and the surrounding weeds seemed to form waves. Clang! The avatar condensed from the mist didn't even have a chance to unleash its fury before it began to dissipate. This? Even Long Yang himself felt extremely complicated at this moment. Previously, he had already made up his mind to fight with his life on the line. But why the hell was the power he displayed at that moment so terrifying that even the avatar of a celestial immortal was no match for him? The name Iron Head Technique was really appropriate. This situation really made people speechless. You. Me. Qing Wen, who was speechless, did not know how to express his emotions. In that second, he summoned his father's avatar. He had thought that this matter would be resolved, even if he would be punished by the old man when he returned. However, as long as he settled this matter and brought Long Yang back in one piece, his merits would outweigh his faults. What he did not expect was that even after summoning his father's avatar, he still did not succeed. That head-on collision had once again completely extinguished the hope that he had ignited. How could he fight like this? What kind of pervert did he provoke? Don't kill me. You don't care what you want. I can promise you anything. Subconsciously, he finally started to beg for mercy. But Long Yang did not give him even the slightest bit of chance. He, who had transformed into a human, slashed down with his sword. Qing Wen's head was chopped off just like that. His face was still filled with extreme fear. Facing such a crafty immortal who would definitely not keep his promise, the only way to make him shut up was to take his life and completely obliterate him from the celestial realm. He raised his arm and looked at the forest that was still covered in thick fog. The previously bustling place had suddenly become gloomy and silent. He dragged his body that was in immense pain and walked step by step into the depths of the forest. For some reason, he suddenly felt that this way of living was very tiring. It was so tiring that even though he was 100 times more energetic, he still could not help but have the urge to sleep and never wake up. Perhaps, this is human nature, this is the most helpless part of living in the celestial realm, he muttered to himself as he walked forward step by step. He had a very strong premonition in his heart, as if there was a real secret waiting for him to uncover in front of him. That kind of feeling that he did not want to touch always permeated Long Yang's heart. But reason told him that there were some things that he could not completely ignore if he was unwilling to do them. He drank some water and leaned against the ancient tree to rest for a moment. The flying thick fog still had not dissipated. The dew fell on Long Yang's body. The strange silence made him feel a little restless. The slightly rustling movement made Long Yang a little alert. He knew that there was definitely danger waiting for him in the depths of the forest, and there would definitely be a great opportunity. But he did not expect that just after he stopped for a while, this danger would follow him. It really did not let him rest for even a moment. The thick fog gradually dispersed in the next second. Figures that had not condensed into a physical form floated side by side. This is... He stood up. Cold sweat broke out on Long Yang's back. Looking at the clothes these people were wearing, coupled with their almost empty eyes, he began to make some judgments in his heart. These were immortal souls. Immortal souls that had died on the battlefield and still left behind an obsession. No wonder Qing Maoan knew that there must be a secret or inheritance here. This forest of confusion might have been an ancient battlefield in the past. He had just chased away a hungry wolf, and now a fierce tiger had come. These immortal souls now only had half of their fighting instincts. But compared to the incarnation, not only did they have an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, but even their attack power was not much lower than the incarnations. What kind of great god did I offend? There is no one else who can have such luck. Long Yang, who was waiting solemnly, actually knew that these immortal souls might be a good opportunity to test his current fighting strength, but at the same time, it was also a talisman that would lead to his death. If he was not careful, he would almost certainly die here. At this moment, survival seemed to be an extravagant hope. Chapter 41-28. There were so many immortal souls, there was no hurry to test them. But the situation didn't give him the slightest chance to relax. Like bad luck, they lined up one after another to rush over. Now, as he looked at the floating immortal souls, the bitterness and the desire to give up had completely occupied his heart. Damn it, I don't believe that such a big immortal world can't accommodate me. He clenched his teeth and persevered. A trace of madness flashed in Long Yang's eyes. He, who had been trying his best to stay calm, went straight for the immortal soul at the front. It was the same speed, the same method, and even the power was almost the same as last time. But this time, the heavens didn't give him the so-called blessing. The iron head art, which could shatter an external incarnation, only passed through the immortal soul. Then, the immortal soul condensed again, as if it didn't care about such an attack at all. I'm in big trouble now. An all-out attack didn't even achieve the most basic effect. This made Long Yang feel as if he had punched cotton. There was no fierce collision, nor were there any traces left behind by a powerful battle. With the appearance of the immortal soul, the whole forest seemed to become extremely quiet. No matter what method you used, there didn't seem to be too many traces left behind. What kind of attack should I use to have an effect? Long Yang's mind raced. Unfortunately, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't think of any other methods. After all, he had been at the bottom of the immortal world for too long, so he didn't even have many of the most basic immortal techniques for combat. In such a harsh environment, it would be heaven-defying if he could immediately think of attacking in half a day. He couldn't even find the right method even if he tried his best. In the blink of an eye, the immortal soul floating in the air didn't give him a chance to think. As if it had a mind of its own, it began to drift and fly, leaving traces of spiritual light in the air. In the next second, it went straight for Long Yang. Boom! Long Yang felt a wave of dizziness in his head, as if something unknown had penetrated his head. It formed a storm that went straight for his sea of consciousness. Coming back to his senses, Long Yang tried his best to resist. He subconsciously took a few steps back and shook his head. The dizziness gradually disappeared. Fortunately, he chose to resist at the first moment. Otherwise, he would have become an idiot from the impact on his sea of consciousness. I won't die. I won't die even if I have to face an immortal soul, he roared in his heart. Subconsciously, Long Yang began to transform into a humanoid barrier. Even Long Yang himself did not remember if he had learned this hand seal before, but it had always been in the depths of his mind, and he had never forgotten it. Now that he had displayed it, he wanted to give it a try. An inexplicable golden light began to revolve around his hand. In the next second, an extremely intense beam of light began to appear in his hand. Such a light beam was different from any immortal spiritual energy. It was as if it had long been hidden in the depths of Long Yang's soul. When it was taken out, it shook heaven and earth. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Screams rang out incessantly. Every time an immortal soul came into contact with the light beam, it would start to burn without warning. Since they were spirits to begin with, the only thing they could burn in that instant was their souls. This kind of attack could cut the weeds at the roots and cut off their foundation. Even if these immortal souls did not have any spiritual intelligence, their hollow eyes still emitted a trace of fear. Who the hell am I? Long Yang himself was also shocked. The various methods and the seal on his body had already made him know that he was not an ordinary demon. Chapter 41-29. Every corner of his body was being bitten, and even his soul was being torn apart. Long Yang felt an indescribable torment. Compared to the physical pain, this kind of pain was on a completely different level. Since he was a child, he had been ridiculed by all the experts of the demonic immortal island. It could be said that he had suffered all kinds of grievances. However, he had endured all that humiliation. He had always thought that all the pain was just a form of training for him. But was that really the case? This time, he began to doubt his tolerance for danger and pain. It was not that his willpower was not strong enough, but this kind of feeling was really unbearable for any conscious immortal. Ah! Ah! He wanted to roar, but found that his throat did not make the slightest sound. His eyes began to protrude little by little, and the tiny blood vessels spread to his eyeballs in an instant. Blue veins began to bulge all over his body. In addition to the great pain of his soul being torn apart, he also had to endure the pain of his flesh being bitten. The white immortal souls did not stop there. It was as if the person in front of them was the food they had always dreamed of. They were too hungry. For many years, they had maintained this feeling of hunger in the state of immortal souls. Whenever a living creature appeared, as long as they had a little bit of spiritual intelligence, they would not come one after another. Get out, get out. All of you, get out of here. Long Yang, who was desperately struggling, did not even know whether he was the one making the sound. His eyes were crimson, and the golden mark on his forehead started to dim at this moment. Suddenly. At that moment. In the blink of an eye, a ray of golden light erupted from the dim golden pattern. Ripples began to spread out in an instant. It passed in a flash. The overall situation did not seem to have changed because of such a golden light. Whether it was the number of immortal souls or the surrounding situation, there was no so-called change at all. At this moment, Long Yang did not even have the slightest bit of hope. He clearly knew how powerful his current strength and the so-called bloodline could be. However, no matter how powerful he was, it was still impossible for him to play any role in the face of this immortal soul that was like a swarm of locusts. Am I really going to die here? Indeed, Long Yang's heart was unwilling. He believed that any immortal, even an ordinary human, would feel indignant when faced with such a situation and unable to do anything. But the truth is so clear in front of you, even if you are extremely unwilling, what can you do? Woo woo woo. Lin Feng moved slightly. The immortal soul that was not howling seemed to be in a daze at this moment. Then, in the still quiet forest of confusion, their eyes flashed with extreme fear. It was as if it was a natural reverence for a superior. The fear caused the immortal souls to be unable to care about anything else in just a moment, and they all began to flee in all directions. Long Yang had never seen or experienced such horrified eyes before. Self-doubt. Alright, he didn't even have the interest in self-doubt anymore. Looking at the situation that left him speechless, in addition to the various doubts he had, he seemed to have some judgment in his heart. However, he could not be sure if this judgment was correct or not. He stood up and saw that his surroundings were still like a pool of stagnant water. Long Yang sighed inwardly. The most important thing in cultivation was to be able to endure loneliness. How many times did he spend his time alone? Even if there were endless disputes, and he was constantly in danger. But most of the time, all immortals spent their time in boring and bitter cultivation. Fighting against the heavens was not endlessly joyful. Only by calming down could one erupt with power that ordinary people could not reach. In this aspect, it was truly unrelated to family and bloodline. All immortals had the same starting point. As long as I am in the immortal burial forest, there must be a great opportunity. I wonder what kind of opportunity will befall me this time. Long Yang muttered to himself as he walked deeper into the dense forest. He was not a person without desires. In fact, he was sometimes more realistic than ordinary immortals. Ever since he was young, apart from a few people who were genuinely nice to him, he was essentially an orphan without a father or mother. Many worldly gazes and resentment fell on him. His personality began to become a bit selfish, or rather, egoist. This was very normal. As he walked step by step, the situation of the immortal burial forest began to appear. Skeletons began to appear. Most of them were snake bones. Some were big, some were small. The bones were surrounded by some seemingly insignificant celestial spiritual energy. These were the bones of immortals. Not only did they not decay for tens of thousands of years, but they also contained astonishing power. It was not an illusion that they could still emit celestial spiritual energy after so many years. However, the celestial spiritual energy here was also insignificant. Long Yang was too lazy to absorb it. This showed how useless these immortal bones were. With such a huge area, it seems like every step I take is a pile of bones. I wonder how tragic the battle back then was. Although Long Yang's life was lonely and bitter, he was still able to live a miserable life. Although Long Yang's life was lonely, his knowledge was very limited. The Demon Immortal Island was the center of the Endless Sea region. Most of the cultivation knowledge and the situation of the celestial realm could be found there. He knew very well what was going on in the immortal burial forest. It was a ruin left behind by the celestial race. Generally speaking, a battlefield that could guarantee that the immortal soul wouldn't completely dissipate would definitely contain a great fortune. However, this place seemed to have been searched for a long time. After searching for a long time, Long Yang still didn't find anything too valuable. Could it be that my treasure hunting talent is trash? He tried hard to sniff, but he still didn't smell any treasure. After almost half a day, Long Yang had some thoughts of giving up in his heart. The reason was very simple. This place was really very clean. He couldn't even find a grade 1 immortal artifact. Most of the things he found were only the remains of immortal artifacts. Under such circumstances, it would be futile to search for him. Since that was the case, the most important thing was to get out of the Demon Immortal Island. One had to know that on the demonic Immortal Island, many disciples from the various clans and experts looked down on him. But at least he was safe. At least with his adoptive father around, not many people would dare to hurt him in public. For a moment, Long Yang had the urge to return to normal. Yes. Suddenly. Chapter 41:30. I'm rich, I'm rich. Long Yang was extremely excited. You say that immortal cultivators are above the mortal world and that you don't care about material things. That's just an excuse you find for yourself because you're poor. You look at the huge spirit crystal in front of you and feel it carefully. There's a hidden formation inside and there's probably a lot of treasures and valuables inside. How can you not care when all these things are right in front of you? Long Yang didn't know what other people were thinking, but it was impossible for him to not care. Even in the immortal world, spiritual crystals were rarely seen. Most of them were used to set up arrays. As long as you can find the spirit crystal, generally speaking, as long as you take it out, the so-called formation will collapse on itself and reveal the original appearance of the immortal burial forest. When Long Yang's trembling hands touched the spirit crystal, a chill began to spread. In the next second, the entire space around them changed. It was as if countless mirrors had been shattered. Then, another world appeared in front of him. The trees were still the same, even the flowers, grass, and stones were no different from the previous world. The only difference between this space and the previous one was that the overall spiritual power was much denser and the number of white bones on the ground had also increased. The entire ground was covered with piles of white bones. They were of different shapes and intertwined with each other. They were starting to become indistinguishable from each other. Sparkling immortal stones and glowing immortal artifacts. Perhaps the density wasn't very high, but overall, it could be said that this place was completely developed. I'm afraid that even if I robbed an ordinary immortal sect, there wouldn't be so many of them, right? Even Long Yang, who often saw Meng Ji take out countless good things to share with him, started to feel that this place was really a land of treasures. Most of them were low-grade immortal stones, the most common currency in the immortal world. Occasionally, there would be some mid-grade immortal stones, but the number was terrifying. They were scattered on the ground one by one. Even if he picked them up, it would take a long time. Not to mention the immortal artifacts that were worth at least tens or even hundreds of low-grade immortal stones. The quantity was indeed less than the immortal stones, but these were the most practical things for him right now, okay? He quickly searched the group and finally found a storage ring on the finger of a skeleton. He immediately used his spiritual sense to erase the last trace of the storage ring. Just like that, he started to collect all kinds of useful wealth in the celestial burial forest like an old farmer. He had collected at least a few thousand low-grade spirit stones and at least 100 immortal weapons. Only then did the satisfied Long Yang pause for a moment. There's actually a grade 2 immortal artifact. Casually grabbing a broken sword, Long Yang began to carefully examine it. Originally, he thought that after collecting so many immortal artifacts, he had gradually lost interest in planting defective ones. However, when he was resting, he casually examined it and discovered that the broken sword was not a defective product. Rather, it was a genuine grade 2 immortal artifact. In fact, it was an undamaged grade 2 immortal artifact. This thing was comparable to hundreds of grade 1 immortal weapons. But why is this a broken sword? Could it be that there's a story behind this? As he began to examine it, the overall feeling that the broken sword gave off was simple and unadorned. In fact, in recent years, there were very few demon immortals who used such a style of flying sword. However, this very rich feeling of vicissitudes and simplicity won Long Yang's heart. What a joke! Before this, he did not even have a grade 1 immortal artifact. The only treasure he had was the wooden hairpin that Meng Ji gave him. Moreover, until now, he still did not know what this wooden hairpin was used for and what grade of immortal artifact it belonged to. But now, suddenly, a broken grade 2 immortal artifact appeared, and the evaporation and outline of the immortal artifact itself did not seem to be the slightest bit depleted. With such an intense surprise and wealth, it was already not bad that he did not immediately lose his composure and drool. Good fella, if I had this broken sword before, would I need to use my ancestral iron head technique to deal with the avatar? With one slash, I can guarantee that the heavenly immortal avatar will collapse. This immortal, is always greedy. At this point, Long Yang had already begun to imagine himself holding this flying sword in his hand and killing everything in his way. Especially when it was in the form of a broken sword, it was really good at acting. Keep it, keep it. I'm afraid that I will have to rely on this flying sword for a very long time in the future. With a thought, he put the flying sword into his storage bag. Inside were some of his commonly used items, and even a change of clothes. Now, it seemed that he still had to distinguish between them and the storage ring. It's about time to go out. With this broken sword, taking out Demon Snake Island might increase my chances of success. Standing up, he patted the dust off his body. Without stopping, he prepared to walk out. Swoosh swoosh, in the blink of an eye, a crimson light, accompanied by an extremely fast speed, entered Long Yang's forehead at this moment. This was clearly some kind of treasure that he had not discovered, and it was unwilling to accept it as its owner. Young Master's talent and bloodline have already reached such a heaven-defying level. After feeling it for a while, he finally understood. That light was indeed a treasure, but it did not automatically recognize him as its owner. Instead, it was the golden mark on his forehead that had not completely disappeared. That thing had just entered the golden mark in an instant. Immediately, as the golden mark began to disappear, no matter how Long Yang tried to drive it out to investigate its traces, it did not appear at all. What the hell is this thing? Is it hiding in young Master's body to kill young Master at a critical moment? He began to carefully mobilize it, and even began to try to unlock the loosened seals, but he was unable to do so. Finally, he stopped again. Long Yang, who had been busy for a long time, gave up and used his divine sense to explore. Unfortunately, the exploration was not very smooth. That thing was hidden in Long Yang's brain along with his own golden mark, and there was some fog around it, so he could not see what it was. Vaguely, he saw that it was a picture, like a picture scroll. And in this picture, there were many different shapes of long swords. However, even though Long Yang had seen some of these things, it was only a very small part, and he did not know what was inside most of them. All right. It's already like this. There's no point in thinking about it. Fortunately, this guy was not a stubborn person, and once something appeared, he must investigate it. Chapter 41-31. Ugh! Crows flew over the head of Long Yang, whose eyes had turned completely white. The whites of his eyes filled up, and he subconsciously wanted to walk forward, but at the same time, he felt a sense of speechlessness. Yes, he was in Peru. After walking for half a day, he was still in the endless forest of confusion. He couldn't remember how many times he had changed directions, but he just couldn't get out of the forest. Damn it, I can't be this unlucky, can I? Everything is over, and I'm still lost. Aren't they taking the main character too seriously? Walking for half a day had consumed most of Long Yang's experience. He was thirsty and hungry, and he wanted to chew the chameleon grass next to the tree as a snack. These days, all sorts of strange things could happen. If there were no accidents, he would probably spend the night in this forest. He had a body full of wealth, but he couldn't enjoy it. How could anyone else understand such pain? For God's sake. I can't eat that chameleon grass even if I'm hungry. I'd better cultivate. He took out an immortal stone from his ring and sat down, ready to absorb it. This thing could relieve his hunger, and it could be used to eat. Of course, the most important thing was the absorption of immortal chi. Only a rich man like him would be able to do something as simple as using it to satisfy his hunger. He took a deep breath and began to mobilize his immortal chi. Anyway, he was already in this state. If he didn't take good care of himself, he wouldn't be able to keep up if his identity was exposed. He would definitely be caught and torn apart. Ha! In the next second, Long Yang's eyes widened. The air around him suddenly became quiet. He gritted his teeth, trying to restrain his indescribable anger. He took out the immortal stone, and the immortal stone in his hand, disappeared into thin air. Not a trace was left, not even a trace of immortal chi was left. F*ck, what kind of expert is this? Long Yang, who was gritting his teeth, said fiercely. His stance was simply terrifying. However, after waiting for several dozen breaths, not a single living being came forward to respond. The surroundings were so quiet that not a single trace of life could be seen. Damn it, I don't believe I can't deal with you. He rolled his eyes. Long Yang laughed sinisterly. In the next second, a low-grade immortal stone appeared in his hand. It was as if he didn't remember what had happened earlier, and it was as if nothing had happened at all. Sure enough, the moment he took it out, the celestial stone in his hand disappeared into thin air once again. This time, he saw it clearly. It really did disappear into thin air. There was no sign of it happening, nor was there the slightest aura of life. Bah! You can play this way. Unconvinced, Long Yang took out another piece. He had a lot of money anyway. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to find any loopholes. The next second, the same situation, the same stone thief, did not give Long Yang any time to react. Again. Vanish. Again. Vanish. The immortal and the heir seemed to be playing some kind of game, and they seemed to be enjoying themselves. He took out a piece and it disappeared, but there was no sign of him. Suddenly. Occasionally, Long Yang, who seemed to be in a fit of pique, curled his lips. Suddenly, the spirit stone disappeared from his hand once again. In the next second, his entire body began to emit a trace of yellow light. That posture, he began to chase after it like lightning. Before there was any effect. His body moved, as if he had grabbed something. Invisibility. Damn, I was actually fooled by such a technique. Have a taste of my iron hammer. He shouted. Long Yang, who was furious, instantly soared up. Using the power of his sprint, he used his body as the handle of the hammer. His head as a hammer. He used all his strength to throw it towards the transparent place in the air. Bam! Aya! Screams rang out one after another. Long Yang, who was somewhat dizzy, only felt that he had hammered a heavy object, and then he felt a headache and dizziness. Using himself as a hammer really didn't feel good. He had to invent some new ways to use it next time. He looked to the side. With a plop, a small hole appeared out of thin air. Then, a somewhat skinny human figure began to gradually appear. Skinny, that human figure looked like a half-grown child, at most 12 or 13 years old. At this moment, there was a big bump on his head. It was dark and blue, like a unicorn, but this horn was a bit crooked. It was above his right eye. Where the hell did you come from? Not to mention that you have so many immortal stones on you, even your head is made of iron. Covering his forehead with one hand, the youth said unhappily. Obviously, he was the one who started the theft first, but in his mouth, it became Long Yang's fault. Calm down, let's not lower ourselves to the level of an idiot. Long Yang hinted to himself countless times. His originally speechless mood finally eased a little. If it was according to his previous temper, he would have already beaten this guy to the point that his mother wouldn't recognize him. But seeing that this thief was actually somewhat stupid and cute, with the mentality of caring for a mentally handicapped child, Long Yang planned to give him a good beating. You. Step by step, Long Yang walked forward with an innocent face. F*ck. Damn it, you dare to steal my immortal stones. Are you tired of living? If I don't beat the shit out of you today, I won't be surnamed Zhang. Bang bang. The old fish that was the size of a casserole began to serve. Long Yang didn't care whether the other party was a child or not. To deal with such a mentally handicapped person, there was nothing more satisfying than beating him to death. The fist that was mixed with some spiritual energy, in addition to the restraints that he had already prepared beforehand. At this moment, the so-called youth was like a sandbag, being punched and kicked by Long Yang. This guy didn't seem to be satisfied, and occasionally used the iron head technique. Stop. King stop for lousy. Do you know who lousy is? Woo woo woo. I don't want to play anymore. Can't you listen to me? Big brother. Ancestor. Dear father. In the end, the youth couldn't even speak properly. Only after venting his anger did Long Yang stop a little. He looked at the youth in front of him with an arrogant face. Speak. Do you still dare to steal? From the looks of it, if the youth didn't answer well, he was afraid that he would inevitably suffer physical pain. You. Don't you look around before hitting. At this moment, the youth seemed to have calmed down. He said in a very cold tone. Long Yang was stunned, and looked around. He only saw dozens of immortals in uniform, looking at him with serious expressions. Since when did so many immortals appear? Wrong answer. Bang! In the next second. The youth finally understood what it meant to be unreasonable. Chapter 4132. This. Is he a psychopath? All the immortals were speechless. There was actually someone who dared to beat young Master Mo on Snake Demon Island's Northwest Prefecture. Was he tired of living, or did he not want to live at all? This foppish young master was extremely famous on Snake Demon Island, okay? Not only had he been beaten into a pig's head, both sides hadn't even used immortal arts or innate talents. Why aren't you begging for mercy? You're asking me if I know who you are. Tell me, how can I not continue with such an annoying reason? Long Yang looked at the youth in front of him speechlessly. He hadn't expected to meet such a retard. If it was said that using the invisibility spell to steal money before was considered doing something, then in Long Yang's eyes, this guy was a complete idiot. A retard with a big temper. You. Forget it. I admit defeat. The youth wanted to attack again, but he changed his mind. Under the premise that this guy didn't even use his own strength, he was able to beat him until he didn't even have the strength to fight back. If it was really a one-on-one fight, he might not be a match for him. Admitting defeat might not be a bad choice. One had to know that the more talented one was, the more important one's reputation was. But this was in front of so many of his subordinates. If he ordered them to gang up on him after being beaten up, he would lose all face. As for this guy in front of him, he didn't seem to match the rumors. No wonder he could make such a large group disappear without a trace in the blink of an eye. If he didn't have some skill, he would have been a corpse by now. Now, can you tell me who you are? Seeing that the other party was so quick to admit defeat, Yizichin couldn't help but laugh. On the contrary, Long Yang became a little more cautious. In this day and age, there weren't many people who were so straightforward and upright. Although the things that this guy did were completely not related to being straightforward and upright, it was still hard to find such a person. However, Long Yang admired the fact that he had to admit that he had lost. He was much better than those sanctimonious immortals who still cared about face. Who else could it be? On Snake Demon Island, as long as you meet a creature now, it's definitely going to kill you. Look, look, look. 11 peak human immortals, 3 early Earth immortals, and me, a late human immortal. The lineup is powerful and luxurious, right? Speaking up to this point, the young man became proud again. Needless to say, the formation of such a team to chase after a mere intermediate human immortal stage cultivator was enough to shock countless people. Good news doesn't go out, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. It's only been a day since this matter happened, and everyone on the Snake Demon Island knows about it. The speechless Long Yang felt sad in his heart. Initially, he thought that he had some hope of breaking out of the encirclement. But now, it seemed like the possibility was close to zero. How should he think of a way to escape? This kid doesn't seem to be very capable, but his status isn't low. Isn't this a typical hostage? Not making use of such a huge hostage and thinking about how to break out of the encirclement with your own strength, aren't you stupid? Aren't you stunned? He. Kid. You really dare to say all kinds of truths. Come here, let Big Brother take a good look at you. I was very careful with my punches just now. You didn't break it, did you? 1 Year walked forward with a sinister smile. At this moment, Long Yang's appearance seemed to have undergone a certain change. The way he was ready to attack, the way he could explode with terrifying speed in an instant. No matter which it was, apart from being as shameless as before, there was an absolute change. Not good. Almost all of the immortals nearby sensed the same thing. Subconsciously, they began to gather immortal chi to prevent any accidents from happening. However, no matter how powerful they were, they couldn't guarantee that they would succeed. Do you have any shame? The young man subconsciously took a step back. The bruised and swollen youth was almost speechless. He clearly didn't give the order to attack immediately, but this kid seemed to be interesting. He believed that he must have sensed this. He didn't give up without a fight, nor was he grateful at all. At this moment, after punching him, he was still thinking about how to capture a late-stage human immortal like him, as if he was going to use him as a hostage. How shameless must he be to do such a shameless thing? Wait. Maybe we can work together. In any case, it won't be like the Green Spirit Snake Clan. The young man closed his eyes. Although he was defeated by Long Yang's shamelessness, he still spoke his mind. If it wasn't for this idea, why would he tease Long Yang at the beginning, and even now, he didn't give the order to attack. He had an Earth Immortal behind him. Once they attacked, this guy wouldn't be able to resist at all. Why didn't you do this earlier? You just had to pretend in front of me. You're a born masochist. Long Yang, who finally stopped moving, fell on his butt. What kind of joke was this? From the expressions and attitudes of the surrounding immortals and the young master in front of him, he had already seen some clues. This group of immortals was completely different from the immortals of the Green Spirit Snake Clan, and they were on a completely different extreme from Qing Maoan. If they had hidden themselves and prepared to attack from the beginning, it would have been almost impossible for him to escape even though he had a lot of trump cards. In such a situation, they still had the time to tease him. It would be strange if they didn't want anything. It was because of this mentality that he dared to act so recklessly before. If this group of immortals had appeared ferocious and full of murderous intent, he would have fled a long time ago. But now, he had the initiative in his hands. Even so, he didn't have much of a choice. If I guessed correctly, you should be a member of the Snake Clan that doesn't get along with the Green Spirit Snake Clan, right? Since you didn't control me immediately, I must have something that you want. Tell me, is there really a possibility of working together? Long Yang casually moved his butt, pulled out a green foxtail grass from under his feet, and put it in his mouth. Let's get to know each other officially. My name is Mo Fan, a member of the Purple Cloud Python clan. As for why I didn't control you immediately, of course, it's because I want to work with you. Mo Fan stood up. His small body exuded a maturity and calmness that didn't match his age. At this moment, he was no longer in a state of insanity. Ever since he had come into contact with this Long Yang, he had been an unruly and despicable person. From the beginning to the end, he did not care about face or bottom line when it came to him. It seemed like it was because of his personality that Owen had developed an interest in him. Or perhaps it could be said that they were birds of a feather. The more it was like this, the more he wanted to get Long Yang's attention, or rather, he wanted to make his presence known in front of him. Unfortunately, at this moment, Long Yang had no intention of paying attention to this Purple Cloud Python clan's eldest young master. What a joke. I haven't even figured out my own matters yet. If I hit this young master again, it would be considered as me sowing enmity with the Purple Cloud Python clan. Looking at Owen's despicable look, Long Yang indeed had a hard time holding it in. He really deserved a beating. In front of us is Purple Cloud City. This is considered one of the biggest cities in my Snake Demon Island. How is it? Isn't it grand? Do you have an urge to worship it? I am the young city lord of this city. Before this, if you had known that you were hitting the young city lord, would you have dared to hit me so hard? Alright, this fellow was not only despicable, he was also a chatterbox. Along the way, Owen had been listening to his nagging. Good. Big. City. Owen said these 4 words out of boredom. Now, Long Yang's mood had completely calmed down. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. He still had countless secrets waiting for him to uncover. The so-called yellow dog's true form and all the tricks it had up its sleeves were nothing more than an additional memory to his experience. For so many years, he had lived under the ridicule of many people. To him, wasn't this also a form of cultivation? And his character was because he often interacted with Meng Ji, to the point that they were inseparable. Meng Ji's character was cold, and as her elder brother, he often had to make some playful moves to tease her. Over time, this fellow gradually became more or less unscrupulous. Such a character was usually rarely seen on demonic Immortal Island. However, now that he was out of demonic Immortal Island, he could fly as high as a bird in the sky. What else did he have to worry about? He didn't care about the immortals behind him, who were staring at each other, and swaggered into the city. These days, the more lively a place was, the more disputes there were. Most of the immortals condensed their abilities in these disputes. Under such circumstances, the more people there were, the more effective it would be for him to practice. Long Yang didn't know when, but a thought appeared in his mind, a thought that he should never think about. But now, his mysterious bloodline, his identity, and the seal that even he himself could not understand seemed to have given him such a slim chance of hope. If he didn't cultivate well and do something, wouldn't he be letting down God's favor? Bang! Suddenly, Long Yang, who was still thinking about something, felt an obstacle and directly bumped into something. He subconsciously wanted to find something to support his balance. This. He looked down. A girl about 16 or 17 years old had become a cushion for him the moment he fell. And his hands were really holding on to something indescribable. Squeak squeak. Ugh. So this is the feeling. Long Yang subconsciously scratched it and began to carefully calculate in his mind. Ah. Chapter 41-34. Mo Qingqing was very happy today. Not only could he embarrass the Green Snake clan, but he could also look for trouble. This was definitely something that a young person like Mo Qingqing could boast about. She was humming a tune and preparing to welcome her brother. She did not expect to bump into such a fierce person at the city gate. Bumping into her before could be considered an accident. After all, Mo Qingqing did not wear her eyes when she walked. But why did she grab that part? She even pinched it casually. What was going on? Damn hooligan. Since when did someone dare to attack her and take advantage of her without hesitation appear in Purple Cloud City? Looking at the person's face, there was nothing special about him. He was just an ordinary person who could not be found in a crowd. Wait. What was with this expression? Was that expression of enjoyment on his face for real? Showing it directly in front of so many people? Did he still want to be so arrogant? Sister, Mo1 was petrified. Could it be that this stinky dog called Long Yang had a blood feud with the Mo clan? How could he run into such a coincidental thing? He had just been punched by him. Now, he had not provoked him enough, but this guy had provoked his sister. How reckless must one be to do such a despicable and lowly thing? All the immortals on the street were stunned. The young mistress of Purple Cloud City. She was the one who bullied others since she was young. She was a goddess who was pampered by the city lord. She had been defiled by a common face just like that. Brat. You are dead meat. Next, it was time to mess up the entire Purple Cloud City. Don't run. You have the guts to do it, but don't admit it. If I don't bring you back today, my surname is not Mo. Long Yang, who was running at full speed, turned around and said. Young mistress, your brother said the same thing. Ask him what his surname is now. People should not be so talkative, especially when they were being chased. In the next second, almost all the troops of the crusade joined in the process of chasing Long Yang. They looked as if they could not wait to tear this guy to pieces on the spot. Stop, stop, stop. Suddenly, Long Yang, who was still running, stopped. He turned around and waved his hand. Creak. Almost no one reacted to Long Yang's move at this time. He subconsciously stopped in his tracks. Damn it, this time he was in big trouble. Plop. Plopping sounds rose and fell, and the immortals fell to the ground one by one like a swarm of bees. He looked like he was completely confused and didn't know what was going on. Hey, do you know why we're chasing him? I don't know. I saw someone chasing after him, so I followed. I heard that this is our young Mrs. Husband. It's the couple's business. What does it have to do with us? Did I kiss up to the horse's leg? The whispered discussions caused Mo Qingqing, who was at the forefront and was not affected, to feel frustrated. What was going on? Without saying a word, the people of her own city had married her off. Furthermore, she was married to such a pervert. Shut up. You belong to me. Scram. The enraged Mo Qingqing had long lost her ladylike image. Her posture was like that of a lion roaring from the east of the river. Let's go, let's go. It's the couple's business. Why are we blindly interfering? Many immortals lost interest. Although they were also curious about what was so good about this guy that he could make the young miss fall in love with him. However, the young miss was in a rage now, so it was better not to ask. You are dead, she said word by word. Mo Qingqing was so angry that her hair almost stood on end. As the young miss of Purple Cloud City, she had never suffered such a big grievance since she was a child. But today, she suffered all the grievances that she had not suffered for more than a decade. Not only did she lose her innocence, but she was also taken advantage of by someone else. It was obvious that the news would spread throughout the entire Purple Cloud City by tomorrow. What kind of sin did I commit? Why did I have to have such an unlucky year to meet this guy? If I don't kill you today, I'll be letting down my reputation, she said, almost gnashing her teeth. Mo Qingqing's eyes immediately turned red, and the celestial spiritual energy that Long Yang could feel burst out from her body. At this time, he did not use any bloodline talent power, nor did he take out any so-called magic treasures. She walked in front of Long Yang with all her strength, intending to defeat Long Yang with her bare fists. Go to hell. She swung her fist. This seemingly weak fist was filled with explosive power, causing Long Yang to be shocked. The disciple of a big family was indeed a disciple of a big family. Even if she did not use any special ability or Dharma treasure, just the power of her fist gave him a feeling of invincibility. Yes, it was the feeling of invincibility. At this moment, Long Yang felt threatened. Hide. It seemed like there was nowhere to hide. Then accept the challenge. Well, it would be strange if he didn't die if he accepted the challenge. In the next second, Long Yang did not hesitate at all. He could not just stand here and be beaten, right? He was not a masochist. Iron head art. Yes, he had used his strongest power right from the start. It was unnecessary to do so when facing an ordinary immortal, but when facing such an opponent, who might even be an earthly immortal, it was necessary. Plop. The expected dizziness did not appear. The situation of being suppressed or directly captured did not happen. At the critical moment, the eldest miss saw that her fist was about to hit Long Yang, and she began to move a little. After all, no matter what, in the eldest miss' heart, it was necessary to vent her anger. But if she really wanted to take someone's life, it would not be a direct attack on the head. But the next scene really shocked Mo Fan and the others who had just rushed over. They saw that Long Yang's iron head art once again hit a place that should not have been hit because of the opponent's fist. Well, it was the place where he pinched twice before. This is really a perverted thief who doesn't even care about his life. Most people were full of emotions at this moment. A graceful lady was a gentleman's desire, but to be able to disregard face and life like this, not to mention in this snake demon island, even in the immortal world, there were not many people who could do such a thing. This boring misunderstanding. Chapter 41-35. He started to wake up in a daze. Long Yang found himself in a huge palace. All around him were very old furniture and the decorations in the house were more inclined to the style of the continent of the immortal realm. Where am I? Long Yang subconsciously wanted to get up to find out the truth. However, he found that his whole body was filled with an intense pain. At this moment, he started to feel a little unbearable. If not for his strong willpower, he was afraid that such an intense pain would cause him to faint again. Is it him? Yes, yes, yes. Father, you didn't see the situation at that time. This brother is really not just an ordinary kind of mighty. He is not even afraid of death and wants to take advantage of others. I feel that he must be true love for his sister. Not really. These two people have never known each other before. Could it be that it is love at first sight? I think you should take the trouble to grant them their wish. This kind of ill-fated couple, if you don't grant them their wish, who knows what they will do? A familiar voice sounded in Long Yang's ear. Yes, it was Mo Wen's voice. Only this fellow's long-winded words could cause a ripple in Long Yang's originally calm heart. Shut up. Mo Wen, if you dare to say another word of nonsense, I will tear you apart today. This is the voice of the demoness. A quick-witted Long Yang broke out in a cold sweat. Until he fainted, he could still clearly remember the punches and kicks of that girl as if she was treating a female T-Rex. It was really painful. Ching ching. It's not that I want to scold you, but you are a girl. Can you not call me your mother so easily? It's not without reason that you can't get married. Back then, your mother and I, At this moment, Long Yang finally understood why Mo Wen was so talkative. This feeling was hereditary. You guys. Can you tell me? How exactly are you going to deal with me? He asked weakly as the three of them walked in. For some reason, Long Yang, who was always fearless, did not have any confidence at this moment. What kind of joke was this? After all, he was the one who took advantage of them first. If they really wanted to keep him here, it seemed that with his current abilities and means, it would be useless to resist, right? Poor me, little Meng Ji. If she knew that I got married on this little demon snake island, would she be disheartened, shave her head, and become a nun? This is the little yellow dog that you said would rather die to protect love. Why do I feel a little scared? Mo Sun felt like he had been cheated. If I had known that my son wasn't reliable, I wouldn't have believed his words. Right. I'm that little yellow dog. My bloodline isn't pure, and I have no potential at all. Even my so-called treasure hunting talent was forced on me by someone else to cause me trouble. You're right. How would I dare to have the wishful thinking of climbing up the social ladder of your family's young miss? It's not a match at all. Please be merciful and let me go. Long Yang quickly got up and admitted defeat without any shame. What kind of joke was this? If he really married this lion from Hedong, what good days would he have in the future? Just because she was unhappy, she would beat her husband up to vent her anger. Long Yang, Mo Qingqing screamed in a tearing manner. Mo Qingqing didn't know why, but when she saw this shameless face, she got angry. Moreover, this guy was avoiding her like a snake or a scorpion. I think your muscles and bones aren't loose enough. Do you want to faint again? Mo Qingqing clenched her fist. This Mo Qingqing couldn't care less about her image of a virtuous lady in front of her father and brother. She looked as if this place would become a battlefield in the next second. All right. Lass, move to the side. Don't scare our guests. Finally, Mo Sun, who didn't seem to be in tune, stopped her. If they continued to cause a ruckus, the entire city lord's mansion might be destroyed by them. Moreover, with your late human immortal strength, you might not be a match for this little brother in front of you. There was one sentence that made Mo Qingqing completely unconvinced. However, when she thought about it again, that was indeed the case. Perhaps, if she unleashed her full potential and raised her cultivation to the earth immortal realm, she could still attack Long Yang like before. But in her normal state, she wouldn't be able to touch him at all. Her brother was a living example. Even now, his face was still swollen and bruised. As for where this yellow dog got its strength and talent from, Mo Qingqing was very curious, but she didn't ask. Little brother, don't be afraid. We, the purple cloud pythons, have always been the most reasonable. Didn't you notice that after we found you, we didn't hand you over to the higher-ups of Monster Snake Island? You should know that you're now a famous person on Monster Snake Island. Mo Sun came in front of Long Yang. This time, he was very amiable. Apart from being a little long-winded, Long Yang felt that there was nothing wrong with this person. Senior, if you have anything to say, or if you have any requests or cooperation with me, just say it. I'm not an unreasonable person. Since you didn't hand me over, this is what I should do for you. Naturally, I won't be careless. After taking a deep breath, he was finally able to talk about things calmly. They still hadn't gotten to the main topic. Needless to say, even Long Yang himself was a little anxious. After all, this was related to his future. To put it bluntly, she was a big shot of the demon Snake Island. If she really wanted to take his life, he would not even have the ability to resist. My good-for-nothing son has done well in the past. You can live on Monster Snake Island for a period of time as a foreign delegate of our Purple Cloud Python clan and help us find some treasures. Of course, if you respond, we will also give you a certain reward. As for when you can regain your freedom, that will depend on your own ability. Everything will be based on your status as a foreign delegate. As a foreign delegate of the younger generation, if you can stand out on Monster Snake Island and represent Monster Snake Island to fight against other islands, you will be completely free and can go anywhere you want. It was a very simple condition, and his attitude wasn't too bad. Now, Long Yang had no reason to refuse at all. Yes. As for the matter between you and my daughter, what I mean is, don't be so hasty to make a decision. Look around first. As for when you will get married, you can decide for yourselves. As old people, we won't interfere. What? Long Yang was petrified. What was going on? Why did the topic suddenly change to me and that Tyrannosaurus? Marriage? The terrifying monster Snake Island and the terrifying group of purple cloud pythons. Wait. Senior. Me. Your daughter and me. It's true. Before Long Yang could finish his words, he heard a loud shout. How dare you, Long Yang? Do you really think the purple cloud python clan is a pushover? Are you going to go back on your word now? Do you believe that I won't tie you up and send you to the bridal chamber right now? Chapter 41-36. After a few days, Long Yang finally settled down in the city. His identity to the public was that of a foreign clan guest of the Snake Demon Island, Yang. As for which clan he belonged to, well, with his original body, he did not have much of a choice. He was a Golden Light Mastiff. As for whether or not people would really believe him, no one knew. Actually, whether it was the higher-ups or the immortals with some background, which one of them did not know his true identity and the nature of this matter. Even if it was the Green Snake clan that corresponded with him, it would be impossible for them to say that they did not know at all. Everyone just pretended not to know on the surface, because now that Long Yang was also in existence that was protected by someone, they would definitely make a move in secret. Anyway, as long as everyone appeared to be harmonious on the surface, there would definitely be no one who would expose Long Yang's true identity. After all, a yellow dog that was not even from the Demon Dog clan had almost caused the Green Snake clan to suffer a great loss at his hands. This was not something to be proud of in the first place. As for the attitude of the Purple Cloud Python clan towards him, now Long Yang could see it. The real young master, Mon, had a good relationship with him, and it felt like they were birds of a feather. As for Mo Qingqing, well, ever since that incident, she had always treated him with disdain. That fellow wished that every time she saw him, her eyes would stare at him as if she could eat him up. His chastity had been ruined enough. Not only that, he even refused Long Yang. Woman, I can refuse you because I don't like you, but if you don't like me, then you can just wait to die. This was simply an irreconcilable hatred. On this day, as usual, Long Yang ended his practice at the appointed time. All these years, in terms of his practice, he had always been very disciplined. Every day, he would meditate and practice for a few hours. After that, he would train his body and then continue to practice immortal techniques. And now, he had another remarkable power, the Iron Head technique that even he felt was somewhat unpresentable. It had to be said that his head was really made of iron. Even until now, the dog's head had never been injured by anyone. It felt as if it was made of some kind of metal from outer space. As for cultivation, alright, up till now, there wasn't any limit for him to break through. Intermediate worldly immortal stage. Every time he cultivated to a crucial point, the immortal energy would disappear like a clay ox entering the ocean, returning to his dantian without a trace. Could it be that everything before was just an illusion? If I really have such a bloodline, wouldn't it be accompanied by a powerful talent? But now, there's no sign of a powerful talent. What's going on? There was more or less some hesitation in his heart. However, up until now, he had not shown any signs of finding the truth. Sigh. Come out after you're done cultivating. I have something to talk to you about. Just as Long Yang stood up, he heard a slightly anxious voice coming from outside the door. Why is this woman looking for me? Shouldn't you be chasing me the moment you see me? Subconsciously, Long Yang shrunk his neck. To be honest, he was really a little terrified when facing this woman. Ever since he was young, he had never seen such a valiant woman like Imo Chingching. She was a valiant woman who even dared to point at her own father and scold him in the face. It was also at that time that Long Yang finally understood why Imo Sun was in such a hurry to marry her off. With this kind of personality, this kind of valiant behavior, it would probably not be easy for her to find a husband, right? It wasn't easy for him to find one. It would be weird if he gave up on her. If Imo Chingching hadn't scolded Imo Sun that day, that lousy matter might really have been settled just like that. Even though the people involved refused to comply. What matter? Let me make things clear first. On that matter, you and I are on the same side. Long Yang, who had stood up and walked out of the door, took the initiative to explain. It would have been better if he hadn't explained. The moment he did, Imo Chingching, who was still feeling a little guilty, almost exploded. However, she didn't fly into a rage immediately. Instead, she took a deep breath and said, "Didn't my father say that you are really more capable than me? So, I found a few of the younger generation in the clan to spar with you." Sparring and discussing can also be considered as helping each other. After all, actual combat is the most meaningful for cultivation. With that, the corners of her mouth curled into a smile. She could, of course, beat this shameless man up with her status as the young mistress. However, she wouldn't have another chance after that. No matter what, he was still her father's guest. However, it was completely different to find an excuse to spar. Although most of the younger generation in the clan were still wary of her, it wasn't like there weren't any hardcore people. It was impossible to say that she didn't have a flock of followers. When the news spread a few days ago, Imo Chingching's followers all clamored to teach him a lesson. Now that she had the opportunity to teach this damned pervert a lesson, Imo Chingching didn't even hesitate. She immediately fanned the flames and built the arena. She was busier than anyone else. I've just arrived at the Purple Cloud Python clan. Isn't this a little inappropriate? How could Long Yang not know what this shrew was planning? He shook his head like a rattledrum. What a joke. Even if I'm a little naughty, I'm not stupid enough to want to go on stage and torture myself. There's nothing inappropriate about it. It's decided then. Are there any geniuses of the serpent race among them? Zhang Xian asked with a smile. Long Yang's thoughts of escaping were destroyed by the demoness words. A threat. This was a blatant threat. If he really didn't agree, he would probably have to face the Snake Tribe's prodigies next time. Those people couldn't wait to kill him. If this woman spread the word, he might not be able to keep his life, but he would definitely suffer a lot more than this so-called sparring match. A few days ago, they were still shouting about killing each other. Now they're out together. That's right. Big sis, you're developing really fast. Just in time, a cheap voice came from the moment the two of them arrived at the arena. His tone was full of mockery. Bang! Imo Chingching went up and gave him a kick. How she beat her own brother depended on her mood. I'm really a dog. Why do I have a brother like you? Imo Chingching was so angry that she wanted to strangle him to death. You should beat your brother as soon as possible. What? Big sister, oh heavens, oh earth, people's hearts are not what they used to be. What kind of world is this? When did this happen? I haven't seen you go to his room these few days. Bang! Chapter 4137. Originally, he was itching to give it a try. He even wanted to tell Long Yang in front of everyone that he wasn't worthy of their big missy. Only young elites like them were worthy of those immortals. At this moment, all of them were completely petrified. What? Big Missy said it herself. What did that mean? Sob, sob, sob. We won't have that chance in the future. What's the point of fighting now? Even if I beat him up, Big Missy's innocence will never come back. Return my pure and unblemished Big Missy. After beating up her little brother, Mo Ching Ching stomped her foot. In an instant, all the so-called young prodigies around them fell silent. Looking at Big Missy's expression, they had no choice but to bite the bullet and go up. Anyway, Big Missy's reputation had been completely ruined in the past few days by her own little brother. It didn't matter if it was ruined one more time. Hey! Kid, I heard that you're really strong. You just arrived at the Violet Cloud Python clan and you already obtained the status of a foreign delegate. It won't be easy to stabilize this status. Come up and spar with me. Let me see if you have the strength to be a foreign delegate. Of course, these words were completely different from what they were saying in their hearts. Right now, they were obviously unhappy that this kid had ruined Big Missy's reputation. In fact, they might even get together with Big Missy. However, they couldn't say that in the arena. They could just find an excuse or no excuse. They just didn't like him. What could they do about it? In any case, they just had to keep quiet about Big Missy. Didn't they see that Big Missy was already on the verge of anger? Long Yang really didn't want to go up. What kind of joke was this? Those who could stand on the arena now were all so-called young prodigies. Such an immortal was really not someone he could deal with easily. However, after taking another look at that demoness, Long Yang finally compromised. Being abused was much better than having his life in danger. For the sake of survival, for the sake of freedom, he had to work hard. Step by step, he walked up the arena. Thinking about the tragic fate that might befall him, Long Yang laughed bitterly. It seemed that he would never be able to receive fair treatment in this life of his. This was the first girl he had come into contact with after coming to another place. What the hell was she? The woman at the foot of the mountain was a tiger. Our little cutie Meng Ji was right. When he looked back at Mo Ching Ching's ghost-like face, Long Yang felt a chill run down his spine. When the arrogant immortal saw Long Yang step forward, his sinister smile became even more intense. No matter what, even if it was just beating up Long Yang to vent his anger, it would still be an incomparably carefree thing for him, alright? Not to mention showing his face in front of the eldest Mississippi, Zhou San, a member of the Communication Python clan, late immortal realm. Please give me your guidance. Even if he wanted to KO Long Yang directly, he still had to abide by the rules. He cupped his fists towards him. In the past few days, he had been thinking about how to make this brat suffer without going overboard. Yang! Golden Light Mastiff Clan. Suddenly, Long Yang's eyes flashed with golden light. Before he could finish his sentence, he had already dashed away. He was as fast as a bolt of lightning, heading straight for his opponent. Almost no one present could react in time. Zhou San was also among them. In an instant, he felt a strong wind blow past him. Then, a fist wrapped in strong immortal chi headed straight for his chest. I can't dodge it. F***ck, I was careless. These were the only words that Zhou San could think of before he was sent flying. Plop. Long Yang didn't hold back at all in this attack. In fact, he used all the power he could muster in that instant. Zhou San was sent flying like a cannonball. When he came into contact with the wooden pillar at the edge of the arena, the pillar broke. In an instant, a deep crack was left on the marble floor of the arena. Only then did Zhou San react, and he was unable to restrain his anger. But when he stood up again and tore this shameless guy to shreds, he felt a wave of pain in his chest. He didn't say a word, just tilted his head, and fainted. Yes, an instant kill. It wasn't an instant kill without any surprises. From the beginning to the end, Zhou San didn't even touch the corner of Long Yang's clothes. One punch, just one punch, and he finished off an opponent who was, in everyone's opinion, a strong opponent. F***ck. Countless people wanted to curse out loud in their hearts. They had seen shameless people, but they had never seen someone as shameless as Long Yang. Didn't they agree to have a spar? He didn't play by the rules at all. Even though Long Yang's punch was considered stunning, subconsciously, the first reaction that almost all the immortals could think of was that this guy was really shameless. Even Mo1, who had always been on good terms with Long Yang, twitched his mouth. He could see that there was a reason why he was beaten up by this guy before. If you could completely put down your pride and not care about your image and other people's evaluation, you could also beat someone up before they could react. However, this kind of magical technique was not something that could be practiced by ordinary people. No, definitely not. How can there be such a spar in the world? Yang, don't you have any shame? Fighting like this, it's an unfair victory. Many of the experts below the stage were in an uproar at this moment. It was a sneak attack, and it was a sneak attack that no one could react to. Could this person be so shameless to such an extent? I won. Didn't you? Long Yang Lang said, as if he was talking about something unimportant, but this sentence still made everyone around quiet down. That's right, no matter what kind of shameless method he used, he won. This was a spar without fighting. If you were shameless enough to win like this, and you didn't care about other people's evaluation, you could do the same. So, at this moment, even if most of the experts were extremely angry, they couldn't say a word of rebuttal. He won, so he won. Regardless of whether the method was honorable or not, it was still a win. I'll fight you. A young man in his 20s finally couldn't stand it anymore. He suppressed his anger, and once he came up, he mobilized his spiritual power. In an instant, a few immortal swords began to hang upside down around his body. Chapter 4138. Sword Immortal. Even though Long Yang had already mentally prepared himself that there would be a lot of experts here, and he didn't even know if he would be able to make it through, he didn't even know. However, when an existence like a sword immortal appeared, his heart still trembled for no reason. This was the most outstanding battle prowess a human immortal could have. Generally speaking, immortals like sword immortals would rarely appear among demon immortals, but every time they did, they were either rich or noble, and had an extremely powerful background and strength. Just wait to be beaten, you shameless bastard. Let's see what tricks you can play now. Many people began to clamor wildly at this moment. They finally understood that Long Yang was an extremely shameless guy. When it came to a real battle, he would use all kinds of dirty tricks. Once he found an opening, this guy would not care about his face or his own image at all. He would do whatever he could to win. In the eyes of many people, such an opponent was the most difficult to deal with, because he did not even care about his face. Anyone who had a bottom line would probably collapse. But now that a sword immortal had appeared, was there any suspense left in this battle? No matter how shameless one was, under absolute strength and means, the result would be determined. Such momentum, such an expert, could it be that Long Yang could still play tricks? I didn't expect the second one to be so tricky. It seems that there is no way out of playing tricks. You forced me. Suddenly, Long Yang's momentum also rose. Indeed, at this time he gave people the feeling that he was finally not playing tricks. With that posture and state, no matter what step he went, he would explode with all his strength. This? Could it be that he was hiding his strength before? Such momentum. What's going on? Subconsciously, many people shrank back. In their hearts, they began to secretly rejoice that they did not directly jump up to be tortured. This guy was shameless, but he really had something in his stomach. An expert could be seen the moment he made a move. If he was not strong enough, how could he stand in this arena? Many immortals were still thinking of taking advantage of the situation. After all, as long as they could defeat Long Yang, they would be able to show their faces in front of the Missy. Although it was useless, it was also a good opportunity to show off. However, from the looks of it, Yang's aura was simply not something they could compare to. If they went up to the arena, would they really be able to win? Would they really be able to take advantage of it? Many of the immortals had already lost their confidence as they stared at the arena silently. Whether it was the clamor or the disdain, it was as if they had completely disappeared. It's naturally the best if you can bring out your true abilities. Let me see how powerful you, the junior that the city lord thinks highly of, are, Zhang Xian said as he swung his sword horizontally. The light around him started to become increasingly intense. Today, he wanted to make a name for himself through this battle. Especially in such a fair competition of strength, it was definitely the best opportunity for him to display his skills. I'm going. Shwa. The Dharma seal condensed. The flying swords on his back floated in the air, trembling and emitting an intimidating light. In the next second, the flying sword started shooting towards Long Yang like a stream of light. In that instant, Long Yang felt a chill run down his spine. This sort of speed, this sort of complete control over the flying swords, and a few of them appearing at the same time. This was something that no ordinary immortal could ever imagine. But it just had to happen in front of him, and the target was him. Damn it! Damn it, if I don't show my might, you'll think I'm a sick cat. Long Yang gritted his teeth and began to resist. A golden light started to emit from his body, and the moment the flying swords arrived in front of him, Long Yang's figure started to change. Long Yang's figure began to change, and in the next second, the clothes that he was wearing turned into a set of mighty and majestic armor. Yes, it was a suit of armor. It didn't look very impressive, but the moment the armor appeared, the defensive golden light on his body became even more intense. It was as if he had transformed into a more powerful Heng Xian in an instant. Immortal artifact. Defense-type immortal artifact. Subconsciously, many immortals began to exclaim. It wasn't that they hadn't seen immortal artifacts before, especially since these immortals all came from very good backgrounds. Naturally, they were no strangers to immortal artifacts. However, even in their eyes, defensive immortal artifacts were extremely rare, so much so that it was difficult for even them to come into contact with them. Wasn't this just a guest chamberlain with a very simple background? How could he be so awesome as to use a defensive immortal artifact right from the start? Dang, dang, dang. The moment that person and Long Yang collided, the ground of the arena began to tremble slightly. That extreme situation, coupled with everyone's overwhelming flying swords, caused many immortals to be speechless. Since when did the so-called battle start to show off one's wealth? That flying sword was just something controlled by a sword immortal, it wasn't even at the level of an immortal artifact. Even if he had an immortal artifact, he definitely wouldn't use it. But what was going on with Long Yang? He immediately brought out a defensive immortal artifact and shrunk his body like a turtle shell. Even the amount of immortal spiritual energy he mobilized was very small. Even if he wanted to be shameless, he shouldn't be doing this, right? Didn't you say that you would use your strength to fight him? Didn't you say that you would use your trump card? F***CK, this is your trump card. It's amazing to have a defensive immortal artifact, isn't it? Are you fighting? Or showing off? The immortals who had been silent for a long time finally understood this point, and almost all of them wanted to curse out loud. This guy, not only was he acting cheap in battle, he wasn't even serious in a battle like this. Who the hell would use a defensive immortal artifact in a fight without giving any face? And he didn't even make a move. Don't you have any shame? However, what happened next left everyone dumbfounded. The sword immortal gritted his teeth in anger, and finally, he unhappily took out his immortal artifact immortal sword to break this guy's turtle shell. Long Yang flipped the back of his hand, and a ghostly steel wire appeared in his hand. Before anyone could react, the steel wire went straight for the sword immortal like a spirit snake. It was so fast that it could even twist to the extreme. In the next second, the sword immortal was completely tied up. Immortal artifact, this was another F*King immortal artifact. The immortals who were still watching finally realized what Mo Qingqing had said before. You're tuning in to the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.